Chapter 2156. Forget it. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and grabbed Hua Qiaoer. He threw her to Xue Xue and said, "Fly horizontally as soon as possible." Then, he turned around and rushed into the whirlpool. But at this moment there was another loud roar. The tremors were several times stronger than before. Countless bubbles surged out from the bottom of the sea, and countless corpses of sea beasts were tossed out by the whirlpool. In fact, Great Flag Reef was collapsing at an even faster rate. The suction force of the sea was several times stronger. Withdraw, Xiaohua dived quickly, and his spirit was released at the same time. Xiaohua, who had always been stingy and greedy, didn't forget to amass wealth even when his life was in danger. Fortunately, as the corpses of the sea beasts around Xiaohua disappeared, Xiaohua's speed didn't decrease. It even exceeded the suction force and approached Hua Riming at an extremely fast speed. Hua Riming's face was already pale. He could still use the magic power in his body and make a dying struggle. Just as Xiaohua turned around, the suction force increased greatly. He was in the center of the whirlpool, and the suction force increased greatly. His true essence was now imprisoned, and he couldn't use any magic power. He could only be helpless. He fell into the whirlpool, and his whole body was not only spinning like a top, but also being dragged by the whirlpool at an extremely fast speed. There was no need to mention Hua Riming's mood. He was extremely depressed and regretful. In his mind, besides Xiaohua's warning before he left, there was only Hua Qiaoer's smile. His mood was very similar to Hua Qiaoer's. He was extremely regretful that he didn't say anything to Hua Qiaoer. Qiaoer? Just as Hua Riming felt that the spinning sky and sea were extremely dark and was about to close his eyes, a figure appeared in front of him. When he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, when he opened his eyes again, the figure was already close to him. However, it wasn't Hua Qiaoer but Xiaohua. Senior Xiao. Hua Riming was completely stunned. He was even more stunned than Hua Qiaoer. Unfortunately, Hua Riming could only think with his head, but he couldn't move his hands and feet. He didn't have any magic power, so he could only watch with his eyes wide open. Just at this moment, a gust of wind was born from the center of the whirlpool. It went against the torrential seawater and rushed into the air. Following this gust of wind, the range of the whirlpool suddenly increased, and the suction force also suddenly increased. Oh no! Xiaohua was shocked. The pressure on him had increased as well, and he had no choice but to release the Phoenix technique. Moreover, he was extremely worried about Xue Xue. But at that moment, the strong winds and the suction force seemed to be able to absorb his spiritual will. Xiaohua's spiritual will was unable to reach far. How could he meet Xue Xue? Forget it. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and stimulated his magic energy once more, causing his figure to flash once more as he flashed towards the center of the vortex, where the suction force was the strongest. Crack! Just as Hua Riming's body was about to sway, the Phoenix Dharma body extended its sharp claws and grabbed Hua Riming's back. Oh my, this guy's physical body is a little strange. When the Phoenix celestial body's sharp claws pierced into Hua Riming's flesh, Xiaohua immediately felt something strange about Hua Riming's flesh. It was incomparably tough, and if it wasn't for the Phoenix celestial body's continuous advancement, this claw might not have succeeded. This was a situation where Hua Riming didn't have the slightest bit of magic energy. However, even though Xiaohua had caught Hua Riming, he had also fallen into a quagmire. This strong suction force had already enveloped the surroundings of the vortex, and the force was getting stronger and stronger. Xiaohua's own true essence was also condensed, and his magic energy was gradually unable to be used. Seeing his body being dragged into the vortex, his entire body also began to involuntarily spin. While Xiaohua was inwardly complaining, his mind was also rapidly turning. Xiaohua had already experienced the spinning vortex many times in the Dark Netherland, so he could be considered to have some experience. Therefore, he didn't struggle upwards and only urged his limited magic energy to fly parallel to the direction of the vortex. After flying for a cup of tea's worth of time, although Xiaohua didn't escape from the vortex and fell down a lot, Xiaohua had already gradually flown out of the center of the vortex, and his escape was in sight. Wang, a buzzing sound, as if millions of flies were flying around Xiaohua's ears, shook his entire head. At this time, his magic energy was also completely disordered, and he was simply unable to continue flying. In just a moment when Xiaohua relaxed his strength, The entire vortex was like a huge mouth swallowing the entire sea, the Great Flag Reef, and many of the remains of the sea beasts that Xiaohua didn't put into his space. Xiaohua and Kua Riming's bodies also fell down by several tens of feet. Damn it! I'm gonna die. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, and his mind became slightly clearer as he immediately urged his cultivation method, and the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians was activated. Soon after, a rich earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth flooded Xiaohua's meridians, and some of it overflowed from the surface of his body. Go! Xiaohua's spirit was once again shaken. On one hand, he turned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into flowing true essence to urge his magic energy, and on the other hand, he used all his strength to urge the bright thunder escape to rush out of the vortex. And he also didn't forget to continue putting the remains of the sea beasts in the vortex into his space. It would be a waste if he didn't take them. Inside the vortex, all kinds of noises were unceasingly heard, and it was really lively. However, the suction force and the sweeping gale were similar to the dark wind, and gradually expanded, sucking in the several hundreds of feet of sea water. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this area was sucked in by the gale, forming a huge funnel that directly pierced into the sky. It was as if the end of the funnel was the layers of white clouds in the sky, and those white clouds were also drawn into the vortex. The Great Flag Reef that was originally in this sea area had long disappeared. In its place was a vortex that looked like the mouth of a pitch-black beast. This vortex was very deep, and there was simply no bottom. Everything within several hundreds of feet couldn't escape this vortex, and was completely swallowed by this vortex. Xiaohua urged so much magic energy, and it was almost the same as when he was risking his life in the ink-black forest. On one hand, he skillfully corrected his body, and on the other, he urged his magic energy, and the earth-yellow brilliance around his body repeatedly flashed. And, in addition, about a foot behind his upper body, the phoenix celestial body flapped its wings to resist the restrictive force, and its sharp claws even grabbed a sturdy man that looked like a diamond. Gggg. The sound inside the vortex changed again. This time, it was as if a giant was pushing a stone door, and there was the rusty sound of the door's axle moving. Following this sound, the hurricane that stood erect in the sky suddenly slapped down, and this situation was simply a replica of the dark wind. A wave of vast and unparalleled power from the outermost part of the vortex, from the top of the vortex, suddenly began to shrink. Everything in this area, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was wrapped up and suddenly restrained. Roar! Xiaohua was very anxious, and he used the dragon transformation art with all his strength. His meridians were agitated, and his true essence instantly multiplied. Moreover, for safety's sake, Xiaohua spat out another mouthful of blood, and he had no choice but to use the reverse blood-devouring art. The bright thunder escape changed direction again, and directly rushed out of the vortex. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and his speed instantly increased by half, just barely surpassing the enormous power of the vortex. At the final moment when the vortex was rapidly shrinking, he rushed out of the vortex. Like a wild horse out of control, Xiaohua's speed suddenly rushed into the still surging Kueha Sea. That speed had already broken through the water-dispelling art, and Xiaohua's whole body entered the sea water. That ice-cold sea water at this time made Xiaohua feel so familiar. At this time, Xiaohua's meridians were already flowing with true essence, and abundant magic power filled his whole body. Xiaohua naturally knew that using the reverse blood-devouring art would damage his cultivation. With a sigh, he let go of Kua Riming, and the phoenix body returned to his body. He used the water-dispelling art again and said indifferently, "Let's go up." "Yes, I will listen to Senior's instructions." At this time, Kua Riming was extremely respectful. This vortex was formed by heaven and earth, and the might of heaven and earth was something that only spirit-severing cultivators could resist. And Xiaohua was actually able to escape from the vortex and save him. Husband, Brother Ming, without waiting for the two to fly far, divine senses had already swept over. Xue Xue and Kua Qiaober shouted at the same time and rushed over from the distance. Although Xue Xue's face was filled with surprise, but it was obviously not out of her expectations. "I am injured. Take me and fly." Xiaohua unceremoniously leaned on Xue Xue's shoulder and hugged Xue Xue's small waist. Xue Xue's mouth curved into a smile, and she nodded. "Okay." Saying that, Shue Shue hugged Xiaohua's small waist and flew out of the gui he see. When Kwa Riming saw that Kwa Xiaober's robe was stained with blood, he did not care about anything else, and hurriedly grabbed her hand and asked, "Xiaober, your injury." If it was another day, Kwa Riming might not dare to do this, and Kwa Xiaober would definitely be shy, or even slightly angry. However, Kwa Riming had gone through life and death, so he did not care about anything else. Kwa Xiaober also slightly twitched, and then sadness came from her heart. The corner of her mouth opened, and she cried, and threw herself into Kwa Riming's arms, tears flowing down. "Chower, chower." Kwa Riming was stunned, like a clay statue. At this time, he realized that his behavior was inappropriate, but Kwa Xiaober gave him an even greater impact. For a moment, he was at a loss. It was still Kwa Xiaober. She raised her hand, took Kwa Riming's fan-like hand, and placed it on her shoulder. Kwa Riming's hand trembled, and after a moment, as if he was blessed by luck, he trembled and touched Kwa Xiaober's beautiful hair. However, he only touched it slightly, and immediately retracted his hand as if it was burned by fire. Then he hesitated for a moment, and firmly stroked Kwa Xiaober's black hair. "Chower." Kwa Riming's voice was trembling. "Your injury. Is it serious? Is it a problem? I have healing pills here. You should take it according to your feelings." Kwa Xiaober shook her head vigorously in Kwa Riming's arms, and her tears and snot rubbed on Kwa Riming's body. "Oh." After a moment, Kwa Riming was still not at ease and asked again, "How did you get injured? Did you hit a reef?" Kwa Xiaober almost wanted to stomp her feet. She did not want to leave Kwa Riming's warm embrace, as if it was incomparably safe and tranquil there. However, she felt sweet in her heart, knowing that if she did not answer, Kwa Riming's heart would not be at ease. Chapter 2157. It's nothing. When Senior Shao saved me, he used his avatar to scratch me. Weren't you also caught? Kwa Xiaober opened her mouth and took a breath of air. She said with a choked voice, "Sister Shue already gave me a pill. It's just that I didn't have time to change my Taoist robe." Oh, Kwa Riming nodded. His heart was finally at ease. He knew that Xiaohua's phoenix avatar's sharp claws were very powerful. His heart was also slightly distressed for Kwa Xiaober. Xiaohua and Shue Shue flew into the air and watched the gradually shrinking whirlpool. They still couldn't use their divine sense to probe inside. "Good girl." Xiaohua sniffed the fragrance of Shue Shue's body and said, "Why is your husband's luck so bad? Wherever I go, there will be problems." This kind of heaven and earth anomaly happened in such a vast and boundless QC. Why did I have to encounter it? If you say I encountered it, then I encountered it. I could have run away by myself. But my wife's kindness was aroused and insisted that your husband go save them. My wife, how can you be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid that your husband will be in danger? Hee. Shue Shue pursed her lips and said with a smile, "I naturally know that you won't be in any danger. That's why I let you go." My wife, you have the ability to foresee the future. How come I never knew about it? Xiaohua laughed and said indifferently. However, a trace of gloominess appeared on Shue Shue's face. However, she forced a smile and said, "That's right. My husband can do it on a whim. How can I foresee the future?" All right, this Kwa Riming was brought back by this young man. How will my wife reward this young man? Xiaohua said as his nose gently rubbed against Shue Shue's snow-white neck. All right, Shue Shue's face flushed red and said, "Kwa Xiaober and Kwa Riming are coming up soon. Don't let them laugh at us. TSK, if these two people continue to chatter, let's see if my husband doesn't throw them into the whirlpool together." Xiaohua muttered in a low voice. However, just as he was about to dawdle, Kwa Riming held Kwa Xiaober's hand and flew up from the QC. Kwa Riming looked a little embarrassed, while Kwa Xiaober was natural and unrestrained. She did not seem to be shy at all. "Junior thanks Senior Shao for saving my life again." Kwa Xiaober and Kwa Riming bowed to pay their respects. At this moment, Kwa Xiaober was sincerely convinced by Xiaohua. This cultivator is truly resourceful and noble. Get up. Xiaohua also couldn't stay on Shue Shue's body. He straightened up and waved his hand. "This is my wife's order. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her." Naturally, the two of them bowed to Shue Shue. Shue Shue immediately supported the two of them. She blinked her eyes and said, "Since you've been through life and death, I hope that the two of you can connect with each other and cultivate together." Kwa Riming was a little embarrassed, but Kwa Xiaober nodded and said seriously, "I will remember Sister Shue's words." Oh, although it was my wife's orders, you still have to thank me. Xiaohua interrupted again. Yes, as long as I have it or Brother Ming can take it out, we will definitely thank Senior Xiao. Qua Xiaober said without hesitation. Great. Xiaohua praised in his heart. The last devil spear shaft won't run away. However, since Xiaohua knew that there was no devil spear shaft in Qua Xiaober's storage pouch, he didn't say anything. He smiled and said, Since fellow Qua said so, I will remember it. When I think of something and ask you for it, don't refuse. Of course. Qua Xiaober nodded and said, I still have some things left on the island. When I return to Blood Red Island, I will definitely let Senior Xiao choose. In addition, if Senior Xiao needs anything, don't hesitate to tell me. If Brother Ming and I can do it, we will definitely do our best. Oh, right, fellow Qua, your body seems to be very tough. Could it be that you have a secret technique? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he thought of something and asked. Senior, this is the secret technique of my Blood Red Island. Qua Rhyming nodded and said, I have practiced it since I was young. Secret technique of body refinement? Xiaohua's heart moved, and he immediately connected with Qua Xiaober's strength. He turned his head and said, Fellow Qua, have you practiced it before? Yes. Qua Xiaober nodded without hesitation and said, This is the rule of my Blood Red Island. All disciples have to practice it when they are young. However, after they grow up, it depends on their aptitude. Most of the female disciples give up, and only 30% of the male disciples can continue to practice it. Brother Ming is one of them. Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel happy. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, This secret technique. I probably can't see it, right? Qua Rhyming's face showed that he was in a difficult position, while Qua Xiaober said naturally, It is as Senior Xiao said. This is the secret technique of my Blood Red Island. Outsiders can't see it, and we have already made a blood oath. Yes. Xiaohua nodded. Qua Xiaober said with a smile, However, Senior Xiao has the complete technique of my Blood Red Island. If you want to exchange it with that technique, there will be no problem. Qua Rhyming looked at Qua Xiaober with a puzzled expression, and Qua Xiaober didn't explain. Yes, that's right. Xiaohua nodded and said with a wave of his hand, I just suffered a little injury and need to rest for a few days. Is there a place for me to rest? Can you two fellow Taoists lead me there? Senior, please follow me. Qua Xiaober nodded and used her divine sense to scan the Great Flag Reef, which had disappeared without a trace. She flew up and flew towards the sunset. After more than 20 days, above the boundless sea, a blood-red color was painted on the horizon. Corresponding to the blood-red color, the Sea of Union was also blood-red. Moreover, there was a particularly bright spot amidst this blood-red color. When they flew closer, they could clearly see that it was an island that was connected together. On the island, blood-red plants covered the ground, and the rocks and soil on the island were also blood-red. It was very strange. Senior Xiao, this is my home, Qua Xiaober said and pointed. However, when her hand reached for Qua Rhyming's hand flashed. It was as if he was afraid of being seen by the other disciples of Blood Red Island. Qua Xiaober glared at Qua Rhyming, and this guy obediently stretched out his hand, allowing Qua Xiaober to grab his carrot-sized finger. Xiaohua stroked his chin and looked at the island about 100 li away. After thinking for a while, he released his divine sense and rushed towards Blood Red Island. Oh! Qua Xiaober obviously sensed Xiaohua's divine sense and was slightly stunned. Soon after, she understood what Xiaohua was thinking. Sure enough, after a while, the same divine sense swept out from Blood Red Island, circled around Xiaohua and the others, and locked onto Xiaohua. Chapter 2158. The master of your island is about to step into the middle stage of gold core? Xiaohua said thoughtfully. Now Qua Xiaober no longer doubted Xiaohua's cultivation. She also sensed the island master's cultivation and respectfully replied, Senior Xiao, please know. The island master's name is Qua Heng. He is an early gold core stage cultivator. I'm afraid his cultivation is similar to Senior Xiao's? Hearing Qua Xiaober's probing, Xiaohua smiled and didn't reply. His cultivation was still at the early stage of foundation establishment. After flying forward for a while, an early-stage gold core cultivator led several late-stage foundation establishment cultivators to welcome them. When Xiaohua saw these cultivators, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Qua Rhyming, he already felt that this guy was tall like a giant ape. However, compared to these masters, Kwa Rhyming was simply a small ape. The gold core cultivator in front of him was more than 10 feet tall. Moreover, he had big shoulders and a round waist. His body was incomparably sturdy. This was the appearance of Xiao Hua's mighty Vajradharma body. And Kwa Rhyming was almost 2 heads shorter than this gold core cultivator. Looking at the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, near the gold core cultivator, they were also sturdy. However, they were still 1 size smaller than Kwa Hung. Of course, they were still 1 size bigger than Kwa Rhyming. Damn it! Xiao Hua was immediately overjoyed. The disciples of Blood Red Island don't need to compete at all. They just need to stand there and compare their height to see who is stronger. Kwa Heng's divine sense swept over Xiao Hua, and his brows slightly wrinkled. He saw a cultivator's divine sense rashly sweep in, and immediately checked. Only then did he realize that there was a cultivator 100 li away accompanied by Blood Red Island's disciples. He understood that this should be a gold core cultivator visiting Blood Red Island, so he brought the main disciples of Blood Red Island to welcome him. However, Kwa Hung unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. How could he not frown? It wasn't that he didn't know that Dawn Rain Continent had a mysterious technique to conceal one's cultivation, but it couldn't directly conceal one's cultivation from gold core to Foundation establishment, right? He could believe it if it was from nascent soul or divine clone to Foundation establishment, but he himself was a gold core cultivator. Of course, he knew how difficult it was. I, disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua, greets Island Master Kwa Hung. Xiao Hua stepped forward and saluted. He didn't use the identity of a junior. Shue Shue smiled and bowed. Junior Shue Shue of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior Kwa. Hee, so it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. No disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect has ever visited my Blood Red Island. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Kwa Heng no longer hesitated in his heart. He hurriedly stepped forward to return the greeting, and said with a smile, Hee, Island Master, you're too courteous. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I accompanied Junior Sister to the QC to gain experience. Not only did Junior Sister successfully reach Foundation establishment overseas, she even encountered 2 extremely outstanding disciples from your island. This Xiao is very happy. I heard from your island's disciple that Blood Ray Island is holding a competition that is held once every 10 years. This Xiao feels that it is fate, so I came to nag you. How presumptuous. Haha's congratulations, fellow Taoist Shue. Kwa Heng was a gold core cultivator. He had already seen that Shue Shue's realm had just stabilized. He also heard that Xiao Hua didn't hide anything, and even praised his disciple. He was happy in his heart. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle. He handed it over and said with a smile, This is my Blood Red Island's Foundation establishment medicinal pill. It can't be compared to the Imperial Thunder Sects, but it is also a little bit of my appreciation. Shue Shue generously received it and thanked. Thank you for the medicines, Senior. This junior has always been curious about the spiritual medicines of the overseas islands. Senior has satisfied this junior's wish. Hee, no need to thank me, no need to thank me. Kwa Heng waved his hand and introduced several people around him to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also didn't neglect and cupped his hands to return the greeting. These late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators didn't understand, as well as Kwa Heng. Although they also bowed, they all addressed each other as equals. Xiao Hua didn't care. After all, he really was a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. When Kwa Heng saw this, he didn't reprimand them. He only smiled and watched. After Xiao Hua finished greeting, Kwa Rhyming and Kwa Qiaober came forward to report. Hearing that Kwa Qiaober actually asked Xiao Hua to be her helper, Kwa Heng smiled. You little girl, if fellow Taoist Xiao is your helper, other people still want to compete with you like this? Immediately after, he pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Since fellow Taoist Xiao wants to see the competition of my Blood Red Island and is still so enthusiastic, I can't not help but fulfill his wish. Moreover, now that we've reached the final stage of the competition, we'll simply hold the trial of the island tomorrow. All disciples will participate. Io, Island Lord. Kwa Qiaober said in panic, Senior Xiao only has profound magic power. His physical body isn't necessarily tough. For him to participate in the entire trial of the island, I'm afraid it's not suitable, right? Kwa Rhyming seemed to have thought of something and said, Qiaober, Senior Xiao should be fine. Seeing Kwa Rhyming's abnormal correction, Kwa Xiaober was also slightly surprised. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao. Kwa Hang said with a smile, fellow Taoist must also know that my Blood Red Island's foundation is body refining. In this trial of the island, there are many areas that test the achievements of body refining. Other areas also test magic power. Yes, because this grand event is held once every 10 years by my Blood Red Island. The fellow Taoists of the nearby islands also like to participate. Therefore, the ancestors allowed the disciples of Blood Red Island to invite helpers. On one hand, it increases the fun, and on the other hand, it also strengthens the cooperation with other islands. Of course, if fellow Taoist Xiao participates, there's no need to talk about the magic power segment. Who can compete with you? However, if it's just magic power, fellow Taoist Xiao also feels that it's meaningless, right? Do you have to participate in all the trials, including the body refining technique? Looking at Kwa Hang's smile and the eager faces of the few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, Xiaohua said with a smile, all right. I also happen to know some body refining techniques. I can also compare notes with the fellow Taoists of Blood Red Island. Imperial Thunder Sect also has body refining techniques? Kwa Hang was somewhat stunned. I've never heard of it. Hee, my Imperial Thunder Sect naturally also has body refining techniques. It's just that it's not particularly famous. Xiaohua naturally couldn't damage the reputation of Imperial Thunder Sect, so he replied with a smile. All right, fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Kwa Hang swung his Taoist robe. Fellow Taoist Kwa, please go first. Xiaohua said modestly. Immediately, several people flew towards Blood Red Island. This Blood Red Island was different from Awakening Silicon Island. There was no distinction between the main island and the auxiliary island. There was only a group of islands scattered together. These islands looked like one big island from afar, but when one looked closer, there were many cliffs, canyons, and accumulated seawater that separated these islands. Of course, the defense of Blood Red Island was even stronger than that of Awakening Silicon Island. There were many places that actually had magic power confining arrays. Everyone had no choice but to land and walk in step by step. In the evening, Kwa Hang held a banquet to entertain Xiaohua and Shui. Of course, apart from these two Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, there were also some disciples from the nearby islands of Blood Red Island. However, most of these disciples were Qi Refining Realm cultivators, and very few of them were Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. During the banquet, Kwa Hang was even more polite to Xiaohua, and there was even a bit of respect in his tone. Xiaohua understood that Kwa Xiaober and Kwa Rhyming must have told Kwa Hang about the matter of them being rescued. However, since Kwa Hang didn't mention it, Xiaohua didn't take it to heart. His road of experience was a road of sowing seeds, a road of doing good deeds, a road of fame, and a road of soaring cultivation. He could be considered to have regarded false reputation as a trivial matter. In addition, during the banquet, Xiaohua could be considered to have seen all of Blood Red Island's Foundation Establishment Realm and Peak Qi Refining Realm disciples. Contrary to his expectations, there wasn't a single well-built female cultivator. All of the female disciples of Blood Red Island were as petite as Kwa Xiaober, looking thin and weak. This made Xiaohua have no choice but to start thinking about the good deeds his Phoenix celestial body and Fairy Hong Xia's Ice Phoenix celestial body had done after drinking a few mouthfuls of spiritual wine. Alas, drinking more spiritual wine is indeed not a good thing. Xiaohua and Shui came to the resting place arranged by Blood Red Island and couldn't help but think. The resting place of the disciples of the overseas islands was somewhat different from that of the Dawn Rain continent. Most of them built their cave dwellings inside the stone walls, and all of them were underground. There were very few pavilions and palaces. My wife. Seeing this exquisite cave dwelling with bright red decorations, Xiaohua became restless and said in a low voice, "Finally, it's late at night again. One night is worth several thousand spirit stones. Why don't we rest early?" Shui was somewhat shy. She looked around and shook her head again. "My husband, this is obviously the place where Blood Red Island entertains guests. I don't know how many people have rested here. Wouldn't it be better if we just adjust our breathing, nourish our true origin?" Damn it, that's right. Xiaohua suddenly realized and hurriedly said with an apologetic smile, "Your husband was wrong." Before he could explain further, a communication talisman flew in from outside the cave dwelling. Xiaohua pinched the communication talisman, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "My wife, go inside and adjust your breathing. Your husband is good news." Shue Shue blinked her eyes and said with a smile, "Could it be that the female disciple of Blood Red Island has taken a fancy to my husband? Why are you so impatient?" Xiaohua said helplessly, "Of course not. It's Kwa Xiaober and Kwa Rhyming who came. I'm afraid they have good things for your husband." TSK. Looking at Xiaohua's greedy appearance, Shue Shue shook her head helplessly. Don't you have enough good things? Hee. My wife knows that there is no such thing as the most, only more. Your husband likes to have more the better. Not long after, Kwa Rhyming and Kwa Xiaober arrived together. The moment they met, Kwa Xiaober took out a few storage bags and said respectfully, "Senior Xiao, our lives were saved by Senior." Moreover, the tentacles of Gung Zhe and the 2 tiger spots were also given to us by Senior. Junior discussed with Brother Ming, and these storage bags were hidden by the 2 of us. Also, Junior used the opportunity of the banquet to make some transactions with Senior brothers and Senior sisters, exchanging for some rare items. These are all for Senior. Senior, please accept them as a token of my appreciation. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2159. Kwa Xiaober originally thought that Xiaohua would refuse. Who knew that Xiaohua would take it without hesitation and scan it with his divine sense? Nonsense, didn't he come to Blood Red Island just to get Kwa Xiaober's storage pouch? In order to gather all the demonic tools, Xiaohua almost lost his life. Senior Xiao is really frank. Kwa Xiaober didn't know what Xiaohua was thinking and secretly praised him in her heart. Sure enough, one of the storage pouches contained many demonic tools. One of them was the demonic spear shaft that Xiaohua wanted. The cracks and broken parts were very similar to the ones in the space. Moreover, the small demonic hammer that Kwa Xiaober used before was also among them. It seemed that Kwa Xiaober really took out all the things. What is this? Xiaohua naturally couldn't show his attention and looked at the other storage pouch. The storage pouch was full of miscellaneous items. One of them was an ox head token. It was also mottled with rust and was very similar to the tiger head token in the space. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua took out the token and asked, "Xiaober, what is this token?" "This? I also don't know." Seeing Xiaohua directly call her Xiaoer, Kwa Xiaoer was very happy. She glanced at Kwa Rhyming and said, "This thing was picked up by Martial Uncle in the early years when I was doing a foundation establishment trial on the Sea of Kuei. There were 2 of them, one seemed to be a pig's head? I really don't remember, so Martial Uncle casually gave me this ox head token." "Which Martial Uncle?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "If possible, can you also give his token to me?" "Oh, it's Martial Uncle Kwayu." Kwa Xiaober answered without hesitation, but she was a bit embarrassed. "I will ask Martial Uncle Kwa, but that thing is many years old. I don't know if Martial Uncle still has it. Moreover, who knows if he wants to exchange it with Senior Xiao." Xiaohua said with a smile, "You can go and ask, see what conditions he has." "Okay." Kwa Xiaober readily agreed and pointed her finger. "Senior Xiao, the things in this storage bag are all strange things that Brother Ming and I obtained in the Qianhe Sea. We don't know their uses. Even if you ask me, I don't know." As expected, it's really strange. There's actually a small finger bone here." Xiaohua smiled and put down the storage pouch. Then he looked at the other storage pouches. They were filled with sea beasts' inner cores, bones, and other things. There were even some spirit herbs from the sea. Thus, Xiaohua pointed at the storage pouch that contained devil tools and asked, "Devil tools are extremely rare in the Donrain continent. Why do you have so many of them on Bloodshine Island?" I'll teach Senior Xiao well." Kwa Xiaober laughed and said, "Seniors all cultivate Dharma spells, and this demonic artifact is extremely heavy. Without a body-tempering cultivation technique, who would use it? My Blood Ray Island uses the body-refining technique as its foundation. Naturally, we need a lot of demonic artifacts. Many cultivators who obtain demonic artifacts would bring them to the Sea City to trade with my Blood Ray Island." Looking at the storage pouch, Kwa Xiaober was somewhat reluctant to part with it and said, "Since young, I've been fond of refining tools. I've dabbled in demonic artifacts. Among them, there's a mysterious demonic artifact. In my opinion, it should be the famous weapon in the demon realm, Qiu Yinlu. However, I only have a small part of it, so I can't make a complete judgment." Then a trace of regret appeared on her face. "When I went to Haoming City this time, I encountered another spear end. Unfortunately, it was snatched by another cultivator. It's really hateful. Oh, Qiu Yinlu? Xiaohua was obviously stunned. This name was definitely unfamiliar to him before he came to the Qian He Si. But just now, when Heavenly Demon Sex Zhang Qingxiao wanted to escape from the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, she made up a lie. Wasn't it to find this Qiu Yinlu? Could it be that it was this item? Is this it? There were many demonic artifacts in the storage pouch. However, only this spear shaft was left with a damaged section. Yes, Senior Zhao's eyes are indeed as sharp as torches. Hua Qiao praised. Xiaohua originally wanted to take another demonic artifact first, and then pretend to take this damaged one as well. It could be said that he couldn't refuse but reluctantly took it. Since Hua Qiao sincerely gave it to him, Xiaohua didn't pretend and smiled. Since Qiao is so sincere, I'll accept it. Following which, Xiaohua took some of the spiritual herbs from the sea, as well as the storage pouch that was filled with strange things. He then passed the remaining items to Hua Qiao. Senior, Hua Riming was a little anxious and said, "What you took are all useless things. These are the ones that are really useful." Xiaohua pursed his lips and smiled. With a profound expression, he looked at the two with bright eyes. Qiao and Qiao brother Ming. Actually, what I take or don't take, isn't it your goodwill? I didn't save the two of you for your things. So what's the difference between taking more and taking less? Of course, I saw that Qiao had deep feelings for her brother Ming. Even if she didn't want her own life, she would still die with her brother Ming. This kind of deep affection, even the heavens and earth would be convinced. Why can't I take action? Although these things aren't of much use to me, I hope that the two of you can peacefully dual cultivate in the future and reach the gold core realm. Senior, Hua Riming's eyes were filled with tears. Hua Qiao was grateful. They really didn't expect the person in front of them to be so noble. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll go find Martial Uncle. I'll definitely find the things that Senior wants. Hua Qiao left without saying anything. Hee Qiao, don't be anxious. Xiaohua stopped her and said, "It's already late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll also stay here for a while." Okay. Hua Qiao was very obedient and asked again, "Other than that thing, what else is Senior Xiao looking for in Hua He Si? Junior wants to see what effect it has." So it's like that. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "If there are any special spirit herbs in Hua He Si, it doesn't matter what kind of spirit herb it is. As long as it's a seedling or even a seed, help me find it." Okay, Junior understands. Hua Qiao thought that Xiaohua was disrespectful and immediately patted her chest. Remember, I don't want anything that's perennial. I only want seeds or even seedlings. Xiaohua didn't forget to remind them. Yes, Hua Riming and Hua Qiao took the storage pouch and rushed out excitedly. I am just so noble. There's really no other way. Xiaohua naturally knew what the two of them were thinking. He loosened his shoulders and said helplessly, "That's right, 1,000-year-old spirit herb is really useless to Xiaohua." Chapter 2160. Although the inner cores in Hua Qiao's storage pouch were not bad, they couldn't be compared to the sea beasts Xiaohua caught in the whirlpool. Xiaohua didn't care about spirit stones, so what could they give him? Perhaps only those strange and unknown things in the Kuei He Si would be able to do so. Xiaohua threw the storage pouch into the space and placed the finger bone near the white bone in the space. Sure enough, they were one and had a faint lightning connection. Then he looked at the tiger head token and the ox head token. They were similar, but they didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations. Who knew if they were really related? As for the demonic spear shaft, Xiaohua was most concerned about, it was real. When the fragments of the demonic spear were put together, it was really a complete demonic spear. Is this the dragon silver armor? It's actually a famous weapon in the demon world. I can't see anything strange about it. Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought in confusion. Perhaps, I can see its uniqueness after I repair it. Actually, Xiaohua wanted to ask Hua Qiao about the refining method or her experience. However, since Hua Qiao didn't put the jade slip in the storage pouch, the refining method should be a secret of Blood Red Island. He didn't need to make things difficult for her. Moreover, if Xiaohua asked, wouldn't his noble image be destroyed? Forget it. I know the refining method of the 5 elements, and I also have the demonic slip from the demon world. With Qiao's annotations, how can it be worse than Blood Red Island? Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the jade slip that he had been referring to for the past few days. Early in the morning, when the sun rose, the clear light swept across Blood Red Island and dyed it red. Outside the cave where Xiaohua and Shui were resting, there were already Blood Red Island disciples waiting for them. Xiaohua opened his eyes and scanned with his divine sense. Naturally, he couldn't let them wait for too long, so he walked out of the cave with Shui. "Senior Xiao." The disciple standing in wait was a qi refining cultivator. He said respectfully, "My Blood Ray Island's island test will begin in an hour. All the martial uncles and senior brothers are preparing for it, so the island master had to ask this junior to invite senior over for the test. Please forgive us, senior." "Hee, no problem." Xiaohua suddenly understood and raised his hand. "Senior Xiao, please." The attendant disciple respectfully activated the yellow talisman and led the way in front of him, flying directly to the location of the blood-colored beach that Xiaohua had just passed when he entered the island yesterday. At this time, a lot of disciples had already gathered on the beach. Many of them were from the banquet last night. More than 10 Middle Foundation establishment stage disciples came over to chat with Xiaohua. Xiaohua also responded with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I heard that you want to exchange some things with I?" Just as Xiaohua was responding, a slightly cold voice sounded. Xiaohua turned his head and saw a slightly tall female cultivator with slightly dark skin and faint wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. Moreover, her hair was also somewhat white as she landed behind him. "Fellow Taoist? What do you want in exchange for I?" Xiaohua thought for a moment. He seemed to have seen this female cultivator last night. However, she was very far away, so he only swept his eyes over her. The female cultivator was slightly taken aback. "Weren't you the one who sent Xiaober to look for me last night?" "Oh, so Kuai-Yu is fellow Taoist." Xiaohua immediately realized. Last night, he mistook Kuai-Yu for a male cultivator, and Xiaober didn't explain. "What? Is it not me but someone else?" Kuai-Yu said unhappily. Xiaober didn't make it clear yesterday." Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This Xiao apologizes here." Kuai-Yu's face was slightly happy and she nodded. "This old one hasn't seen that token for a long time. I originally wanted to look for it again in a few days, but Xiaober sincerely requested, so this old one took a long time to find it. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua was very happy and said, "If fellow Taoist needs anything, you can tell this Xiao. If this Xiao can satisfy fellow Taoist, I will try my best to satisfy you." "No need." Kuai-Yu waved her hand and said, "You saved Xiaober, my Blood Red Island is indebted to you. How can this old one ask you for something?" "Oh, really? Thank you, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua was overjoyed. Kuai-Yu shook her head and said with a smile, "This old one didn't agree to give it to you. This old one only said that you don't need to exchange it." Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean?" Kuai-Yu pointed to the distance and said, "There is a departure realm heaven in the Ring Island trial. When you go there, the disciples of Blood Red Island must defeat one person to pass, and the person who is defeated will be eliminated. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old one will wait for fellow Taoist's arrival inside. If you win, this old one will give the token to fellow Taoist." "Departure realm heaven?" Xiaohua muttered and said, "All right, this Xiao accepts fellow Taoist Qua's challenge. But what if fellow Taoist Xiao loses?" Kuai-Yu narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiaohua with interest. "Fellow Taoist Qua, are you that confident?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Qua seems to only be at the late stage of foundation establishment, right?" "Only at the late stage of foundation establishment?" Kuai-Yu covered her mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a disciple of a large sect of thunder-controlling sect. Fellow Taoist Xiao seems to only be at the early stage of foundation establishment, right?" "Ha, that's right, this Xiao was wrong." Xiaohua laughed and looked at Kuai-Yu's hair. He patted his hand and took out a spiritual grass, saying with a smile, "If this Xiao loses, this face-retaining grass will be fellow Taoists." "Ah, face. Face-retaining grass." When Kuai-Yu heard this, she was overjoyed and almost stuttered. Is this really the face-retaining grass?" "Fellow Taoist, do you think my thunder-controlling sect's disciple would lie?" Xiaohua patted his hand and put the face-retaining grass back into his storage pouch. At this moment, Kuai-Yu's heart was filled with regret. She really didn't expect that Xiaohua would have something that all female cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent yearned for even in their dreams. Although she already had some gray hair, after taking the face-retaining grass, Not only would her appearance not change, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes would also disappear, and her gray hair would also become dark. AI, this Xiaohua is so young, yet he can be welcomed by the island master. How could he be a young cultivator? If he has the face retaining grass, it wouldn't be surprising. Kuai sighed inwardly. Her previous frosty elegance also disappeared. At this moment, Kuai Heng's figure flashed in midair. He held a dark green ocean pearl in his hand and said in a clear voice, "Disciples of the Blood-Red Island, are you ready?" Reporting to the island master, "We are ready." The disciples of the Blood-Red Island sweated in unison. "Good," Kuai Heng said with a smile. "Today is the last day of the 10-year tournament. The previous results have already been recorded in a jade slip by the elders. After the results come out today, the top 10 will be decided. These 10 disciples will not only obtain suitable magic tools, but also get a glimpse of the secret books of my Blood-Red Island. Their cultivation will definitely rise to another level." As he said this, Kuai Heng's body overflowed with brilliance. A water-blue color emerged from his hand like a fountain and poured into the ocean pearl. The ocean pearl immediately let out a wong-wong sound and trembled as it flew into the air. Swish, swish, swish. A series of wind whistled, and the water-type heaven and earth spiritual chi in the air was sucked into the ocean pearl. It gave rise to gusts of wind. After absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi for half an incense stick's time, the ocean pearl grew to half a chi in size. The dark blue color inside became even deeper. When Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, he felt as if he was about to be sucked in. Just when Xiaohua was surprised and guessing the effects of the ocean pearl, he saw Kuai Heng stretch out his hand and grab the ocean pearl. Then he spread his wings and used his hand to smash the ocean pearl onto the beach of the Blood-Red Island. With a loud pung sound, the ocean pearl smashed onto the beach. Not only did it splash up a lot of sand, but the ground under everyone's feet also shook. The sand that splashed up didn't fall down. Instead, it spread along the ocean pearl's spiritual chi and rapidly fluctuated. The ground under everyone's feet also shook more and more. Xiaohua looked up and saw that all the disciples of the Blood-Red Island were eager to give it a try. They were all staring at a place about 10 zhong in front of them. Roar! A few earth-shattering roars were heard. Plumes of smoke and dust rose from the sea of sand. A blood-red bridge, over 100 feet wide, arched out from the smoke and dust. It gradually crept forward like a spirit snake. The rainbow bridge was either winding, tall, or deep into the island. Xiaohua's divine sense chased after the rainbow bridge and shockingly discovered that this rainbow bridge circled around the entire blood-red island. Oh, so this is the island trial by fire. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Above the rainbow bridge, there were more than 10 places where the spiritual chi was obscure. His divine sense couldn't penetrate them. He was afraid that they were some checkpoints of the trial. The departure heaven that Kuai Yu mentioned earlier was probably one of them. Disciples, tomorrow morning will be the limit. When the first ray of sunlight rises, the rainbow bridge will be closed. My Blood-Red Island's once-in-a-decade competition is about to end. The first disciple to reach the end of the rainbow bridge will be the first in this island trial by fire. Kuai Heng raised his voice and said. After Kuai Heng finished speaking, he cast a spell on the transparent enchantment formed by the sea pearl. The enchantment melted like snow and flowed to the ground, connecting the beach where everyone was to the rainbow bridge. Several chi refinement disciples had long been impatient. As soon as the restriction opened, they immediately activated their flying talismans and flew toward the rainbow bridge like arrows leaving the bow. Husband, you go. I won't participate. Shue Shue said with a smile. I will wait for you at the end. Good. Xiaohua nodded. He clapped his hand and took out a jade box. He said with a smile, Wife, you don't have to be idle. Take one of these beauty-retaining grass. Your husband still doesn't know how to refine the beauty-retaining pill. Wife, please bear with it for now. Okay. Shue Shue's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when she saw Xiaohua take out the beauty-retaining grass. Now that Xiaohua gave it to her, she wasn't surprised. She reached out to take it and flew out of the beach with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao will go first. If there's a chance, we'd like to see the means of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. After waiting for the Qi Refinement disciples and Early Foundation Establishment disciples to fly away, a group of Middle Foundation Establishment and Late Foundation Establishment cultivators looked at Xiaohua with a smile and said, To be continued. Chapter 2161. Hee, there really are people who are not convinced. Xiaohua secretly laughed in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Well said, but this Xiao wants to make a bet with all of you fellow Taoists. Whoever loses will have to come out from that rare thing inside the storage bag." Haha, no problem, fellow Taoist Xiao. I hope you have enough face retaining grass. The cultivators all laughed and flew out using their magic power. Strange. How can they be so sure? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised, but he still carefully used his magic power and was the last one to get on the Rainbow Bridge. Although he was not a body-refining cultivator, he had tempered his bones for many years. Even Kwa Rhyming could not compare to him. He did not feel that these Blood Ray Island cultivators were stronger than him. Far away on the other shore of QC, many fishermen in the small fishing village had already begun to worship Xiaohua before they set out to fish. No matter how far away they were from QC, in the villages and farms of Ocean City, Cloud City, and other places, the common people of the secular world had also planted the fine seeds gifted by Xiaohua. This fine seed was clearly different from the previous rice. It was not only resistant to drought. Moreover, it matured early, and the food it produced was incomparably fragrant. Not to mention eating it after steaming. Even if it was chewed in the mouth, it would still be sweet. Many babies in the peasant families, because their mothers did not have enough milk, ate the thin porridge made from this grain since they were young. Although they were only a few months old, their small chubby bodies and sparkling eyes were not inferior to those babies of rich families. The farmers' eyes were bright, and they fought to find this fine seed everywhere. What made them gratified and surprised was that this fine seed was actually the same price as ordinary fine seeds, and there were even many places where they did not need silver. Of course, not needing silver also had a price, and this price was to remember the owner of the fine seed and be grateful to this owner from the bottom of their hearts. For the simple farmers, this was really not a big price to pay. They felt that they should be deeply grateful. So much so that when the farmers knew about this matter, when they went to get the fine seed, they had already brought a statue. Although the face was not clear, the person's name was not wrong. The 5 words Taoist Master Xiaohua were clearly written on the body of the statue. Moreover, after these farmers returned, they really did pay their respects to him, because it was the same as thanking anyone. As long as they could bring benefits to the farmers, they would sincerely thank them. Outside a mountain village in the west of Mongolia, due to the drought, many people were carrying a human-shaped statue and climbing up a steep mountain with great difficulty. It seemed like they were going to worship the statue at the top of the mountain. At this moment, a rainbow streaked across the sky from afar, and 3 cultivators landed on the peak. The one in front was a young cultivator wearing a bright red Taoist robe. Behind him were 2 elderly men. However, the 2 old men were very respectful towards this cultivator. This was because the young cultivator was at the nascent soul stage, while the 2 old men were at the mid-gold core stage and early gold core stage. "Master, you should rest here for a while," an old man said respectfully. He hurriedly took out several spirit fruits from his storage bag and handed them over respectfully as well. "Okay." The young cultivator nodded and waved his hand. A dark green praying mat appeared under the shade of the mountain peak. The cultivator floated up and landed on the praying mat. When the cultivator took a bite of the spirit fruit, he casually glanced around and saw a farmer climbing halfway up the mountain. What are these mortals doing?" The cultivator asked casually. Another cultivator scanned with his divine sense and said with a smile, "The farmers are inviting the god. Right now, this place seems to be in a drought. They are inviting the Dragon King to reign." Ha, what a bunch of ignorant idiots. The young nascent soul cultivator laughed. How can there be a Dragon King in this world? Even if there is one, it would be a pet in our hands, who can give them clouds and rain. Why are they begging the Dragon King? They might as well beg I. That's right, master. The tall and thin cultivator, who offered the spirit fruit, smiled apologetically. The people of this world are all stupid. How would they know that there are only immortals in this world and no gods? Moreover, they don't know how to beg the true immortal in front of them. Instead, they are praying to a fake god that doesn't exist. What a joke. How can these fools be compared to us cultivators? How can they distinguish right from wrong? The cultivator sneered with disdain. Just as he was about to look up, he frowned. That's not right. From what this old man knows, the dragon god that the mortals worship is the head of a python dragon. It looks exactly like the python dragon of Taiching's sect. This statue seems to be in a human shape. There seems to be writing on this statue. Taoist Shao? What kind of immortal is this Taoist Shao? Could he be a cultivator of my Meng country? Hee master. The tall and thin cultivator laughed and explained. Since it's a Taoist, it must be a nascent soul cultivator. But if it's a Taoist, then it must be a nascent soul cultivator. But if it's a Taoist, then it must be a Taoist Shao. From what this disciple sees, this Shao is a surname. Maybe that Qi refinement cultivator did something, and they remembered it. That's why they directly called him Taoist Shao. How could they know that the title Taoist is not a casual title? What Guanming said is true. That nascent soul cultivator was actually Taoist Jingru of Chongbai's sect. Also, master. Another cultivator hurriedly said, when one's cultivation reaches master's level, one can understand the nature and temper one's infant. The correct way is to enter the spirit-severing stage early and peek into the heavenly Tao. Who would have nothing to do with these fools? It must be some insignificant cultivator who forcibly made a name for himself. Taoist Jingru waved his hand and said, there's no need to pay attention to them. Guanming, the materials you collected this time are very good and will be very useful for the magic treasure I'm refining this time. Once the magic treasure is completed, Master will reward you heavily. I don't dare. It's all because Master's luck is good. This disciple was able to find it after a bit of searching. This disciple is filial to you. Master doesn't need to worry about it. Just as Hu Guanming was about to decline modestly, a series of gongs sounded and the merciful voice of Taoist Shao was heard. Master, take this disciple to drive them away. Hu Guanming saw Taoist Jingru frown and hurriedly said, no need, Master has rested enough. Let's go. Taoist Jingru waved his sleeve and covered the two of them. Suddenly, they turned into a rainbow and rushed into the sky. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. The three of them passed by a swamp and saw that there were many incense candles placed on the terraced fields on the hillsides. Regardless of gender, old or young, everyone was placed in front of the incense candles and kowtowed to the candles. The smoke from the incense and candles lingered on the hillside. Chapter 2162. Good heavens! Taoist Jingru's divine sense swept over the enshrined tablet and said in astonishment, who is this Taoist Shao? What kind of earth-shattering thing did he do? Why have I been seeing the same situation these past few days? Master, please wait a moment. Take this disciple to ask. Hu Guanfu was somewhat helpless. He really didn't want to talk to these farmers. After a while, Hu Guanfu's expression turned somewhat strange, carrying a trace of hesitation. Upon seeing this, Taoist Jingru couldn't help but be startled and said in displeasure, what's wrong? Hu Guanfu, who is this Taoist Shao? Is he that fellow Taoist I know? Or is he a spirit-severing senior? All right, Master knows. Hu Guanfu hesitated for a moment and said, this Taoist Shao is Shao Hua. It is said that he is a young cultivator. As for his specific cultivation, these fools don't know. Shao Hua? Taoist Jingru raised his eyebrows and stood up with a hu sound. He anxiously said, is it Shao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect? This disciple doesn't know. Hu Guanfu smiled apologetically and said, those farmers also don't know which sect Shao Hua comes from. However, I heard that he is a tall and thin young man. Humph. Taoist Jingru's expression changed slightly. He extended his hand and a ray of light flashed. A large hand rushed over and grabbed the three farmers from the ground and lifted them high into the sky. Immortal, save us! Immortal, save us! The three farmers were greatly alarmed and their faces were deathly pale. Taoist Jingru simply didn't listen. He grabbed one of the farmers and pressed his hand on the forehead of one of them. A blood-red light flashed on his hand, and a sinister expression appeared on the farmer's face. Taoist Jingru actually used a soul-searching technique on a secular person. In just a moment, a trace of a smile appeared on the farmer's face. The fear in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a vacant look. Humph! Taoist Jingru waved his hand as if he didn't care about the farmer's life or death. He suddenly threw the farmer down from the sky. Immortal, spare us! Immortal, spare us! The other two farmers pleaded with all their might, but Taoist Jingru didn't let them go. They didn't know how they had offended this nascent soul cultivator. Their souls were searched and thrown down from the sky for no reason. Shao Hua! It really is Shao Hua! Taoist Jingxi's face is ferocious as he roars. The last experiential learning didn't take your life, yet you still dare to come out for experiential learning. You actually dared to leave the Imperial Lightning Sect. You actually dared to come to Mongolia. It even caused such a sensation in Mongolia. You're simply looking down on this old man. Do you think I won't be able to find you if you don't go near the Changbai sect? Taoist Jingru was so angry that he was speechless. Yes, Xiaohua had taken away the Grand Universe teleportation token, taken many of his medicinal pills, and even assassinated Fan Tong. This was something that Taoist Jingru, who had always been extremely protective and narcissistic, couldn't tolerate. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had obtained these items at the Feather Immortal Assembly, so Taoist Jingru had no reason to do so. Now that Xiaohua actually ran to Meng country, how could Taoist Jingru not be angry? If you're here to gain experience, then so be it. If you're sneaking around, no one will know. You actually used the banner of the Imperial Lightning Sect's Xiaohua. Those who didn't know would still be fine, but those who knew wouldn't ridicule him? Taoist Jingru claps his hand and takes out one of the storage pouches. It's actually the storage pouch that Xiaohua gave to the Changbai sect to store the remaining medicinal pills. Taoist Jingru spits a mouthful of essence blood on it, then he continuously seals with both hands and hits the storage pouch. As the storage pouch emits a bloody brilliance, that brilliance suddenly flies up and flies in the direction of the Kueha Sea. Good, it's actually the Kueha Sea. Taoist Jingru laughs. Let the Kueha Sea be the place where you die. Taoist Jingru's figure turns into a rainbow and flies towards the bloody brilliance. A voice comes over. Hu Guanfu, you all return to the mountain for the time being. Once I kill Xiaohua, I'll return to the sect. Yes, disciple understands. Hu Guanfu looks at the other disciple. The two of them exchange a look, then their figures also fly up and return to the Changbai sect. Poor Zhong Yejing, she originally wanted to handle Xiaohua's matter beautifully and spread Xiaohua's reputation. She wanted to repay Xiaohua's great kindness, and even make up for the misunderstanding between Zhongling Mountain Village and Xiaohua. However, she didn't expect that her orders would be carried out by the secular disciples of the Zhong clan without any discount, and even doubled. The result of this completion was that Xiaohua's enemy was directly in front of Xiaohua. Poor Xiaohua, at this moment, he was only slightly shocked. He actually thought that this warning sign was the difficulty of the island trial ahead. Of course, just as Xiaohua flew onto the Rainbow Bridge, there was suddenly a huge force pressing down on him. This huge force was extremely strange. It was similar to the pressure that Xiaohua encountered before, but it was also completely different. That force seemed to be tearing in all directions at the same time, and what it was tearing was Xiaohua's body. An extremely uncomfortable feeling welled up in his heart. He didn't even know how to circulate the true essence in his meridians. I understand. Xiaohua's figure fell slightly, slowly preparing to land on the Rainbow Bridge. He thought to himself, the force on the Rainbow Bridge is tearing in all directions, giving people a kind of unbalanced feeling. It's as if a cultivator is in a kind of inverted or crooked space. If it's in a normal space, true essence will circulate in the meridians as usual. In this kind of space with an illusion, true essence might not be able to coordinate with the body. It might be stagnant, or even go into a fork in the road, and thus suffer from qi deviation. The cultivators of Blood Ray Island are all body refiners. The coordination of true essence must be combined with the tempering of the body. This is their basic homework. Fellow Taoist Xiao. At this moment, Kua Heng's voice transmission came over with a hidden smile. On this Rainbow Bridge, there are some places that you can't touch, and some places you can only walk. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can't land here. Once you land, there will be even more powerful restrictions and tests waiting for you. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He hurriedly circulated his magic power. At this moment, his feet were only a few inches away from the Rainbow Bridge. The ribbons on the Rainbow Bridge were already blurred, and there seemed to be some obscure spiritual power gradually forming. If it wasn't for Kua Heng's reminder, the restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge would have been activated. Many thanks, Island Master Kua. Xiaohua raised his voice and said, this Xiao didn't know there were so many taboos. Moreover, this Blood Ray Island's magic power has really opened this Xiao's eyes. I'm indebted to the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' praise. Kua Heng also laughed and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, go ahead. There are many interesting tests on this rainbow bridge. Fellow Taoist can give it a try. Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed loudly, and his figure slightly swayed. He had originally cultivated the Buddhist sect's great strength Vajradharma body. Even the chi-refining disciples of Blood Ray Island weren't afraid of this little thing for body refinement. So how could Xiaohua be afraid? Without using the bright thunder escape, Xiaohua urged the wind escape technique that he felt a moment ago. His figure very strangely floated up, and like a flowing cloud, he flew forward. Hiss, others didn't feel it, but Kua Hung could see Xiaohua's cultivation level. He knew that the initial restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge were somewhat strange. The stronger they were, the stronger they would be. Even if he was at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, it was impossible for him to move as fast as usual, let alone with his elegant posture. Hee, I'm afraid those few little guys will be tortured by Xiaohua. The corners of Kua Heng's mouth curled into a smile. He seemed to recall the arrogance of several late Foundation establishment disciples who came to his place to test him last night. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua had thought, he had only flown a few dozen feet when the pressure suddenly rose. If Xiaohua hadn't been prepared, or if he hadn't been able to control his true essence with ease, he would have definitely been lifted into the air by this force. Although the dozen or so chi refining disciples had flown earlier than everyone else, their feet were now facing up, and their heads were facing down. They were adjusting their sense of direction. They were adjusting their true chi. Motherfucker, I'm afraid this force can change at any time. Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Otherwise, these Blood Red Island disciples who know the inside out about the trial by fire would all be caught. In the following several hundred zhang distance, that indescribable force suddenly moved up and down, suddenly to the left and suddenly to the right. At one point, it was even extremely restrained, as if a large hand was grabbing onto Xiaohua. The true essence in his body was extremely difficult to circulate, and his figure was also falling down. At this moment, several Foundation establishment disciples fell below Xiaohua. These disciples' feet were firmly stuck on the Rainbow Bridge. No matter how they urged their magic power, they were unable to free themselves from the Rainbow Bridge. It seemed that one of them had already rolled up his Taoist robe, revealing his thick arms. That arm's bowl-like fist was precisely hitting the restriction below his feet. However, when Xiaohua flew past this section, suddenly another unparalleled force descended from the sky, imprisoning Xiaohua's entire body. His true essence also stagnated, and he was simply unable to mobilize his magic power. Xiaohua's body couldn't help but fall down. How can this be? Xiaohua thought of the embarrassment of those Foundation establishment disciples just now, and he was shocked. Others could make a fool of themselves, but he couldn't. That was the face of the Imperial Thunder sect, making others laugh. Rise! Xiaohua's body slightly slid forward. He didn't rely on magic power, but pure flowing cloud movement technique, and even some ethereal steps techniques. Borrowing this moment of respite, Xiaohua shook his arms. A blood-red brilliance flashed around his body, and one could almost hear bang-bang-bang sounds. Many of the restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge were actually broken by him. The true essence in his meridians could circulate, and Xiaohua's flying technique could be used. Humph, you want to use restrictions to imprison this young master? Dream on. Xiaohua was secretly pleased. His body swayed again, and incomparably dashed across the Rainbow Bridge. Very quickly, he turned a corner. However, when he turned the corner, he was once again stupefied in midair. Below his feet, on the Rainbow Bridge that was roughly several hundred zhang in front of him, there was a black mass of people moving about. It was precisely all of the Blood Ray Island disciples who had landed on the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, the Rainbow Bridge had already transformed into a towering mountain path, and everyone was doing their best to climb. To be continued. Chapter 2163. Damn it! I didn't make a mistake. Xiaohua almost stretched out a small hand from his throat. No wonder Kua Hung said just now that there are some places that can't be landed, and some places that must be landed. This place is a place that tests the strength of the physical body. Humph. Xiaohua hardened his heart. Since this young master is already flying, I might as well not land. I'll directly fly to a high place in front and show them my power. While thinking, Xiaohua urged his magic power. Although his figure wasn't as graceful as before, it was more or less the same as an ordinary cultivator's flying technique. He flew over the heads of a group of Blood Ray Island disciples and flew to a high place on the Rainbow Bridge. "Io, someone can fly? Which senior brother is this?" Immediately, someone clamored. To be honest, they already knew that one couldn't fly in this place. All magic power was restricted, and only the physical body could be controlled. Perhaps some people had tried before but failed. Now that they saw someone actually fly over, how could they not be surprised? Good, as expected of a thunder-controlling sect disciple. He's really different. The disciple who recognized Xiaohua panted as he ran and climbed while looking up at the sky and sighing with emotion. Hee. Xiaohua's little tail gradually rose up. However, after he flew for nearly 3 minutes, below him were several late-stage Foundation establishment disciples. Xiaohua originally wanted to see their envious gazes, but one of them actually had some ridicule in his eyes. Strange, is there something wrong? Xiaohua immediately became suspicious and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, this place naturally also restricted divine sense. Without waiting for his divine sense to leave his body, a powerful hurricane descended from the sky and blew toward Xiaohua, wanting to blow him straight out of the Rainbow Bridge. I say, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why can't you even give me a chance to steal a trick? If it was someone else, this hurricane would probably blow them away in one breath. However, Xiaohua had just learned the flowing cloud movement technique, which was the wind escape technique. This wind was admittedly powerful, but it was precisely what Xiaohua wanted. Xiaohua controlled his body to descend while flying forward. When he landed steadily, he had already landed in front of everyone. It can also be like this. The few late-stage Foundation establishment disciples in front were somewhat stupefied. Even in their dreams, they didn't think that this punishment technique would actually send Xiaohua flying so far. I'll run. Xiaohua landed on the ground and laughed heartily. As his feet glided, he dashed towards the top of the Rainbow Bridge. His figure was precisely ethereal steps. The Rainbow Bridge was still under their feet. Stepping on it was no different from stepping on a beach. It seemed like there was sand around their feet, making it difficult to walk, let alone walk up. The group of Foundation establishment and aura refining disciples were like ordinary farmers climbing a mountain. Their foreheads were covered in sweat as they climbed with great difficulty. Unlike the disciples of Scarlet Island, the tall and skinny lad who was leading the group was actually walking in an indescribable pace. His waist was slightly swaying, and he seemed to have a rhythm to his movements. It looked like it was still rather easy. Xiaohua? How interesting. Heng could naturally see everything that was happening on the Rainbow Bridge. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile while feeling surprised. After passing the peak of the Rainbow Bridge, there was another stretch of slow road. Xiaohua saw that the restriction on his body had disappeared and hesitated. He didn't know if he should use his magic power to fly or continue using the ethereal steps. Fellow Taoist Xiao, good luck. At this moment, a burly disciple of Scarlet Island caught up from behind. Without any hesitation, he activated his magic power and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Prung! It was as if he had broken through a restriction. With a flash of brilliance, the fatty disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what's going on now? Xiaohua looked at the empty Rainbow Bridge in front of him in a daze. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you hurry over? Immediately after, several late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators also caught up, and one of them asked curiously, if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't want to go, we'll go first. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, the two people behind him hurriedly activated their magic power and rushed towards the restriction. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, hurry up and go. Use your fastest speed to rush towards the restriction. The cultivator who reminded him earlier didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, the greater the impact, the further the distance the restriction will teleport. Moreover, the quota is limited. He saw that the disciple had also disappeared. Xiaohua no longer hesitated. He activated his magic power and used the bright thunder escape. With a boom, he rushed into the restriction. Rumble! A series of rumbling sounds came from the Rainbow Bridge, and the entire bridge shook slightly. A few of the Scarlet Island disciples who were climbing the peak actually lost their balance and fell down with a few plop sounds. It didn't matter if they sat down, but they saw a red brilliance flash above the Rainbow Bridge. Their bodies were completely submerged by the Rainbow Bridge as if they had fallen into the sea, gradually leaking out from under the Rainbow Bridge. Who is so shameless to do such a thing? Several Scarlet Island disciples who were eliminated shouted in exasperation. Imperial Thunder Sect is indeed the Imperial Thunder Sect. Kwa Hang sighed and shook his head slightly. Fortunately, I didn't listen to the instigation of those little bastards. They wanted me to personally go down and compete with this guy. They were simply looking for their own humiliation. This flying technique is my shortcoming. Compared to this guy, I'm afraid I'm not even fit to carry his shoes. However, I heard from Kwa Xiaober that Xiaohua is a cultivator with a benevolent heart. Moreover, he has a request for my Scarlet Island. Yes, he can even bring great benefits to my Scarlet Island. Kwa Hang thought inwardly. Unfortunately, Kwa Xiaober and Rhyming have already made a heart oath. They can't speak blindly. They can only remind me to treat Xiaohua well. Moreover, they also vaguely warned me not to provoke him. Look at Xiaohua again. Today, he participated in some island trial for no reason. Isn't it just to give me a warning? Hee, how many years have I lived? How can I not see through this? However, what good things can Xiaohua have to make my Scarlet Island happy? Sigh, Xiaohua actually charged into the huge stone array. This guy, how fast is his flying speed? This huge stone array. If one doesn't have the strength of a late gold core realm, it's impossible to pass through the restriction. This is bad. This late gold core realm strength is only for my Scarlet Island disciples. He is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, this huge stone array is hidden within the Rainbow Bridge. Even I can't control it unless I interrupt the entire trial. This is bad. This is bad. This Imperial Thunder Sect disciple will be smashed into a meat patty. I'm in trouble. Kwa Hang muttered. His expression changed rapidly. His figure flew, and he rapidly flew toward the opposite side of Scarlet Island. As for Xiaohua, he felt a sudden pressure on his body. Traces of black and white light flashed before his eyes. Xiaohua knew that what the Scarlet Island disciple said was true. He was indeed transported. Chapter 2164. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Without waiting for Xiaohua to open his eyes, an extremely cryptic fluctuation came over. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and was immediately shocked. An absurd feeling welled up in his heart. At this moment, Xiaohua was in a vast starry sky. In front of him were many planets that were constantly revolving. The trajectory was very obvious. It was extremely chaotic. The loud sound just now was the sound of two planets colliding with each other in the distance. Xiaohua's divine sense could not scan the end of the starry sky, but he was complaining in his heart. Damn it, this starry sky is definitely not a real starry sky. This bloody red island can't have such a powerful transmission array. But how can there be so many ancient ruins on the islands overseas? Meng country, it's really a strange place. While he was thinking about this, a fierce howl of the wind resounded from behind Xiaohua. Besides that, the howl of the wind was accompanied by a shackling force that enveloped the space in an area of 300 m around Xiaohua. Damn it, did I make a mistake? Why is it a shackling force again? Xiaohua really hated the shackling force that appeared from time to time on Bloody Red Island. It restricted all true essence, leaving no trace of magic power in his body. Everything had to rely on his physical body. Since he was a cultivator, he must have the awareness of a cultivator. If he relied on his physical body, he would be a boorish man. Naturally, this shackling force also blocked Xiaohua's divine sense. At this moment, Xiaohua could only rely on his physical strength. It's just a trial for Bloody Red Island disciples. I don't believe that I would be afraid of this. Xiaohua suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand, holding the devil hammer in his hand. Behind Xiaohua, a meteor streaked across the night sky, rushing toward Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua's face was calm, his heart was also nervous. After all, this was a starry sky. If a meteor really came, how could he catch it? Fortunately, the power of the meteor was swift and fierce, and the wind was already blowing against Xiaohua's face, almost suffocating him. In Xiaohua's field of vision, the meteor was not as big as he imagined. It was only a few zhang in size. This kind of huge rock, even if it came from afar, Xiaohua was confident that he could still fight it. Go! Xiaohua didn't dare to stay in place and wait for the meteor to fly over. He quickly rushed forward, raised his devil hammer, and smashed it in the direction of the meteor. Boom! Xiaohua's ears vibrated with ringing. A wave of pain came from Xiaohua's arm that was holding the devil hammer. Xiaohua himself was shaken and sent flying. That meteor was actually shattered by Xiaohua. Ha ha ha. After the soreness in his arm subsided, a refreshing feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. No matter how many meteors there are, let them all fall. Even if it's a meteor shower, I will smash it flat. Xiaohua's arrogant voice reverberated through the starry sky. As if he had hit the nail on the head, the two planets around him suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance and flew towards Xiaohua like moths to a flame. Boom! Boom! Although the two meteors fell at the same time, they were still smashed apart by Xiaohua without delay. This array seems to have an extremely great effect on refining the body. Needless to say, Xiaohua's arm became even more sore and numb. But after the numbness, a comfortable feeling once again spread throughout his body. Xiaohua somewhat felt that his body had a slight improvement. Great! Knowing that the starry sky had such an effect, Xiaohua's spirit was greatly shaken. He waved his devil hammer and waited in the sky again. Just as Xiaohua expected, after the two meteors, another 3 meteors came. They emitted a sharp sound of wind as they attacked Xiaohua from 3 directions. Naturally, the size of these 3 meteors was slightly larger than the previous one. Although Xiaohua didn't have any magic power at this time, he still had the ethereal steps and the Big Dipper divine fist. Dealing with these meteors wasn't a problem. Once the number of meteors reached 6, Xiaohua would be unable to deal with them by relying on the devil hammer alone. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to take out the Great Wisdom Sword. He used the Heavenly Staff technique to deal with the 7 meteors that were pouncing towards Xiaohua from all directions. The meteors in the starry sky were quite ingenious. Although 7 or 8 huge meteors smashed towards the small Xiaohua at the same time, there was an extremely subtle gap between them. Not only did they smash at different angles, but when they got close, they absolutely wouldn't touch each other. When Xiaohua waved the Heavenly Staff technique, he couldn't stop one strike after another for even a moment. This was because as long as there was a slight pause, the following meteors would immediately smash into his body. When there were 24 meteors in a group, Xiaohua finished smashing the first 22 meteors. A wave of exhaustion suddenly came from his body. This was something that Xiaohua had never felt before. This is bad. Xiaohua secretly complained in his heart. He knew that as long as he finished smashing the 24 meteors in a group, the comfortable feeling afterwards would immediately drive away this feeling of exhaustion. Or perhaps he could also rely on the flow of the Big Dipper divine fist to eliminate this exhaustion. However, the left and right meteors were right in front of him. Where would he find the free time? Just at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He slightly closed his eyes, and the Heart Sutra of the Wind Escape technique flowed. He comprehended the 2 incoming boulders from the left and right at the same time. As the corner of Xiaohua's mouth faintly rose, he very confidently raised his hands slightly and raised the Great Wisdom Sword horizontally. With a loud bang, the 2 meteors smashed into the 2 ends of the Great Wisdom Sword at almost the same time. The 2 boulders shattered at the same time. Xiaohua didn't use the slightest bit of strength. However, the comfortable feeling of Xiaohua's qi wings also didn't appear at the same time. Just when Xiaohua wanted to use the Big Dipper divine fist, he saw the 2 shattered boulders suddenly swirl up in the air, separately forming 2 vortexes that enveloped Xiaohua. Ouch! Xiaohua stared blankly. Just when he was about to dodge, he saw the 2 vortexes faintly flickering with black and white brilliance. It was the legendary array that was about to activate. Thus, Xiaohua didn't resist anymore, allowing the vortexes of shattered rocks to envelop him. After the brilliance flashed, Xiaohua's figure disappeared from this space, and the hundreds of boulders that had previously disappeared gradually flashed again. Good. Just when Xiaohua's figure appeared on the Rainbow Bridge, Kuahang's praise rang in his ears. Xiaohua composed himself and saw Kuahang standing outside the Rainbow Bridge, looking at him with a kind of admiration on his face. Fellow Taoist praise. Xiaohua complained as soon as they met. Why does this Rainbow Bridge sound have so many taboos? Why didn't you tell me in advance? You made this Xiaohua very embarrassed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you really hid your strength well. Kuahang simply ignored Xiaohua's complaints, his eyes flashing with a strange light as he said, My blood-red island's boulder array hasn't been broken in for thousands of years, no. It should be for tens of thousands of years. I remember in the ancient records that the last person who entered was a late gold core stage senior, whose cultivation was extremely close to the nascent soul stage. Ah, Xiaohua stared blankly. He didn't expect that just by casually flying, he would cause such a big trouble. Hee, fellow Taoist praise is a bit exaggerated. Xiaohua laughed mischievously and said, just now, weren't there a few late Foundation establishment disciples who were transported together with this Xiao? Could it be that they didn't enter this boulder array? My praise isn't exaggerated at all. Kuaheng laughed and said, the restrictions that were taken out just now were to test the degree of body tempering of my Blood Red Island's disciples. Whoever can fly with the greatest weight can be transported into the corresponding array. This array has the Yellow Wind Array, Invisible Rain Array, Open Fire Array, Flying Snow Array, Fine Metal Array, and Boulder Array. If every disciple who enters the array can pass the test of the array, not only can they obtain certain benefits from the array, they can also be transported across the Rainbow Bridge according to the power of the array. Among them, the Yellow Wind Array, Invisible Rain Array, and Open Fire Array are open arrays, while the other three are hidden arrays. Without the cultivation of Gold Core Stage and above, it is impossible to enter. Those little brats probably learned some tricks and know that as long as they fly fast, their speed increases and the weight of the impact on the restrictions will also increase. That's why they tried their best to fly. With their cultivation, at most, they can enter the Invisible Rain Array. I'm afraid that they can't even enter the Open Fire Array. This old man didn't expect that fellow Taoist Xiao could actually enter the Boulder Array directly. Kuaheng said with interest, that Boulder Array is something that even this old man didn't have the chance to enter. What benefits did fellow Taoist Xiao get inside? How many boulders did you dodge? Dodged? Xiaohua was taken aback. He rolled his eyes and didn't answer Kuaheng's question. Instead, he asked curiously, since fellow Taoist Kua knows that I can enter the Boulder Array, you naturally have the ability to control the Rainbow Bridge. Furthermore, the Ocean Pearl. Ha ha ha. When Kuaheng saw that Xiaohua was being careful, he explained, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. The Rainbow Bridge isn't just a training ground for my Blood Ray Island's disciples. It is also a powerful method for my Blood Ray Island to defend against enemies. The Ocean Pearl is this old man's artifact, and it is also an artifact passed down by the previous island lords. This old man can control the Ocean Pearl to bring out the Rainbow Bridge, and I can sense the movements within the Rainbow Bridge. However, as for the Boulder Array, this old man doesn't know where the hidden array is located. Oh, I see. Seeing that the array was related to Blood Ray Island's secrets, Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions and was about to fly up again. However, Kuaheng persevered and asked, fellow Taoist Xiao, you haven't told this old man how many boulders did you dodge? Hee, fellow Taoist Kua, can you tell me how many boulders did you dodge? Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to answer Kuaheng's question. Kuaheng rolled his eyes and hesitated for a moment before replying. I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. I heard that a certain senior shattered 17 boulders and dodged 18 boulders. I'm ashamed. Xiaohua's face was flushed with shame. He cupped his hands and said, compared to senior, this Xiao is still far inferior. This Xiao only shattered 10-14 boulders. I had just dodged the 15th boulder when I was sent out. Oh, even though Kuaheng's expression was calm, his heart was in turmoil. When he explained the situation in detail, he had already increased the number of boulders. In reality, it was 12 boulders. However, he still didn't expect that Xiaohua was more powerful than he had expected. Chapter 2165. This was because according to the records, Blood Ray Island's Qi refinement disciples were considered to have passed the test by passing 3 layers of boulders. Passing 6 layers of boulders was considered to have passed the Foundation establishment stage. Passing 9 layers of boulders was considered to have passed the body tempering stage of the Golden Core realm. However, he didn't expect Xiaohua to actually shatter 14 boulders. In other words, Xiaohua's body refining technique was even more powerful than that late-stage Golden Core Realm senior who was about to conceive a nascent soul. Kuaheng knew that Xiaohua could only say less and absolutely not more about the numbers Xiaohua mentioned. This guy, with such a body refining technique, why did he come to my Blood Red Island? Kuaheng was even more curious. But seeing Xiaohua looking at the front of the Rainbow Bridge and about to fly again, Kuaheng couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Taoist Xiao, what's wrong? You still want to continue the trial? My Blood Red Island's trial is body refining technique and magic. Fellow Taoist's body refining technique is so powerful, not to mention your magic power. Why do you still need to participate in the trial? Kua Heng curled his lips in his heart. You've already shown your strength, and I also know. What's the point of continuing the trial? Oh, Xiaohua laughed. There's a fellow Taoist called Kua Yu on your island. He invited me to a battle in Departure Realm Heaven. I can't not go. Ha ha, Kua Heng laughed. Departure Realm Heaven is in the middle of the Rainbow Bridge. Fellow Taoist Xiao has already crossed 80% of the bridge. How can you return? Besides, Kua Yu chose Departure Realm Heaven because he wanted to use the illusion to confine his magic power and divine sense. He could only rely on his physical strength to fight. His plan. I'm afraid he's also part of fellow Taoist Zhao's plan, right? I can't go back? Xiaohua was stunned. He turned around and flew back. Who would have thought that just as he flew one zhang, a huge force blocked his front, preventing him from retreating. This huge force was completely different from before. It was extremely powerful and couldn't be broken by relying on his physical body alone. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't need to try anymore. Kua Heng laughed. After crossing half of the Rainbow Bridge, you can't go back unless fellow Taoist Zhao's magic power surpasses nascent soul. That's just one realm higher than me. Hee, so that's how it is. Xiaohua laughed mischievously and said, in that case, the disciple closest to this Xiao. Kua Heng nodded and said, yes, we just passed through the leaving realm heaven and reached the halfway point of the Rainbow Bridge. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't have to bother with them. Come, fellow Taoist Xiao, we will wait at the end. This old man wants to know why fellow Taoist Xiao is looking for the Sunset Island. Oh my, could it be that? Fellow Taoist Kua knows where the Sunset Island is? Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. That's right. Kua Heng nodded and said, I'm afraid I'm the only one who knows about this in QC. Actually, this old man is also surprised. Where did fellow Taoist Xiao learn of the setting sun island? Now that Xiaohua had shown his strength, he didn't stay on the Rainbow Bridge to train. Instead, he flew out of the Rainbow Bridge and followed Kua Heng to the end of the Rainbow Bridge. Landing in front of a cave, Kua Heng looked at Xiaohua and said, yesterday, Xiaober told this old man that fellow Taoist Xiao is looking for the Sunset Island. This old man was very surprised. The Sunset Island has been there for hundreds of thousands of years. Maybe even millions of years. No one mentioned it. Why did fellow Taoists suddenly look for the Sunset Island? Hundreds of thousands of years? Xiaohua was stunned. What's wrong with the Sunset Island? Fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't answered this old man's question, right? Kua Heng didn't answer but asked instead. Xiaohua nodded and said, this old man got some information from the city lord of Haoming City. This old man is looking for a kind of cultivation technique, which can only be found on the Sunset Island. So, Haoming City? Kua Heng seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he stared at Xiaohua and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, what kind of cultivation technique do you need? Fellow Taoist Kua, you only need to tell this old man where the Sunset Island is. Why do you need to know what cultivation technique this old man is looking for? Xiaohua said hesitantly. Actually, Kua Heng hesitated for a moment and said, actually, the Bloody Red Island is the Sunset Island. Well, you can't say it like that. However, fellow Taoist Xiao, just think of the Bloody Red Island as the Sunset Island. Xiaohua was even more shocked, but he immediately understood. Of course, the Bloody Red Island was built on the body refining technique. Every male disciple had extraordinary strength. Wasn't that the effect of bone tempering? If it was purely for the body refining technique, why would the male disciples have such a high level of cultivation? He really couldn't see the tall mountain for a leaf. Good, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, since fellow Taoist Kua is so frank, then this old man won't hide it. This old man is looking for the Sunset Island's body refining technique. Strange. Kua Heng laughed and pointed at Xiaohua, saying, fellow Taoist Zhao's body refining technique is actually more profound than this old man's. This old man doesn't think that my Bloody Red Island's body refining technique can be of any help to fellow Taoist Xiao. Alas, actually, only now did Xiaohua realize that he had been led astray by Kua Heng. He smiled bitterly and said, this old man was wrong just now. This old man actually wants the Sunset Island's bone tempering technique. Bone tempering technique? Kua Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Why does fellow Taoist Xiao want the bone tempering technique? This old man cultivates the lightning evasion technique of my Imperial Thunder sect, and it needs the help of external forces to temper my bones. Otherwise, the lightning evasion technique can't reach great success. Xiaohua said without hesitation. This old man also thought of many ways. Later, I got the news of the Sunset Island from Haoming City's Yaohongzhen. Only then did I come all the way here. This old man didn't expect that Kwa Qiaober and Kwa Rhyming were both descendants of the Sunset Island. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Xiao, the bone tempering technique is a secret technique of my bloody red island. Kwa Hang sighed and said, however, this bone tempering technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. If you only cultivate the bone tempering technique, you can't reach great success. Therefore, my ancestor combined the bone tempering technique with the help of other body tempering techniques. Only then could the bone tempering technique of my bloody red island have some success. However, look at my physique and the other male cultivators of my bloody red island. These are the drawbacks of cultivating the bone tempering technique and the body tempering technique. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you think this bone tempering technique will have an effect on your lightning evasion technique? Yes, Xiaohua nodded without hesitation. Kwa Hang thought for a moment and said, this old man already understands your intention. Then what will you use to exchange with this old man? From what Xiaober said, you have something that this old man urgently needs. However, this old man can't think of anything after thinking about it for a long time. With a smile on his face, Xiaohua suddenly flicked his big sleeve and covered Kwa Hang from top to bottom. A kind of confining force was generated from his big sleeve, which was extremely similar to the one on the Rainbow Bridge. All of a sudden, all of Kwa Hang's magic power was confined. Whirled in the sleeve. Kwa Hang was suddenly startled. Soon after, he was wild with joy. At the same time, the red brilliance around his body flashed extremely quickly, and the big sleeve of his Taoist robe was also raised. Chapter 2166. Unfortunately, under Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve technique, Kwa Hang's Taoist robe was like a broken bag that couldn't be opened. The heaven and earth sleeve technique that Kwa Hang was usually proud of actually didn't work. Just as Kwa Hang's expression slightly changed, Xiaohua swung his sleeve, and that restrictive force immediately dissipated as if it had never appeared and was withdrawn into Xiaohua's sleeve. So that's how it is. Kwa Hang clapped his hands and said, this old man was wondering what could make this old man submit. It turns out that fellow Taoist Xiao obtained the complete heaven and earth sleeve technique of my blood red island. Fellow Taoist Kwa, you're wrong. Xiaohua shook his head and said, this old man also copied a jade slip in the Imperial Thunder sect. This heaven and earth sleeve technique doesn't completely belong to blood red island anymore. Kwa Hang's expression was somewhat uncertain. After pondering for a moment, he sighed and said, presumably, Xiaober has already told fellow Taoist Xiao that the heaven and earth sleeve technique of my blood red island is already incomplete. Yes, that's right. Xiaohua also secretly nodded and answered. All right. Kwa Hang said again, this old man won't talk about the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Since fellow Taoist Xiao has already copied a copy in the Imperial Thunder sect, presumably, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect will also practice it in the future. As for the bone tempering technique, fellow Taoist Xiao definitely can't leave a copy in your sect. Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed and said with a smile, not only the bone tempering technique, but also the heaven and earth sleeve technique. This old man can also promise that only the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect's myriad Thunder Valley can practice it. Great. Although Kwa Hang said it was great, he was really bitter in his heart. Of course, this old man took the thing that he lost and wanted his own thing, but he couldn't refuse. Firstly, this old man had already left a copy of the thing that he lost, so it was meaningless for him to keep this old man here. Secondly, he didn't have the confidence to keep this old man here. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please keep this matter a secret for this old man. You can't let the disciples of Blood Red Island know about it. Kwa Hang clapped his hands and took out a slightly larger jade slip and said, bone tempering technique is only the foundation of another technique of Blood Red Island that has been completely lost. But now it has already become a secret technique, unique technique of Blood Red Island. If this disciple finds out that this old man has leaked the information, I'm afraid he won't let it go. Fellow Taoist Kwa, you traded an insignificant instance for the complete jade slip of Blood Ray Island's long-lost universe within sleeve. In that case, Fellow Taoist praising is a meritorious service to Blood Ray Island. Who would spout nonsense? Xiaohua already knew from Kwa Qiao how important this world and sleeve was to Scarlet Island. Naturally, he ignored Kwa Heng's nonsense. He took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. After a short moment, a smile appeared on the corners of Xiaohua's mouth. He clapped his hands and took out a jade slip as well, and then he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Kwa, please take a look." Kwa Heng's hands trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. He took the jade slip and hurriedly checked it. After a long while, Kwa Heng let out a long sigh. He put the jade slip into his storage bag and said, "I've finally completed the sleeve cosmos technique. I've fulfilled the wishes of several generations of island masters." As he spoke, he bowed towards Xiaohua and said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." "Ha, no need, no need." Xiaohua hurriedly supported Kwa Heng. "I also want to thank, however," before Xiaohua could finish speaking, another burst of indescribable palpitations surged into his heart. It interrupted Xiaohua's words. "My goodness, what is it now?" Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked towards the Rainbow Bridge. "Oh, a late-stage Foundation establishment disciple has already come out." Kwa Heng's heart was extremely refreshed. He pointed at the pitch-black hole and said, "That's not right. When I entered the Rainbow Bridge just now, I felt some palpitation. I thought the Rainbow Bridge's restrictions were somewhat powerful." Xiaohua thought to himself, "Now that I've already come out of the Rainbow Bridge, why do I still feel palpitation? This feeling should be coming from the hand of karma. It has nothing to do with the Buddha's Saraira. Could it be that there's some karma entangling me? Fellow Taoist Xiao, how can you go back on your word?" A loud and clear voice was heard. "I waited for you in the departure heaven for a long time. I didn't expect you to leave the trials so early. In that case, your youth-retaining grass should have lost to eye." When Xiaohua raised his eyes, he saw that it was Kuai-yu. He was somewhat angrily shouting at him. "Kuai-yu, don't be rude to fellow Taoist Xiao." Kwa Heng scolded. Fellow Taoist Xiao came out of the huge stone array. According to the rules of the previous trial, the first place of this trial belongs to him. Fellow Taoist Xiao felt that he was an outsider and didn't want to compete with you. That's why he came here to talk to this old man first. "Tell me, if he went to the departure heaven, would you be his opponent? Moreover, even if he didn't go to the departure heaven, could you be considered to have won?" "Ah? Huge stone array? Is it the legendary huge stone array hidden in the Rainbow Bridge?" Not only was Kuai-yu shocked, but the other late-stage Foundation establishment disciples were also incomparably astonished. "Would this old man lie to you?" Kwa Heng said with a smile. "Alas, that's right." Kuai-yu sighed and hung his head dejectedly. Fellow Taoist Xiao passed through the departure heaven first. This servant has already lost. This token is fellow Taoist Xiao's. As he said that, Kuai-yu patted his storage bag and gave a pig-headed token to Xiaohua. "What is this?" Kwa Heng obviously saw it for the first time. "This disciple also doesn't know. I just picked it up in the sea a long time ago." Kuai-yu said helplessly. "Don't look at this Xiao. This Xiao also doesn't know. This Xiao just thought it was fun." Xiaohua took the token and hurriedly waved his hand. But how could Kwa Heng believe him? "This youth-retaining grass is for fellow Taoist Kwa." Xiaohua generously gave the youth-retaining grass to Kuai-yu. "Really? In that case, many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." Kuai-yu was even more overjoyed and reached out to take the youth-retaining grass. Just when everyone was a bit envious, roar, an earth-shaking clear sound rang out, as if tens of thousands of bulls were roaring. The entire Scarlet Island was shaken. This sound was extremely similar to the sound Xiaohua heard when the Great Flag Reef sunk into the Great Flag Reef. "This is bad." Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He knew that the warning in his heart just now was probably the heavenly might triggered by this sound. Thus, without hesitation, he immediately flew up and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Kwa, I'm afraid this Scarlet Island is about to sink." Previously, this was the situation that Xiaob and I encountered on the Great Flag Reef. "Quickly gather the disciples and escape." Immediately after, Xiaohua sent out his divine sense and transmitted it to Xue Xue. Sure enough, before the sound disappeared from their ears, the Scarlet Island was greatly shaken. It was almost visible to the naked eye. "Withdraw." Seeing such a situation, how could Kwa Heng dare to hesitate? His figure quickly flew up, and he unceasingly struck the pitch-black hole on the Rainbow Bridge in front of him with magic seals. A blood-colored halo was repeatedly emitted from the hole, and like flowing water, it quickly circled around the entire Rainbow Bridge. All the disciples training in the Rainbow Bridge revealed their bodies in an extremely terrifying manner. Kwa Qiaober and Kwa Riming's faces were even more ashen. No one knew the power of heaven and earth better than them. Rise, just when Kwa Heng stretched out his hand, like an eagle's claw, to grab the sea pearl from the disappearing Rainbow Bridge. Suddenly, in the direction of the setting sun outside the Scarlet Island, the sea surface within a range of several dozen li abruptly surged like boiling water. At this moment, the Scarlet Island was unexpectedly calm. An incomparably pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth overflowed from the sea surface. Along with the sea breeze, it blew to the Scarlet Island. Xiaohua was originally looking for Xue Xue. Just as he was about to flee, he smelled something fresh from his nose and mouth. He immediately operated his cultivation method, and he felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was actually several times more than usual. He was slightly stunned. Buzz buzz, like thousands of wasps flapping their wings, it was emitted from the bottom of the sea to the west of the Scarlet Island. Quickly look. Sword ruler fish beast. A sharp-eyed disciple was the first to see the sea beast in the surging sea foam. Before his voice fell, many strange sea beast corpses gushed out from the sea foam. Strange. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out again. Unfortunately, the several dozen li of sea area seemed to be confined, and his divine sense couldn't explore at all. It was the same as the sinking of the Great Flag Reef. It was just that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being absorbed that day. But now, it was actually gushing out. No way, the Great Flag Reef was brought here? Xiaohua looked at Xue Xue in astonishment. Xue Xue was naturally also very surprised. Don't worry. Don't search for the sea beasts. Kwa Heng saw that some disciples were eager to give it a try and immediately warned. Then, Kwa Heng patted the sea pearl again, and several blood-red flames flew out, hitting various parts of the Scarlet Island. With a wave of spiritual energy, the Scarlet Island's defensive array was activated to the extreme. Everyone stood in the air above the Scarlet Island, quietly looking at the vast sea area in the west. The corpses of various sea beasts were scattered all over, and in the surging waves, it was like a pot of meat soup. Another 5 minutes passed, and a smear of blood red rippled in the entire several dozen li of sea area. Reflecting the setting sun, it was incomparably bloody. Ah, sunset! Sunset Island! Kwa Heng was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth and couldn't help but groan. What? Sunset Island? Xiaohua wasn't far from Kwa Heng, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't the Scarlet Island Sunset Island? No, Kwa Heng said that the Scarlet Island can be called Sunset Island. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, that blood-red color came from under the sea. It was actually a piece of land. Following a loud buzzing sound, a piece of land that was several dozen li darker than the Scarlet Island rose from under the sea. It was to the west of the Scarlet Island, in the direction of the setting sun. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, that vibration gradually stopped. Only then did the rising Sunset Island stop. At this time, Xiaohua could already see clearly that the entire Sunset Island was in the shape of a huge oval. Most of it bulged above the sea surface, and it was really similar to the setting sun on the horizon with a small part of it falling below the sea surface. Wasn't this Sunset Island? Things didn't end here. After the sound stopped, a blood-red brilliance flashed on the Sunset Island, and strands after strands, like a string of fireworks, came toward the Scarlet Island. Chapter 2167. Wu, a whimper, which seemed to be from the formation of Blood-Red Island, also emitted a blood-red brilliance. Not only did it resonate with the brilliance of Sunset Island, but it also flowed in the direction of Sunset Island. Fellow Taoist Shao, help me. Suddenly, Kwa Heng hurriedly shouted. Ah, what's wrong? Xiaohua heard the voice and looked over. He saw the ocean pearl in Kwa Heng's hand overflowing with red light and growing bigger and bigger. Kwa Heng urged his magic power to control it, but the ocean pearl actually showed signs of flying away. Kwa Heng's magic power surged. Obviously, he had pushed his true essence to the extreme. Damn it, you're a golden core cultivator. Xiaohua cursed in his heart. However, since he was here, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly flew over and waved his big sleeve. The heaven and earth sleeve technique suddenly covered the ocean pearl. Xiaohua was indeed smart. The heaven and earth sleeve technique was really the technique to control the ocean pearl. Wherever Xiao Hua's magic power went, the ocean pearl's brilliance flickered slightly. Then, like an obedient child, it slowly shrank. Xiao Hua suddenly had a feeling that if he used the heaven and earth sleeve technique a little more, he could take the ocean pearl from Kua Hang's hands. Xiao Hua's brows swept. Sure enough, Kua Hang's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were slightly trembling. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and shrank his magic power by half. He laughed. Fellow Taoist Kua, you're testing me. Kua Hang's eyes suddenly opened. His other sleeve also covered the ocean pearl. His expression calmed down and he forced a smile. Right now, I'm afraid only fellow Taoist Xiao can help me in the entire Blood Red Island. If not for fellow Taoist Zhao's help, this Blood Red Island. Hee. Kua Hang didn't say much. He urged his magic power and took the ocean pearl into his hand. Xiao Hua also took the opportunity to withdraw the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Heaven and earth sleeve technique. Kua Yu and the others were very close to Xiao Hua, so they naturally saw it. Everyone's eyes were wild with joy. Ha ha ha, Kua Hang controlled the ocean pearl and laughed. I have good news to tell you. Thanks to fellow Taoist Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect for the righteousness of returning my Blood Red Island. No, my Setting Sun Island's long-lost heaven and earth sleeve technique. Woo! Everyone cheered. After a while, Kua Hang pointed at the Sunset Island and said, the universe in the sleeve technique has returned to the Sunset Island. The reappearance of the Sunset Island is a joyous occasion for the disciples of the Sunset Island. Seeing that all the disciples were puzzled, Kua Hang said in a clear voice, I'm sure all of you know. My Kua clan is an ancient clan. Although the bloodline is already thin, it is still an ancient bloodline. It is different from those people in the Kuei he see who are selling dog meat under false pretenses. Ha ha ha, the group of Scarlet Island's disciples laughed loudly. Kua Hang was in an extremely good mood. He waved his hand and said, actually, my Kua clan didn't live on Scarlet Island in the beginning, but on Sunset Island. That is, the island in front of us that looks like the setting sun. At the same time, it was also the most powerful force in the Kuei Sea. This Blood Red Island is only a place for the disciples of our Kua family to cultivate and train themselves. At the same time, it is also one of the defensive formations of our Sunset Island. Millions of years ago, or even tens of millions of years ago, the records in the clan are no longer very detailed. This Sunset Island disappeared for some unknown reason. My Kua clan will disappear as well. Only a few disciples who went out were lucky enough to escape and moved to this Blood Red Island to live and reproduce. Now that the Sunset Island has reappeared in the Kuei Sea, it is the place where my Kua clan's disciples will rise. It is also the beginning of my Kua clan's disciples dominating the Kuei Sea. Phew, the group of disciples felt their blood boil after hearing Kua Hang's words. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, was very emotional. Damn it, being an island lord or sect master is really not to be underestimated. Just this ability to talk is more powerful than any cultivation or realm. I'm afraid I don't have a chance in this lifetime. With this ability of mine, I can only deceive little girls and tease little girls. It's really too difficult for this young master to deceive these old men. All right, you all can go now and search for all the sea beasts in the surrounding sea. This is a gift from the ancestors of my Sunset Island. Kua Hang waved his hand and said, also, as a guest of my Sunset Island, fellow Taoist Xiao happened to encounter a joyous occasion of my Sunset Island. I would like to invite fellow Taoist Xiao to be a guest of my Sunset Island and accompany me to the island first. Good, the group of disciples, especially the few late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples, all cheered, let alone Kua Xiaober and Kua Rhyming. Fellow Taoist Kua, this is somewhat difficult for me, right? Xiao Hua naturally knew the role of a guest and said with a frown, fellow Taoist Xiao, there is no need for you to do anything for my Sunset Island. Even if the Sunset Island has something to do, they will definitely not invite fellow Taoist Xiao over. Kua Hang immediately transmitted his voice. Sunset Island has just appeared. I want to go to the island with the other elders. Those who are not cultivators of Sunset Island are not allowed to set foot on an island without cultivators. Otherwise, this island will be the first place where cultivators set foot on. I can't completely control Haiju now. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't help me, how can I control Sunset Island? While they were talking, several old cultivators flew over from afar. They were all late-stage Foundation establishment and early-stage Golden Core cultivators. Presumably, they were the elders of Blood Ray Island who were attracted by the appearance of Sunset Island. I see. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked again. In that case, if I become a guest of Sunset Island, then I can cultivate all the cultivation techniques of Sunset Island. Kua Hang saw Xiaohua bargaining and said with a bitter smile, Of course. However, apart from universe within sleeve and bone tempering technique, what other cultivation techniques do the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect covet? Didn't fellow Taoist Kua say before? This bone tempering technique is the foundation of another cultivation technique. This cultivation technique isn't universe within sleeve, right? Xiaohua said proudly. Oh, that. When Kua Hang heard this, a trace of relief appeared on his face. However, at the same time, he was also regretful. He shook his head and said, I spoke too much. However, at that time, I also didn't know that Sunset Island would appear. That cultivation technique should be on Sunset Island. I only saw the records in the clan. As for whether it exists or not, fellow Taoist Xiao can cultivate it. That's not something I can know. Good. Xiaohua immediately nodded. If fellow Taoist Kua agrees, then I will agree. Can this old man not agree? Kua Hang smiled bitterly as he looked at the group of excited disciples who were heading to the sea area to fish up sea beasts. There were also several elders who were about to arrive. What other choice do I have? Very good. Xiaohua raised his hand and the two clapped their hands. Immediately, several elders flew over. Kua Hang told them the secret. Those elders were so excited that tears flowed down their old faces. Xiaohua also greeted them. Chapter 2168. Since he was a guest elder, Xiaohua was also a member of the Sunset Island and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so the elders were very happy. Xiaohua accompanied Kua Hang and prepared to board the Sunset Island. Shui followed Kua Qiao to board the island. At this moment, the entire defensive formation of the Sunset Island was open. The entire island was wrapped in a blood-red brilliance like a cocoon. Naturally, this brilliance was now connected with the light of the bloody red island. Kua Hang flew to the sky above the Sunset Island, patted his hand, and took out a blood-red jade slip from his storage bag. He looked at it carefully and released his divine sense to scan the entire island no less than 10 times. Only then did he come to the east side with some hesitation. Because the blood-red brilliance of the entire Sunset Island was the same, he couldn't see where the formation was. If Kua Hang didn't have the jade slip left by his clan, he probably wouldn't have found this place. It should be here. Kua Hang pointed his hand, but his finger was blocked by the blood-red brilliance. Xiaohua had been frowning since he saw the blood-red brilliance. Now, after hearing Kua Hang's explanation, he shook his head and said, Island Master Kua, I have a question that I want to ask you. Elder Xiao, please ask. Kua Hang said without hesitation. Elder Xiao is now qualified to know the secret of the Sunset Island. There's no need to hide anything. Xiaohua smiled as he pointed at the restriction and said, Island Master has already said that the Sunset Island has probably disappeared for millions or even tens of millions of years. In other words, the Sunset Island sank into the Kuai Sea for at least millions of years. Island Master Kua, do you think the restriction of the Sunset Island can still be so intact under the Kuai Sea? Oh, right. Kua Hang was shocked. He slapped his forehead and said, I was a bit too happy. I actually overlooked this matter. Sure enough, the expressions of the other elders and the few late-stage Foundation establishment disciples also changed. No one knew the power of the Kuai Sea better than them. Not to mention the bottom of the sea, even on the surface of the sea, the restriction of the bloody red island relied on spirit stones to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to maintain its defense. The Sunset Island sank into the sea. How great was the pressure of the sea? 10,000 years might be enough, but 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years later, the restrictions on the Sunset Island would definitely not be intact. It would be normal if it was a dilapidated Sunset Island that had been eroded by the sea. But how could there be nothing strange about the appearance of such an intact Sunset Island? They were only focused on being happy and thinking about the return of their ancestors' property. They really didn't think about this. What does Elder Xiao mean? Kua Hang's face was gloomy and uncertain. He had asked Xiaohua to take action and become an elder because he wanted to quickly grasp the Sunset Island in his hands. He was afraid that a long delay would cause more trouble and cause other islands to covet it. Xiaohua shook his head. This is just my guess. I really don't know how to deal with it. Island Master Kwa is the master of the island. This matter should be decided by the island master. Kwa Heng pondered for a moment before looking at the elders. Obviously, the people of Scarlet Island could not resist the temptation of the Sunset Island. After a few rounds of discussion, they unanimously decided to enter the Sunset Island. Xiaohua was only a guest elder and was only temporarily helping Kwa Heng. Seeing this, he did not say anything else. Kwa Heng took out the sea pearl and urged it with his spiritual power. The sea pearl suddenly shone with a red light and almost broke free from Kwa Heng's control. As Kwa Heng used his spiritual power, the sea pearl actually turned into a piece of seaweed and floated toward the restriction of the Sunset Island. However, when the blood-red seaweed fell on the restriction, it did not merge into the restriction as everyone expected. Instead, it fell on a stone wall and slowly slid down. Kwa Heng's face was a little ugly. He covered it with his sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve to put it away. Then he took out a jade slip. Obviously, he had misjudged the location. After a long while, Kwa Heng hesitantly placed the sea pearl about a foot away from where it was just now. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seaweed that the sea pearl had turned into did not have any reaction. It just slid down. Not only was Xiaohua puzzled, but the elders and disciples of the Scarlet Island were also puzzled. They looked at each other several times, and their eyes were full of confusion. Kwa Heng was a little anxious. He scanned the area with his eyes and placed the sea pearls randomly on top of the restriction that was 10 feet away from him. He hoped that he would be able to touch the formation core that was close to him. Looking at Kwa Heng, who was like a headless fly, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. This half-sphere was huge, probably thousands of feet wide. Kwa Heng's attempt was simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was simply impossible. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart moved. He stretched out his left hand and opened his spiritual eye. In his spiritual eye, the restriction of the entire Sunset Island was like an oval eggshell. On it, there was a thin layer of light curtain that revealed an extremely gorgeous red color. This light curtain was so round and so tight. Where could there be a formation eye for the sea pearl to be placed? This Kwa Heng, what the hell is he doing? Xiaohua waved his hand and motioned for a late Foundation establishment disciple to come over. At this time, that disciple was full of admiration for Xiaohua. He flew over and bowed. Kwa Yang greets Elder Xiao. May I know why Elder summoned me? This Xiao is not familiar with this Sunset Island. While Island Master Kwa is solving the formation here, why don't you take this Xiao to look around? Xiaohua said warmly. Kwa Yang looked at the busy and even somewhat impatient Kwa Heng and smiled apologetically. This disciple can't help here. If Elder Xiao has an order, this disciple dares not to disobey. Good, Xiaohua nodded. He randomly picked a direction and flew towards the other side of the Sunset Island. Kwa Yang naturally nodded to the other elders and also followed Xiaohua. Kwa Heng naturally sensed Xiaohua's unusual movements, but he was now a little impatient. In addition, Kwa Yang was by Xiaohua's side, so he no longer paid attention to him. He even whispered to the rest of the people to disperse and search for the source of the abnormality. The Sunset Island was huge. Xiaohua circled the entire Sunset Island like a flickering light and passing shadow. Occasionally, he even flew high up in the sky to look at the entire Sunset Island from a bird's-eye view. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua once again stopped in midair thoughtfully. He turned his head and asked, Kwa Yang, this Xiao wants to ask you. Do you know anything about the Sunset Island? Do you know why the Sunset Island suddenly appeared from the bottom of the sea? Elder Xiao knows. Kwa Yang cupped his hands and said, this junior has never heard of the Sunset Island. However, this junior does know that occasionally, some islands in the Gui Sea would suddenly be submerged by the sea. The people on the islands would have no way to escape. Of course, there are also reefs and islands that suddenly appear from the bottom of the sea. However, most of them are unknown. Only when people discover them later on will they know. Then, do you think that the position of the Sunset Island, or should I say, the position will change? Xiaohua stared at a place not far from him and said very thought-provoking. Ayo, that's right. Kwa Yang slapped his forehead and said in realization, when reefs and other objects sink into the sea, aren't there enormous whirlwinds and whirlpools? This Sunset Island will definitely move. Elder Zhao's words are very reasonable. Hee, since that's the case, then Island Master Kwa is still searching at the original place. Isn't it a bit too much? Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes. Kwa Yang said anxiously. Elder Xiao, please wait a moment. This disciple will inform Island Master. After saying that, Kwa Yang hurriedly flew away. Not long after, Kwa Heng and the others rushed over. Kwa Heng's face actually had a trace of shame. When he saw Xiaohua, he smiled apologetically and said, "This old man has been in the Gui he sees since young, but I didn't expect to come here." Elder Xiao, a newcomer to the Gui he see, actually thought of this. Xiaohua said with a smile, Island Master Kwa is in the middle of the situation. Naturally, there are some things that you can't see clearly. Moreover, this Xiao has just encountered the sinking of the Great Flag Reef. Naturally, this Xiao has some insights. Good, Kwa Heng said with a smile. This Kwa will try it right now. Naturally, Xiaohua couldn't stop at the formation eye that he saw. However, under everyone's speculation, Kwa Heng tried again for a while and found the formation eye that Hai Zhu placed on the opposite side of the formation eye. As soon as the seaweed that Hai Zhu transformed into was placed into the formation eye, a dazzling brilliance burst out. Then, this brilliance spread out from the formation eye like ripples of water. As this brilliance flowed out, the entire blood-colored restriction was like a curtain being opened, revealing the true appearance of Sunset Island. See, what entered Xiaohua's eyes was a similarly blood-colored island that was extremely similar to Blood Ray Island. However, right in the middle of this Sunset Island, there was an enormous palace built on the island, causing Xiaohua to suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, Sunset Island was hundreds of feet above the sea surface, and the majestic palace built on it was precisely this palace. My goodness, this palace is probably the same as Haoming City's Xiankong Pavilion. It's also an ancient ruin. Moreover, this ruin is probably real. While Xiaohua was flabbergasted, the eyes of Kwa Heng and the others flashed with a fervent brilliance. Elder Xiao. While Xiaohua was in a daze, Kwa Heng called out. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and saw that the Hai Zhu that had just recovered in front of Kwa Heng suddenly shone brightly again and faintly showed signs of flying away. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly waved his sleeve and covered the Hai Zhu again. After the Hai Zhu stabilized, Xiaohua said curiously, Island Master Kwa, I really don't understand. Island Master Kwa's cultivation and magic power are both stronger than mine. Even this heaven and earth sleeve spell is more exquisite than mine. Why? Hee, Kwa Heng said with a wry smile. Controlling this Hai Zhu requires the complete heaven and earth sleeve spell. It's useless to rely on magic power alone. Although Elder Zhao's cultivation is similar to mine, you've practiced the heaven and earth sleeve spell more than me. Hee, Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile, Island Master Kwa, as long as you practice the heaven and earth sleeve spell for a while, you'll definitely surpass me. Why are you in such a hurry? The news of Sunset Island's appearance hasn't spread out yet. However, the tremors in Gui he see can't be hidden from people. When Scorching Sun Island, Iceblade Island, Gale Island, or Jensen Island discover this matter, and my Blood Ray Island's disciples haven't set foot on Sunset Island, they'll have a reason to occupy this island. At that time, even if I completely master the heaven and earth sleeve spell, what's the use? Kwa Heng explained. Chapter 2169. So that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded. No wonder Kwa Heng would rather invite him as a guest elder and teach him a secret technique of the island that even he didn't know about in order to obtain Sunset Island as quickly as possible. What's next? Xiaohua controlled the ocean pearl and asked, Are we going directly to the island? Not yet. Kwa Heng shook his head. This ocean pearl only controls the outer defense of Sunset Island. I still need to use it to obtain the key to the entire forbidden technique of Sunset Island. Oh, Xiaohua smiled. Then why don't you hurry up? Ahem, Kwa Heng coughed awkwardly. I still need Elder Zhao's help. Kwa Heng transmitted a few words to Xiaohua. Xiaohua frowned and said worriedly, Island Master Kwa, are you sure this will be fine? Yes, Kwa Heng patted his chest. This is the secret technique of the Sunset Island Master. I am quite confident. All right. Xiaohua nodded. If anything happens, I won't take responsibility. What can happen? Kwa Heng smiled. Even if there is a problem, you are a guest elder of Sunset Island. At worst, I will give up my position and let you be the island master. Island Master Kwa, be careful with your words. Xiaohua waved his hand. I don't have that idea. However, Xiaohua still muttered in his heart, damn it, I'm afraid there really is a problem. Sure enough, Xiaohua waved his Taoist robe and the ocean pearl flew into the air. Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of true essence on the ocean pearl. The ocean pearl immediately melted into a red liquid. Next to him, Kwa Heng formed a seal with both hands and hit the ocean pearl. Under Kwa Heng's control, the ocean pearl gradually turned into a whirlpool. A strange suction force came from the whirlpool and rushed towards Sunset Island. Soon, a strange wave of energy appeared on the Sunset Island. A small, long piece of stone was pulled out from the top of the towering palace, as if it was being pulled out by a great force. It flew towards the ocean pearl's whirlpool. Not long after, the stone flew in front of Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua hesitated and said, Island Master Kwa, or elders, you can try it first. I still want to be lazy. All right. Kwa Heng had no choice but to wave his sleeve and cast the universe within the sleeve's technique to envelop the stone piece. Unfortunately, the stone piece was not under his control and did not react at all. Elder Xiao, if this old man can't do it, I'm afraid the other elders can't either. Kwa Heng smiled bitterly. I'll have to trouble Elder Xiao. This old man trusts you. All right, Xiaohua was helpless. He waved his hand, and the heaven and earth in the sleeve was activated. The stone piece emitted a faint red color and slowly flew towards Xiaohua. Although its movement was slow and its brilliance was extremely faint, there was still some reaction. Xiaohua understood that his heaven and earth sleeve technique had not been completely mastered. If he could master it, it would be a completely different situation. Xiaohua glanced at Kwa Heng and reminded him, I'm going to make a move. Elder Xiao, please. Kwa Heng was slightly hesitant, but he still nodded. Xiaohua bit the tip of his tongue slightly, and a wisp of blood flew out and sprayed on the stone piece. The stone piece shone brightly, and the originally red brilliance actually gave birth to a golden color. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly cast a few hand seals. The stone piece immediately restrained its brilliance and actually trembled a little. Go, Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the stone piece flew in front of Kwa Heng. He smiled and said, Island Master Kwa, please. All right, Kwa Heng let out a long sigh of relief. He also opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the stone piece. He cast a series of hand seals without hesitation, as if he had already recited them several times in his heart. Immediately, a red color flashed at the top of the stone piece and gradually moved down. When the red color submerged 10% of the entire stone piece, Kwa Heng raised his voice and said, Elder Xiao, you can take back the essence blood. All right. Xiaohua looked at Kwa Heng with flickering eyes and smiled. He pointed his finger, and the golden light at the bottom of the stone piece flashed slightly and then disappeared. A wisp of blood still seeped out from the bottom of the stone piece and turned into a drop of blood that fell into Xiaohua's hand. At this time, Kwa Heng was truly relieved. He turned to the elders and said, Elders, protect this old man while I refine this island's spirit stone. Yes. The elders and late-stage Foundation establishment disciples of Blood Ray Island all flew close and protected Kwa Heng. Kwa Heng sat cross-legged, and his hands were constantly forming hand seals. Various hand seals were cast on the stone piece. The stone piece shook incessantly, and the blood-colored brilliance gradually submerged the entire stone piece. After waiting for 2 hours, Kwa Heng let out a long howl and pointed his finger at the stone tablet. With a crisp pung sound, the stone tablet changed its appearance again. A stone tablet engraved with strange patterns appeared in the air. Kwa Heng scooped up the stone tablet, and it obediently fell into his hand. Io, something's wrong. Xiaohua's heart moved slightly. His earlier prediction had indeed come true. Although the stone tablet had been refined by Kwa Heng, Xiaohua still had a feeling in his heart. He knew that as long as he had the intention, the stone tablet would immediately be moved by him. Kwa Heng's refinement was not complete. This is also good. Xiaohua secretly said, I treat others with sincerity, but I can't guarantee that others will treat me with sincerity. Kwa Heng needs this Xiao now, so naturally, he will give up the position of an elder. If he doesn't need this Xiao in the future, he won't want to take out their so-called clan's secret technique. Who knows, there might be some black hand. With this guarantee, this young master's heart will be at peace. Oh, this stone tablet, Seems to have some patterns on it. Xiaohua's mind was on the stone tablet, so he naturally took a few more glances. He saw that on the stone tablet, there was a giant who was taller than the nearby mountain peak. He held a wooden staff in his hand and was running. In front of him, there was a scarlet flame, which seemed to be the noon sun. However, without waiting for him to take another look, Kua Hang had already picked up the stone tablet and pointed his hand. From the stone tablet, 8 scarlet rays of light flew out, respectively flying in all directions on the island. Rumble! A blood-red restriction formation rose up on the entire Sunset Island again. The magic power that imprisoned the divine sense disappeared. You all go and call the disciples to the Sunset Island. Elders, please arrange the chores here properly. 3 months later, my bloody red island will hold a ceremony to change its name to the Sunset Island. Kua Hang turned his head and gave a few instructions. After everyone left, Kua Hang said with a smile, Elder Shao, this old man's feeling is incomparable. I believe Elder Shao also knows what this Kua Hang knows. Let's go, follow this old man to see the scenery of my Sunset Island. Hee, Island Master Kua. Xiaohua said with a smile, it's better not to see it. The more I see, the more puzzles I have in my heart. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Kua Hang nodded with a puzzled expression and said, exactly. This old man originally thought that there would be many white bones on the Sunset Island, the remains of my Kua clan's ancestors from 1,000,000 years ago. However, on the entire Sunset Island, other than 3 strange white bones in the main hall, there isn't a single corpse on the entire Sunset Island. Chapter 2170. Yes, there seems to be some spirit fields protected by restrictions in the back hall. There's nothing in there either. It seems that all the spirit grasses have withered. If there are a few 100-year-old spirit grasses, Island Master Kua will be even happier. Xiaohua continued. Anyway. Kua Hang chuckled. Although it's a bit strange, Sunset Island is the foundation of my Kua family. I can't not move here. Of course I congratulate Island Master Kua. Xiaohua said with a smile. However, I'm more concerned about that cultivation method. Don't worry, Elder Shao. Kua Hang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, the restriction around that cultivation method is intact. I've already sensed it. When we reach the main hall, I'll take Elder Shao there. Great. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, thank you, Island Master Kua. No need to thank me. The entire Sunset Island was given to me by Elder Shao. I'm the one who should thank you. Kua Hang pulled Xiaohua's robe and flew into the main hall. Standing at the entrance of the main hall, which was much taller than him, Xiaohua felt like he was an ant. It wasn't just an impression, it was a kind of aura, a kind of majesty that came from the main hall. Looking at the 3 words Sunset Palace that were similar to the inscriptions on the main hall, Xiaohua became thoughtful. These words were similar to the ones he saw in the Zhong family of Yun City. In the ancient times, could it be, there were other words besides the green seal script, the inscriptions on the armor, and the golden seal script? Xiaohua was a bit confused. Otherwise, where did the current cultivation words come from? Elder Shao, do you recognize these 3 words? Kua Hang glanced at Xiaohua's eyes and said with a smile. Xiaohua's heart moved and he said, of course I don't. However, besides Sunset Island, what else could it be? Ha. Kua Hang shook his head and said, these 3 words are Sunset Palace. Elder Shao, you're wrong. Then he sighed and said, it's a pity that the jade slip that recorded these words wasn't left behind on Blood Ray Island. After I move into Sunset Island, I'll search carefully. There must be a jade slip left behind on the island. Okay, Xiaohua saw that Kua Hang didn't hide it and felt very gratified. He followed Kua Hang into the main hall. Everything in the main hall was huge. There were huge pillars, huge stone chairs, and huge tables. It was several times bigger than the main hall of the Misty Clouds sect. However, there were 3 skeletons on the ground. Only one of them belonged to a cultivator. The other 2 clearly didn't belong to cultivators. The 2 skeletons were 10 times bigger than Kua Hang, and each skeleton had 4 legs, each of which was as long as Kua Hang's legs. There was even a corpse with a tail that was longer than its body. If it weren't for the skeleton of that cultivator, Xiaohua could still regard the other 2 as body cultivators like Kua Hang. However, compared with the skeleton of a cultivator, the difference was obvious. Demonic beasts? Xiaohua naturally saw it long ago, and he thought so at first. However, There was a storage pouch beside that cultivator's skeleton, and there were also 2 storage pouches beside the other 2 skeletons. It was just that these 2 storage pouches were somewhat different from the cultivator's storage pouch. This old man will take a look first. Kua Heng glanced at Xiao Hua and waved his hand. The cultivator's storage pouch flew into his hand. Huh. When Kua Heng scanned it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Hee, Elder Xiao, take a look for yourself. Kua Heng waved his hand and threw the storage pouch to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately understood. The storage pouch was a blur. The arrays inside had long been destroyed. There was nothing left behind, and he couldn't see anything from inside. While Xiao Hua was looking at the storage pouch, Kua Heng took the other 2 storage pouches and scanned them with his divine sense. He then threw them on the ground. Obviously, the arrays inside were damaged. What's this? Kua Heng's gaze fell on the white bone with the tail. He saw a dark ring on the white bone of the forelimb. It was about 4 fingers wide and seemed to be an armband. Kua Heng reached out and wanted to pick up the armband. However, just as he touched the armband touched the white bone. This simple touch shook the white bone into powder. What shocked Kua Heng even more was that the remaining white bone also turned into powder with the vibration. Oh, what's going on? Xiao Hua naturally saw this abnormality and couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, this white bone seemed to have gone through millions or tens of millions of years. How could it become so fragile? Could it be? Xiao Hua guessed. The ancestors of the Sunset Island have all turned into white powder? This is strange. Kua Heng picked up the armband and scanned it with his divine sense. 2 things appeared in his hands. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over them, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Because in Kua Heng's hands, one was a token, and the other was a relic. On the token was a ferocious snake's head, and the relic was the size of a fist. Elder Xiao. Kua Heng looked at the token in his hand and said with a smile, "This seems to be what you want, right?" This is very strange." Xiao Hua touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, "This Xiao can swear that this Xiao is really just curious." Elder Xiao, look at you. How can this old man not believe you?" Kua Heng didn't doubt him at all, and threw the token in his hand to Xiao Hua. "Thank you, Island Master." Xiao Hua took it and looked at the brand new token. It didn't have the slightest rust, and he couldn't see any clues. He waved his hand and put it into the space. This thing seems to be a storage item. Unfortunately, the array inside has also collapsed. Just now, this old man only had time to take out these 2 things. Kua Heng didn't regard himself as an outsider and showed the armband and the relic to Xiao Hua again. Xiao Hua followed his words and looked inside. Sure enough, the inside was also a piece of chaos. There was nothing inside. He looked at the fist-sized relic. It was crystal clear, and there was a layer of milky white brilliance inside. It seemed to be a cross-legged Buddha statue. "Island Master Kua, if this thing is useless to you, this Xiao..." Xiao Hua asked tentatively. "Elder Xiao, you can take it." Kua Heng waved his hand and said, "This thing doesn't belong to my Sunset Island. This Kua is also not interested. If you want it, you can take it. However, if you find something related to my Sunset Island, please tell this old man." Of course." Xiao Hua smiled as he placed the armband into his bosom. He also placed the saraira into his space and took the 3 storage pouches. "These 2 skeletons. I'm afraid they can't move at all." Kua Heng squatted down and looked at the skeletons and whispered to Xiao Hua. This Xiao also thinks so." Xiao Hua nodded. Huff. Kua Heng raised his mouth and blew a breath of air. Hua. As the wind blew, the 2 skeletons collapsed and turned into 2 pieces of white powder. Alas, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Kua Heng waved his Taoist robe. As the breeze blew, 3 piles of white powder rose up and soon drifted in the air, leaving no trace behind. Ouch! Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as if he thought of something. However, before he could think carefully, another wave of serious palpitations suddenly came. Could it be that this warning sign didn't appear on Sunset Island? Xiao Hua was shocked. It seems that there is still an unknown danger. "Island Master Kua," Xiao Hua said somewhat anxiously. This Xiao suddenly thought of something and is in a hurry to leave. What is the cultivation method that Island Master Kua is talking about? Where is it on Sunset Island? This Xiao wants to take a look first. If there is no fate, this Xiao will take a look and leave. There is no need to be in such a hurry, right? Kua Heng said curiously, Sunset Island has just appeared. There will be an island establishment ceremony in 3 months. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a guest of Sunset Island and should attend. Xiao Hua shook his head. It's not that this Xiao doesn't want to stay. This is no small matter. This Xiao can't wait. All right. Kua Heng clapped his hand and took the stone tablet in his hand. After he immersed his divine sense in it, he pointed his finger. A trace of blood flashed on the stone tablet. It was a rumbling sound coming from the inner hall in the distance. Kua Heng's face lit up, and he said with a smile, "This old master is fortunate to have not failed you. This is one of the forbidden areas of Sunset Island. Those who are not elders or above are not allowed to enter. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is a guest elder, you can naturally enter. Please." All right. Xiao Hua knew that this was not the time to be polite, so he nodded and followed Kua Heng into the inner hall. Could it be that this Kua Heng has bad intentions towards this young master? Xiao Hua was somewhat suspicious as he flew. However, the problem was that this stone tablet had gone through Xiao Hua's blood, so there was a trace of gold left in it. This trace of gold was enough for Xiao Hua to control the stone tablet when Kua Heng controlled it to attack Xiao Hua. In other words, Kua Heng couldn't threaten Xiao Hua. What kind of warning sign is that? Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Sunset Island will sink again? However, looking at Kua Heng's excited appearance, even if he told Kua Heng that Sunset Island would sink again, Kua Heng definitely wouldn't believe him. Elder Xiao, it's right here. After flying past a few restrictions and a few corridors that looked like a maze, Kua Heng pointed at a small house that was only 3 meters tall and said, "Inside the small house is the most important place where the cultivation methods of my Sunset Island are recorded." However, at this point, Kua Heng was somewhat hesitant. Are there any taboos? Xiao Hua asked with a frown. If this old master says it now, Elder Xiao, I'm afraid that this old master will think that this old master is deceiving Elder. Kua Heng smiled bitterly. It's probably because this old master didn't say it clearly earlier. It doesn't matter. Island Master Kua, please say it. Xiao Hua smiled. Kua Heng said embarrassedly. Earlier Elder Xiao asked what cultivation method it was. Actually, this old master also doesn't know because this forbidden area has some strange rules. This Xiao is even more curious. Xiao Hua's curiosity was piqued. Yes, every Sunset Island disciple above the rank of elder can enter this forbidden area to comprehend the bone tempering technique after mastering it. Kua Heng thought for a moment and said very seriously, however, this opportunity only comes once, and it's only for a day. No matter if you comprehend it or not, you have to come out after a day and a half. After you come out, no matter how much you comprehend, you can't teach it to other disciples, and you can't tell others what you've comprehended. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2171. Oh my! Xiao Hua almost stuck out his tongue. This rule is too strange. Aren't the seniors of the Sunset Island afraid that this cultivation method will be lost? I don't know either. Kua Heng shook his head. I haven't completed the bone tempering technique yet, so I didn't think about it before. Now, I have to consider when I can enter after completing the bone tempering technique, so that I won't waste this 1 day and 1 night opportunity. All right, Xiao Hua muttered. I don't know when I can come to the Gue he see in the future, so I'll go in and take a look first. Elder Xiao, actually, your body refining technique has already surpassed this old man's. If you continue to comprehend the bone tempering technique of my Sunset Island, you will have a chance to comprehend this secret technique in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Kua Heng was sincerely thinking for Xiao Hua. Don't, Xiao Hua thought. If my premonition is correct, the Sunset Island may sink again in the next few days. I'd better hurry and take a look first. I'm very curious. If I know about this, I'll definitely go in and take a look. Otherwise, I wouldn't have collected those tokens of unknown origin. Xiao Hua said while touching his nose. All right. Kua Heng pointed his finger at the stone tablet. With a rumbling sound, a stone door rose from the inside of the small house. Elder Xiao, go in. After 1 day and 1 night, the stone door will naturally open. Elder Xiao, you have to come out immediately. Otherwise, I won't be able to open the stone door unless there's no life in the small house. I know. Xiao Hua nodded and was about to walk through the stone door when he turned around and said, Island Master, the Sunset Island has just risen from the sea. Who knows if it will sink again? Island master should be prepared. Hee, don't worry, Elder Xiao. Kua Heng smiled mysteriously. How can I not know? If there's any movement, the island guarding spirit stone will definitely inform me. Of course. Xiao Hua patted his forehead and said with a smile, I don't control this spirit stone, so I don't know its magical uses. Then, Xiao Hua walked into the small house with a big smile. Kua Heng saw Xiao Hua's figure disappear, and the big rock fell down. He didn't waste any more time and turned around to fly away. The Sunset Island had just appeared. He had too many things to arrange. Xiao Hua's matter was really insignificant. When Xiao Hua entered the hut, his divine sense was immediately confined, unable to leave his body at all. His gaze swept across the four walls inside, but he didn't find anything special. He only felt that there seemed to be a strange magic power fluctuation inside the walls, which should be a kind of strange restriction. Xiao Hua's eyes swept across the room, and when he saw that the four walls were filled with these words, he unconsciously relaxed his brows. Because the handwriting was the same as the Sunset Palace engraved outside the main hall. It was similar to the inscriptions on the armor, and it was also a type that Xiao Hua was familiar with. Great! Xiao Hua couldn't help but rejoice at what he had done in Zhongling Mountain Villa. If he didn't care about Zhong Tianyao life and death that day and only took the 2 pieces of gold foil away, not only would he not get refining the world, he wouldn't get the 5 elements refining technique, and it would be even more impossible for him to know the words similar to the inscription of armor. Then, when he came here, he could only waste 1 day and 1 night in vain, giving spiritual herbs to others, leaving a lingering fragrance in my hands. Xiao Hua sighed. Old friends really don't deceive me. However, Xiao Hua's sigh hadn't finished yet. His gaze swept across a wall, where the starting point of the cultivation method was. He unconsciously stood on the spot, his mouth still muttering, What? Celestial body empowerment technique? How? Is there such a cultivation method? However, this still wasn't what shocked Xiao Hua the most. By the time he finished reciting the general outline, his 2 eyes were shining. A kind of fervor, a kind of absolute disbelief, was revealed on his face, which was practically unperturbed by favor or disgrace. Is there really such a miraculous arcane effort? But pouring all kinds of spiritual energy into the body and forcibly raising the magic power? Not afraid of any bottleneck, not afraid of any chi deviation? No wonder the bone tempering technique is only the foundation. Without the bone tempering technique as the foundation, the body would have collapsed long ago. No wonder this secret technique can't be spread outside. If half a word was leaked out, wouldn't it have set off a reign of terror in the Dawn Rain continent long ago? And the simplest thing is, this Sunset Island would have been the one to suffer the most. Right, why didn't Kua Heng make me swear a hard oath? Could it be that he knows I won't spread it? Or maybe, he doesn't think I can understand it? Xiao Hua pondered again. Forget it, who cares? Hurry up and comprehend it. There's only 1 day and 1 night. Time is tight. Thinking, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged, hurriedly reading from the first sentence of the Celestial Body Empowerment Technique. Soon 1 day and 1 night passed. When the huge stone of the hut rose, Xiao Hua's figure walked out of the hut with joy in his eyes, seemingly with a kind of doubt. Elder Xiao, please follow this old man's guidance. Kua Heng's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. This old man is in the main hall right now, and has no time to come and pick up Elder. Well said. Xiao Hua understood that this was done by Kua Heng using the island guarding spirit stone. He turned his head to look at the hut that was closed again, and followed Kua Heng's guidance to the main hall. At this time, the main hall was already in order. Several elders and dozens of disciples were sitting in an orderly manner. Kua Heng sat at the head, while Xue and Kua Qiaober sat at the side. When Xue saw Xiao Hua appear, a smile appeared on her face. Obviously, she had been worried for 1 day and 1 night. Elder Xiao, did you get anything? Kua Heng smiled. Ha. Island Master is testing me. Xiao Hua smiled but didn't answer. Ha, yes. Kua Heng nodded. Presumably, Elder Xiao is also wondering why I didn't make you swear a heart oath, right? Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua smiled. Elder Xiao, you don't know, this is a kind of charm of my Kua family. Kua Heng smiled. As long as you enter that hut, you will be restricted by the charm, and there is no need for any hard oath. Ah, I see. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He didn't blame Kua Heng for not telling him that day. He knew that even if he knew the reason, he would still have to enter. As for the charm, was Xiao Hua afraid? That day, The charm of the disciples of Sunset Island was probably not too important. As for Xiaohua's doubts, it was a warning sign. Even now, he still hadn't found any clues. Elder Xiao, please sit. Kua Heng waved his hand. This old man still has some things to discuss with the elders. When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately cupped his hands. Island Master Kua, I already told you yesterday that I really have something that I can't avoid. AI, okay. Kua Heng seemed to have known that Xiaohua would say this. He clapped his hand and took out a token, flying in front of Xiaohua. This is my Sunset Islands token. Elder Xiao, please keep it well. Okay, this is no problem. If Sunset Island has any problems in the future, please inform me. Xiaohua took the token and said bluntly. Chapter 2172. Great. Kua Heng was overjoyed when he saw that Xiaohua didn't decline and even said such words. He opened another storage pouch and handed it over with a smile. This is the harvest of my Sunset Island disciples yesterday. Elder Xiao, you don't have to be polite. Good. Xiaohua took it and cupped his hands. I don't dare to stay any longer. Island Master Kua, elders, I'm really sorry. Xiaohua raised his eyes to signal Xue Xue. Xue Xue immediately got up and followed Xiaohua out of the hall. Kua Heng was quite surprised to see Xiaohua so anxious. He naturally thought of the secret technique in the small house on Sunset Island. Unfortunately, because of the power of the talisman, Kua Heng didn't dare to ask more. He also knew that Xiaohua would absolutely not say. Therefore, Kua Heng was somewhat hesitant. Yes, now that Kua Heng had the island guarding spirit stone, the entire Sunset Island's forbidden technique was under his control. This day and night, Xiaohua did his best to comprehend the immortal body bestowment technique and didn't have time to be distracted. Kua Heng also didn't idle. Kua Heng didn't pay attention to the relocation of the Scarlet Island disciples. Instead, he put all his attention on refining the island guarding spirit stone. Yesterday's spell was just a simple control of the island guarding spirit stone with the help of Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve. As for the real control, it would be as natural as the palm of one's hand. After all, Kua Heng was only a gold core cultivator. Should I do something? Kua Heng's heart inevitably wavered. After all, Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Kua Heng was really worried. However, just as Kua Heng's fingers moved slightly, as if he was going to touch his storage pouch, Xiaohua suddenly turned around and said with a smile, Island Master Kua, is there anything else you haven't told me? Kua Heng was startled, and sweat appeared on his back. He waved his hand and said, No, this old man thought that you left in such a hurry and felt really apologetic. I wanted to see if there was anything in the storage pouch. Ha ha ha, Island Master Kua, no need to be polite. This Xiao is already a guest of Sunset Island. I'll have plenty of opportunities to come again in the future. Xiaohua, who released his Buddhist consciousness, laughed loudly. His eyes flashed a trace of seriousness, and he quickly walked out. Forget it. Kua Heng didn't think that Xiaohua could see through his actions or intentions. I'm afraid this is God's will. This old man will believe in Xiaohua. Immediately, Kua Heng, along with several elders and a dozen disciples, followed Xiaohua out of the main hall. Seeing that Sunset Island was busy, the disciples slowly moved all their belongings to Sunset Island. Xiaohua was nervous and didn't dare to stay for a long time. He casually said a few polite words to Kua Heng and the others, then took Xue Xue's hand and flew towards the Dawn Rain continent. The two of them flew for an hour in one breath. Only when they saw an uninhabited island in front of them did Xiaohua slowly descend. He felt that the throbbing in his heart had somewhat calmed down. Husband, why are you in such a hurry? Xue Xue asked curiously. Are you rushing back to the Imperial Thunder sect? Hee. Xiaohua sensed again and found that the warning sign had disappeared. He immediately said with a mischievous smile, Wife, there are many people on Sunset Island. Bah! Xue Xue's divine sense swept over and found that there were no traces of people nearby. Her face slightly reddened and her body gradually heated up. She reached out and pinched Xiaohua's arm, saying angrily, You impatient little husband. Just as Xiaohua was about to move, a cold feeling suddenly emerged from his back. It was as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. An incomparable sense of danger caused his heart to swell and burst. That restless feeling immediately disappeared like a gust of wind. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure flashed and he immediately flew away with Xue Xue, flying straight towards the depths of QC. Husband, husband, what are you doing? Shui looked at Xiaohua's deathly pale face and the surrounding scenery that was rapidly retreating. Xiaohua actually used the bright thunder escape to escape at the fastest speed. Ah? Shui was instantly shocked. Like Xiaohua, the beautiful thoughts in her heart instantly disappeared. Feeling Shui's body stiffen, Xiaohua knew that Shui already understood the situation. He used all his magic power and didn't even have time to speak. Husband, Shui whispered, did you encounter an enemy? How could Xiaohua speak? Right now, his back was covered in goosebumps. He felt as if there was a snake chasing after him. And yet, even when he released his divine sense, he still couldn't find any clues. In fact, that feeling was getting more and more serious, as if this threat was getting closer and closer. After another half cup of tea's time, Xiaohua suddenly stopped in the air and let go of Shui. He said anxiously, wife, husband can't talk to you anymore. There seems to be a fatal threat approaching. Husband will do his best to escape. You have to know that husband's senses have always been very sharp. Husband can't bring you into this whirlpool. As he spoke, Xiaohua clapped his hand, took out the token of Sunset Island, and handed it to Shui. Take this token of Sunset Island back, and ask Kua Heng to send disciples to escort you back to the thunder-controlling sect. Even if they can't go, they have to send you to Haoming City or Yun City. In short, ask Yu Chen or Zhong Tianyao to send disciples to escort you back to the thunder-controlling sect. Tell them that husband has some urgent matters to attend to. When husband is done, I will definitely thank them. Then he didn't dare to say another word. He raised his head to identify the direction and flew towards the north of QC. Okay. Shui accepted the token from the Sunset Island. Her tears had already fallen. She knew that her cultivation was too shallow. She couldn't help Xiaohua at all. Instead, she had become a burden to Xiaohua. Xiaohua had abandoned her and traveled alone. It seemed very heartless, but in fact, it was the greatest protection for her. Shui fiercely bit her pearly white teeth, and a trace of blood was left on them. But then, Shui seemed to wake up and said loudly, husband, don't be afraid. This time you will definitely. However, Xiaohua's bright thunder escape was so fast. In just a moment, it was about to disappear. There was only a vague figure in the distance. How could Xiaohua hear it? How did Shui know that Xiaohua would definitely be fine this time? It's really strange. Shui identified the direction and was about to fly in the direction of Sunset Island. However, her heart stirred and she put away the token. She remained calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. She lightly floated up and flew in the direction Xiaohua had come from. While flying, Shui greedily looked at the sea. Occasionally, she would descend and seem to check the sea beasts in the sea. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept over from afar and swept over the entire range of 100 miles. That divine sense was so powerful that Shui couldn't determine the cultivation of the person who came. However, Shui immediately locked onto that person. After a moment, a figure turned into a rainbow and flew over from afar. Ah, a nascent soul cultivator. Shui slightly sensed and immediately felt as if her scalp was about to explode. She hastily bowed and stood in midair. She didn't dare to raise her head and respectfully welcomed the person. She really couldn't think of when Xiaohua provoked a nascent soul cultivator and was actually being hunted down. This person was naturally Chong by Sect's Taoist Jingru. Taoist Jingru only paused for a moment. Her gaze swept over Shui, and she immediately moved away. Her figure didn't stay any longer and turned into a rainbow, flying in the direction Xiaohua flew towards. Shui waited until Taoist Jingru flew far away before she finally relaxed. Her heart was beating wildly, and she was somewhat apprehensive. She was also very bold. Fortunately, Taoist Jingru didn't know that there was a female cultivator beside Xiaohua. Otherwise, Shui might really be in danger. Of course, since Shui dared to test Taoist Jingru like this, she probably had something in her heart to rely on. Not to mention Shui returning to Sunset Island. Xiaohua had been flying all the way. In his heart, he had already cursed Taoist Jingru to the heavens. If cursing could be used as a magic technique, Taoist Jingru would have long been riddled with holes by Xiaohua's curses. Which family's child is this? Why is he so insensible? He didn't even say hello and just chased after me. In the end, Xiaohua really didn't have the heart to curse. He very helplessly thought to himself as he flew away with all his might. Where is this guy? Is there something wrong with this tracking technique of mine? While Xiaohua was bewildered, Taoist Jingru was also puzzled. They had already chased him to the depths of the Kueha Sea, so why hadn't they found any traces of Xiaohua? Moreover, according to Taoist Jingru's sea chart, Xiaohua seemed to be heading towards the northwest of the Kueha Sea. Oh my, could it be that this guy actually knows that this old man is chasing after him? Could it be this guy's flying technique is very fast? Taoist Jingru suddenly came to a realization. Chapter 2173. Previously, although Taoist Jingru chased Xiaohua to the Kuei Sea using a secret technique, he didn't put Xiaohua in his eyes. Moreover, Xiaohua's position didn't change at all. Therefore, Taoist Jingru chased after him slowly and didn't use much magic power. Now, Taoist Jingru discovered that Xiaohua's position suddenly changed and seemed to be far away from him. That flying speed was absolutely terrifying for a Foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but reconsider the problem of how to kill Xiaohua. I absolutely can't let Xiaohua go ashore. Taoist Jingru narrowed his eyes. The magic power in his body suddenly surged, and he struck out with a spell. A faint red shadow appeared in front of him, and he sped up again. Taoist Jingru's flying speed increased again, and unexpectedly intercepted Xiaohua horizontally. Why does it feel so intense? Xiaohua was alarmed. His magic power had already been pushed to the limit. The true essence in his body wasn't little consumed during this period of time. The true essence generated by the mental cultivation method was gradually unable to keep up with the consumption of the bright thunder escape. What should I do? Xiaohua also released his Buddhist sense. Unfortunately, although his Buddhist sense had a much larger range than his divine sense, it still couldn't discover Taoist Jingru. Moreover, in his Buddhist sense, all he could see was the boundless sea. There was no land at all. Xiaohua could only rely on the lightning escape technique to escape. Earth escape, wood escape, and fire escape were all useless. If only there was a water escape technique. Xiaohua was somewhat rueful. Just as he was thinking, his Buddhist sense suddenly encountered an extremely powerful divine sense. Nascent soul cultivator. In an instant, Xiaohua determined the cultivation level of the newcomer. When did I offend a nascent soul cultivator? Xiaohua's face was pale. At this moment, Taoist Jingru's divine sense seemed to have sensed something and immediately probed towards his Buddhist sense like a tentacle. How could Xiaohua dare to let his Buddhist sense stay? He immediately withdrew his hand and formed a water-dispelling technique, plunging into the Kuei Sea. However, in merely a moment, Xiaohua came out of the Kuei Sea again and cursed inwardly. Damn it, this young master's brain is dizzy from being chased by that damned nascent soul cultivator. This young master's flying speed in the Kuei Sea can't compare to flying in the air. I actually want to escape in the Kuei Sea. Won't be caught by that bastard soon? Immediately after, Xiaohua flicked his hand and took out a bright flower pill. He consumed it without the slightest hesitation and did his best to activate his mental cultivation technique to refine it. He once again increased the speed of the bright thunder evasion. Xiaohua's divine senses is once again. SSS once again, he's sense. He, S's was a lot closer to him. Not SSS, S's. TSSSSTs. His, SF test. SSSS, SSS, cheese. SSTons his twos tut he twos. HSS tut T. S the rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth quickly evaporated. Right at this moment, Xiaohua's heart was moved again. Sunset Island's imbuement technique was precisely to directly inject endless heaven and earth spirit chi into the body, borrowing the valiant body to convert the heaven and earth spirit chi into true chi, and then inject it into the meridians. The efficiency of this conversion was related to the cultivator's fleshly body. If one's physical body was strong enough, they would naturally be able to convert more heaven and earth spiritual chi. Otherwise, if too much heaven and earth spiritual chi entered one's body, one's physical body could even explode. The disciples of the Sunset Island had to practice the bone tempering technique first. They could only practice the body imbuing technique after their bodies were fully developed. And Xiaohua is not as good as Kuaheng. He has long practiced the bone tempering technique, and his bones have already been refined to one color. At this time, using the immortal baptism technique, is just right for him to bring out the best in each other. As soon as Xiaohua used the body imbuing technique, the earth spirit chi of heaven and earth that was wrapped in the innermost layer of his body immediately entered his fleshly body. Under the urging of Xiaohua's cultivation method, strands of spiritual chi were refined and poured into his meridians. Although Xiaohua was a beginner, the amount of spiritual chi he could refine at the beginning wasn't much, and the amount of true essence he could increase was even less. But now that he was being chased to the point of urgency, this strand of true essence could be urged to fly. At a critical moment, this strand of true essence could be used to save his life. After another hour, Taoist Jingru caught up a bit closer. Xiaohua could almost use his Buddhist sense to perceive that Taoist Jingru's divine sense was already only a few dozen feet away from him. This won't do, I can't keep flying like this. This guy seems to know that this young master wants to fly towards the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua made a prompt decision, turning his head and flying towards the interior of the Gui he Sea. Xiaohua's move actually caught Taoist Jingru somewhat unprepared. Although he had some secret techniques, he couldn't always check. By the time he checked again, Xiaohua had already flown extremely far away. How did this guy know that this old man was chasing after him? Xiaohua's change of direction made Taoist Jingru even more aware. However, he also became even more confused. If he's a nascent soul cultivator, this old man would still suspect that he has some magical ability. But a foundation establishment cultivator, how is that possible? Why think so much? Capture him and directly search his soul. If there's something good, this old man's anger will be appeased. If there's nothing good, this old man's face will be restored. Taoist Jingru had long regarded Xiaohua as a dead man. However, Taoist Jingru chased for more than 2 hours. Xiaohua was like a slippery loach. Within the range of his secret technique, he seemed to already be near, but his divine sense couldn't find him. Moreover, whenever Taoist Jingru had some certainty, Xiaohua would suddenly change direction. Damn it! Taoist Jingru also cursed. He really didn't expect that killing a trifling foundation establishment cultivator would be so troublesome. After thinking for a moment, Taoist Jingru's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. He withdrew his divine sense, slowed down his flying speed, and put part of his magic power into the secret technique. Sure enough, the direction indicated by the faint blood color was especially messy at first. One moment it was east, the next it was west, and it was even going up. However, after half a meal's time, it said that it was stable, and it kept going in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. Hee. Taoist Jingru saw that the fish had taken the bait, and a cruel smile hung on his face. He put away the secret technique, aroused his magic power, and intercepted Xiaohua's direction. As for Xiaohua, when he released his Buddhist sense, he didn't encounter Taoist Jingru's divine sense. Knowing that he had shaken off Taoist Jingru, he felt relieved and took advantage of this opportunity to quickly fly in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. However, just when Xiaohua was slightly proud of himself and felt that he had shaken off the other party, that feeling of dread that had previously disappeared because of Taoist Jingru's appearance once again attacked him. Good heavens, could it be that there's another nascent soul cultivator chasing after this young master? Xiaohua was completely stupid. One nascent soul cultivator was already enough for him to suffer. If there was another, wouldn't he be caught like a turtle in a jar? Chapter 2174. This nascent soul cultivator might be related to the great expert who sealed this young master's middle Dantian and Naiwan palace. What about the other nascent soul cultivators? Xiaohua speculated inwardly, but his figure was dissatisfied. He hastily turned around and flew towards Kuehasi again. Xiaohua's wild guess was naturally wrong, but Taoist Jingru missed. When he estimated the difference, he suddenly released his divine sense and cast it like a net in the sea, wanting to lock onto Xiaohua with his divine sense. Contrary to Taoist Jingru's expectations, he missed again. Taoist Jingru was really ashamed and angry, so he had no choice but to use his secret technique again. When Taoist Jingru saw it clearly, he almost vomited blood. The cunning Xiaohua actually flew towards the depths of Kuehasi again. Based on Xiaohua's previous speed, Taoist Jingru was actually quite far away from him. This old man is going to waste time with you. Taoist Jingru laughed from extreme anger. The spiritual energy in Kueha Sea is thinner the deeper you go. This old man has a nascent soul, but what do you have? I'm afraid that before you reach the depths of Kueha Sea, the medicinal pills in your storage bag will be used up. This old man doesn't believe that even if this old man chases you slowly from behind, I won't be able to catch up. I won't be able to capture you. This old man will definitely use a secret technique to torture you 1,000 times. This old man wants to see what the origin of your Imperial Thunder School's lightning evasion technique is. Kueha Sea was vast and boundless, so it naturally stretched as far as the eye could see. However, Xiaohua was, after all, over 100 li away from Taoist Jingru. Moreover, Xiaohua deliberately lowered his altitude and flew close to the sea surface. Taoist Jingru really couldn't see Xiaohua with his naked eyes or other magical abilities. Of course, Taoist Jingru was a nascent soul cultivator, so he naturally had magical abilities and magic techniques that Xiaohua didn't know about. Unfortunately, Taoist Jingru couldn't even see Xiaohua's face and couldn't catch up. All his magic techniques were also empty talk. This was also one of the reasons for Taoist Jingru's shame and anger. Because Taoist Jingru had to rely on a secret technique to determine Xiaohua's position, he couldn't use all his magic power on a flying technique. Moreover, Taoist Jingru wasn't good at flying techniques, and this rainbow flying technique consumed a lot of magic power. So much so that he didn't bring his flying magic tool with him. All of these coincidences created an awkward situation for Taoist Jing Si when she was chasing after Xiaohua. Right now, Taoist calm consideration's only hope is that Xiaohua's magic power is exhausted. Without spirit pills to replenish his true essence, his speed will drop. Or perhaps Taoist Jingru's divine sense could lock onto Xiaohua. Taoist Jingru wouldn't need to use a secret technique and could pursue Xiaohua with all his might. However, dozens of days quickly passed, and the distance between the two of them didn't change at all. Xiaohua was still recklessly rushing around like a headless fly. Taoist Jing Si also frequently used secret techniques to intercept Xiaohua from behind. Although there were mountain-like tsunamis, although there were lightning flashes and thunder rolls in the dark night, although sea beasts occasionally emerged from time to time, and even experienced cultivators encountered them, Xiaohua's magic power wasn't as exhausted as Taoist Master Jing Si thought. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation had actually increased extremely quickly due to Taoist Jingru's constant pressure. It was much faster than his usual cultivation speed. Motherfucker, this is my fate. Xiaohua used the lightning evasion, and his flowing cloud movement technique also steadily improved. His flying speed was clearly faster than before. He couldn't help but secretly grumble. That year, under the pursuit of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, I suddenly rushed to the 10th level of chi refining. Today, I'm being chased by a nascent soul cultivator. This guy is even more powerful than those 4. Since he's following orders, even if he doesn't kill me as soon as he sees me, he'll completely imprison me. If I see the almighty person who sealed me, do you think I'll still be alive? I reckon that under this guy's pursuit, I'll rush to the gold core stage. Taoist Jingru was even more astonished than Xiaohua. This wasn't a few days, nor was it a dozen days. It had already been more than a month, but Xiaohua's speed didn't show any signs of slowing down. This guy, where did he get so many spirit pills? Spirit pills. Although your Imperial Thunder sect has a lot of spirit pills, I want to see how a Foundation establishment cultivator can completely refine the medicinal power after taking so many spirit pills all at once. Even if they're all used for flight, won't the medicinal power accumulated in the meridians leave behind future troubles? Even if I can't catch up to you, do you think you can still continue to advance? Won't your cultivation be damaged? Another dozen days passed, and Taoist Jingru was still the same as before. He withdrew his secret technique and chased after Xiaohua in the direction he estimated. At this time, Xiaohua had just turned around and wanted to fly in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. Because there were no warning signs in advance, Xiaohua didn't pay too much attention to it. He had just retracted his Buddhist sense and thought that Taoist Jingru was still chasing after him. However, after the time it took to eat a meal, the familiar divine sense that his Buddhist sense had already come into contact with swept over like a waterfall and locked onto Xiaohua all of a sudden. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He released his Buddhist sense and suddenly discovered that Taoist Jingru was only a dozen li away from him and was at the edge of his Buddhist sense. Looking at this young nascent soul cultivator and the sinister smile on his face, Xiaohua's soul flew out of his body and his heart jumped for no reason. He clapped his hands and sent a handful of bright flower pills into the air. Then he immediately urged the dragon transformation secret art, the celestial body-filling technique, and the heart sutra to refine the earth essence Yao milk. Under these several methods, Xiaohua's flying speed suddenly increased greatly. Aya! What kind of flying technique is this? Taoist Jingru's divine sense finally saw Xiaohua. He saw that Xiaohua's body was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow spiritual energy. Moreover, there were many faint whirlpools appearing on the surface of his body, stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy and pouring it into his body. Taoist Jingru was quite astonished, especially when he saw that Xiaohua's flying technique was actually comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. After all, he had previously used a secret technique and couldn't urge the flying technique to its limit. But now he had almost pushed the flying technique to its limit. Of course, if he had used the secret technique before, Taoist Jingru would still be somewhat worried. After all, the distance between the two was more than 100 li, and his divine sense hadn't locked onto Xiaohua. But now it was different. Taoist Jingru didn't need to consume magic power to support the secret technique, and his divine sense had locked onto Xiaohua. Taoist Jingru's heart had long since returned to his stomach. If he could still let Xiaohua escape under these circumstances, then he, Taoist Jingru, would truly have no face to hang around in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. After another half a day, Taoist Jingru felt that he seemed to be a bit too optimistic. The distance between him and Xiaohua was now about 70 li, which was within the range of his divine sense. However, in this half a day, although this distance had somewhat decreased, the decrease was really limited. Moreover, Xiaohua's current direction was already rushing towards the Dawn Rain continent because of the turn just now. Rise, Taoist Jingru's flying speed slowed down slightly and his hands formed a seal. A trace of redness appeared on Taoist Jingru's face, and a dark green sword-shaped magic weapon emerged from the top of his head. It slightly flashed in the air and unexpectedly disappeared into the void. Humph, since you've been locked onto by this old man's divine sense, doesn't this old man have countless methods to deal with you? Taoist Jingru's face revealed a sinister smile. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to withdraw his Buddhist sense. Although it wasn't completely unfolded, it still extended to the left. Suddenly, a wave of ripples abruptly flashed in the space around 3M behind Xiaohua, and then the jade-green magic treasure actually appeared out of thin air and pierced directly towards Xiaohua's back. Ah! What kind of method is this? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He already had nowhere to hide, but at this dangerous moment, Xiaohua relied on the ethereal steps to dodge the attack. That flying sword precisely hit Xiaohua's shoulder blade. Prng! Like the sound of metal striking stone, Xiaohua's figure admittedly staggered a little, but his flying speed unexpectedly didn't slow down at all. In fact, he even flew a bit more because of this. What made Xiaohua feel most at ease, and what made Taoist Jingru's eyes pop out the most was that Xiaohua actually didn't suffer the slightest injury. Ha ha ha, celestial infusion technique. It's really a divine technique, an ancient technique. Xiaohua almost wanted to laugh out loud. During this month, he didn't stop cultivating the celestial infusion technique at all. This technique not only transformed the world's spiritual energy into true qi, but also gradually strengthened Xiaohua's physical body. Taoist Jingru's hasty attack actually didn't injure Xiaohua in the slightest. With this delay, Taoist Jingru once again pulled away from Xiaohua. Looking at Xiaohua's lively appearance, Taoist Jingru didn't know what to say. His flying technique was so outstanding, and his physical body was also so valiant. This kind of cultivator, if his magic power was similar to those of the same stage, then he would be a near-invincible existence. If he was allowed to cultivate to nascent soul, then perhaps the order of catching up to him would completely change. So much so that he simply wouldn't have the opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, Taoist Jingru's eyes slightly narrowed, and his desire to kill Xiaohua became even more resolute. Quick! Taoist Jingru threw a scarlet medicinal pill into his mouth. His entire physical body suddenly swelled up, and his flying figure naturally slowed down a little. Soon after, Taoist Jingru made a hand seal, and his index and middle fingers condensed together, just like a sword technique. The sword-type magic weapon that had just struck Xiaohua under the control of Taoist Jing-Ru, suddenly flew up, quickly raised its head, and suddenly overtook Xiaohua's figure, directly stabbing towards Xiaohua's throat. Humph! Seeing the sword-type magic weapon stabbing towards him, Xiaohua knew that Taoist Jing-Ru wanted to use it to slow down his flight. He only needed to close the distance between them, and he would have no means to fight back. "Open!" Xiaohua shouted, clenching his hand into a fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he used the Big Dipper Divine Fist on the back of the sword-type magic weapon. The Big Dipper Divine Fist was so wondrous that Xiaohua's figure flew like moving clouds and flowing water, and his fist hit the back of the sword. The condensed earth-type spiritual energy shell on his fist blocked Xiaohua's skin, but Taoist Jing-Ru's heart shook, and his figure also slightly swayed. Obviously, his magic weapon had received the attack, and he also suffered some damage. Looking at Xiaohua again, he unexpectedly borrowed the force of the attack to once again increase the distance between them. Chapter 2175. Xiaohua was determined. No matter how Taoist Jing-Ru attacked, he only dodged and didn't fight back. He only increased the distance between them. Taoist Jing-Ru was somewhat at a loss for words. He didn't dare to use spells or activate magic treasures again. If he slowed down his flying speed again, maybe Xiaohua would really escape from the range of his divine sense. Therefore, Taoist Jing-Ru spared no effort to fly again. It took him nearly half a day to close the distance again. Obviously, Taoist Jing-Ru consumed more magic power to close the distance this time. It was just that this magic power was really too small. It was difficult for Taoist Jing-Ru to detect it in his pursuit. Seeing Xiaohua enter his attack range again, Taoist Jing-Ru slightly hesitated. Then, he clenched his teeth and raised his hand to slap his forehead. A multicolored light blossomed from the top of his head, and a foot-long infant flew out from the top of Taoist Jing-Ru's head. This infant had white teeth and red lips. Its facial features were exactly the same as Taoist Jing-Ru's. Its body was covered in a small spiritual armor. The spiritual armor was faintly overflowing with brilliance, and the infant was holding a cauldron-like magic treasure in its hand. At the bottom of the magic treasure, purple true samadhi fire licked the cauldron like tongues of fire. This was the nascent soul that Taoist Jing-Ru gave birth to. As soon as the nascent soul came out, it immediately stretched and opened its small mouth. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rumbled and was sucked into the nascent soul's body like a hurricane. Immediately, the nascent soul's eyes flashed with malevolence. It had the same expression as Taoist Jing-Ru. Go, hearing Taoist Jing-Ru's berate, his body slowed down. The nascent soul jumped with joy and waved the cauldron in its hand. Its figure turned into a stream of light and chased after Xiaohua's back. Although the nascent soul flew very fast, it would take half a meal for it to catch up with Xiaohua. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense had already sensed the abnormality of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His complexion was deathly pale, but he had already prepared the tip of the demonic spear. The nascent soul flew to about 10 zhang behind Xiaohua and waved its small hand. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiaohua was sucked dry by the nascent soul. Moreover, a suffocating imprisoning force was born in this space. It wanted to choke Xiaohua's entire body. Rise! Magic power surged on Xiaohua's body, and an earth-yellow brilliance surged forth. The phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body. With a jiao sound, a bright light flashed through his phoenix eyes. The phoenix Dharma body actually struggled to break free from the confinement force. A cold light flashed, and its phoenix claws grabbed at Taoist Jing-Si's nascent soul. True bloodline? The nascent soul's small mouth was also shocked, but he was not nervous. He pointed his finger, and a force was directed at the phoenix celestial body. It was like a rope trying to bind the phoenix celestial body. Ka! The phoenix Dharma body flapped its wings with all its might and struggled to break free from the shackles. On the other hand, the nascent soul's body was also flashing with light. It was obvious that it was also consuming its magic power to cast the confinement spell. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was fiercely struggling with his arms. While he was using his physical body to break free from the shackles, he was also repeatedly using the heaven and earth within sleeves technique. Unexpectedly, he was evenly matched with the shackles of a nascent soul cultivator. Since he saw that the shackles were ineffective, Xiaohua immediately rushed forward and flew towards the nascent soul. The nascent soul was not afraid of Xiaohua's counterattack at all. Seeing Xiaohua stop, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He threw his hand, and the pill furnace immediately flew out. Samadhi True Fire, more than 100 feet long, shot out from within and pounced towards Xiaohua. Ha ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. Under the cover of his Taoist robe, the heaven and earth within sleeves technique mixed with the Samadhi True Fire also pounced towards the pill furnace. Ah? You also know Samadhi True Fire? The nascent soul's small voice was filled with astonishment. Go to hell. It was just a simple astonishment. The nascent soul's small hand clenched, and Xiaohua immediately felt the true essence in his body congeal. It seemed that he could not use his magic power. Good. A nascent soul cultivator's methods are indeed not simple. While Xiaohua was praising, he raised his left hand and took out the devil hammer. Pung, pung, pung. He struck at the space. The shackles of the nascent soul were once again shaken by the devil hammer. Xiaohua's strength had once again increased a bit under the cultivation of the celestial body bestowment technique. Devil weapon. In the distance, Taoist Jingru's speed had also slowed down a lot. He looked at the huge devil hammer in Xiaohua's hand with some disbelief. He was very clear that devil weapons were the nemesis of Taoist cultivators. His nascent soul was also afraid of devil weapons. If this devil hammer struck the nascent soul, there would definitely be irreparable damage. Fortunately, although this guy's magic power is not bad, it still can't compare to this old man's. Admittedly, the strength of his fleshly body is valiant, but he can only barely resist this old man's magic power. Taoist Jingru was actually somewhat glad. It was far from the previous aloof attitude of a nascent soul cultivator. Instead, Taoist Jingru only rejoiced for a moment when he saw a black light unexpectedly flash in Xiaohua's hand. A black iron needle flew out and pierced between the nascent soul's eyebrows. This black light was extremely fast, scaring the nascent soul into a slight daze. He hastily waved his hand and used a spell to block the black iron needle. However, this black iron needle was covered by Xiaohua's concealment. Taking advantage of the nascent soul's distraction, Xiaohua's figure suddenly sped up. His originally empty left hand suddenly flashed with the tip of a devil spear. It swiftly pierced towards the nascent soul's body. This devil spear tip had yet to reach the body when Taoist Jingru's nascent soul immediately gave birth to a chill. Almost without thinking, the nascent soul's figure suddenly swayed and unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already several zhang away, leaping high out of the range of Xiaohua's devil spear tip. This was precisely the nascent soul's special teleportation technique. What kind of strange devil tool is this? Taoist Jingru was greatly shocked. His previous rejoicing had long since disappeared. It seems this old man has a feeling that if this devil spear tip brushes against my nascent soul will be absorbed by this devil spear tip. Damn it, what kind of strange cultivator is this Xiaohua? You're not cultivating your heaven-reaching Tao sect cultivation. What kind of strange thing are you doing? At this moment, Taoist Jingru almost wanted to teach Xiaohua a lesson. Xiaohua, this kind of cultivator who refined his body to a certain degree, was precisely the nemesis of nascent souls. Taoist Jingru was only at the early nascent soul stage and had yet to condense his nascent soul. If his nascent soul was slightly touched, it was possible that he would lose several decades or even several hundred years of cultivation before he could recover. If he wasn't careful, there would really be the danger of being destroyed. Taoist Jingru saw that Xiaohua was a foundation establishment cultivator, so he released his nascent soul. He wanted to use his nascent soul to catch up to Xiaohua, but when he released his nascent soul, he was also hesitant because he was afraid of the current situation. However, Taoist Jingru wasn't too afraid. After all, Xiaohua's cultivation was too far apart, and his nascent soul still had too many divine abilities that it hadn't used. Therefore, Taoist Jingru's nascent soul leaped high into the sky and immediately pointed its hand. The pill furnace surrounded by Xiaohua's true Samadhi fire suddenly expanded, and an enormous suction force was born from that pill furnace. Not only did it cover Xiaohua's Phoenix Dharma body, It even sucked Xiaohua inside. Chapter 2176. Xiaohua's figure had already reached the mouth of the cauldron and was about to fall into it. The nascent soul let out a small wild laugh. "Ha! This old man wants to see what ability you have to escape from this old man's one-qi divine cauldron." However, he was only able to finish his words when he saw Xiaohua's somewhat despairing eyes slightly brighten. A yellow figure flashed out from Xiaohua's chest and pounced on the nascent soul like a yellow wind. Ah! In an instant, the nascent soul's eyes contracted. A feeling of being stared at by his natural nemesis involuntarily flashed from the bottom of his heart. The nascent soul made a prompt decision and immediately teleported, disappearing from its original place. It rushed towards Daoist Jingrong in a panic, as if only Daoist Jingrong's body was the safest place. Spirit Beast, Daoist Jingrong, who was watching from a distance, almost wanted to cry. He clearly knew in his heart that Xiaohua's spirit beast was the kind that could devour nascent souls. Otherwise, his nascent soul wouldn't have disregarded everything and run back with all its might. Daoist Jingrong didn't dare to be careless. This nascent soul was his foundation. He hastily swallowed another spirit pill and once again urged his magic power to welcome the nascent soul. The one-qi divine cauldron's suction force suddenly stopped. Xiaohua's dharma body and physical body both stopped under the cauldron. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. When he saw Goldie, he was somewhat confused. Goldie was afraid that it wouldn't be able to catch up with the nascent soul before Daoist Jingrong could welcome it. He didn't dare to stay for a moment, so while calling Goldie back, he flicked his big sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to cover the one-qi divine cauldron. Seeing Xiaohua easily receive the cauldron, Daoist Jingrong was stunned, truly stunned. Silly, how could a first-level qi refining idiot? He didn't even pay attention to the nascent soul that was rapidly flying over like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Daoist Jingrong really couldn't understand. This was because this one-qi divine cauldron was used to refine tools, and it was a life-bound magic treasure refined with his true life essence. It was connected to his primordial spirit. Not to mention that Xiaohua was a foundation establishment cultivator. Even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to receive it so easily. Even if a spirit-severing stage cultivator came to collect it, they would have to use a great deal of magic power. Without a rumbling sound like a mountain shaking sound, it was absolutely impossible to collect it. The most important thing was that Daoist Jing Si only needed to think about it, and the divine furnace would immediately fly back to Daoist Jing Si's side. It was absolutely impossible for it to be taken away by others. And, even if it was taken away by someone else, Daoist Jing Si still had a way to take it away from someone else's storage pouch. Just like how Her Highness's token was in Xiaohua's storage pouch that day, it could fly away at any time. But now, Daoist Jing Si's life-bound magic treasure was unexpectedly taken away by a puny foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, it was so easy to take it away without the slightest trace, just like a spring dream. Daoist Jing Si couldn't sense the slightest trace of the one-qi divine furnace inside Xiaohua's storage pouch. "You brat, if I don't capture you, pull out your tendons and skin you alive, grind your bones and scatter your ashes, and let you taste the pain of having your soul searched. My name is not Jing Liang." Daoist Jing Si stomped his feet in midair, stirring up all the magic power in his body to welcome his nascent soul and chase after Xiaohua. Unfortunately, although the magic power of a nascent soul cultivator was formidable, Xiaohua was currently several tens of li away. How could he hear his thunderous roar? Xiaohua, who had always been a thief, didn't leave empty-handed, at this time, withdrew his phoenix dharma body. Like Daoist Jing Si, he once again stirred up his magic power and rushed forward. It had to be said that Xiaohua's method of stealing things in passing was wonderful. Daoist Jing Si's nascent soul fled in panic, simply not caring about the one-qi divine furnace. Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve technique was an ancient magic technique. Although Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow, it could still temporarily cut off the connection between the magic treasure and Daoist Jing Si's primordial spirit. Of course, if Xiaohua was an ordinary cultivator, he would use magic power to put the magic treasure into his storage pouch. It would be tantamount to a baby moving a huge mountain. It would be almost impossible. But Xiaohua's method of putting the magic treasure into his space was his primordial spirit. The One Qi divine furnace only had a connection with the primordial spirit. There was no primordial spirit attached. Even if there was a primordial spirit attached, in front of Xiaohua's powerful primordial spirit, it was no more than an ant. Therefore, Xiaohua very simply put the One Qi divine furnace into his space. The things inside the space were Xiaohua's personal belongings. Even a Mahayana cultivator wouldn't be able to take anything out of it. However, Xiaohua still lost the best opportunity to escape from Taoist Jingxi's pursuit. This was because Taoist Jingxi underestimated Xiaohua and rashly released his nascent soul. One must know that he was merely an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. His nascent soul hadn't completely solidified, and his magical power was limited. Moreover, he flew several tens of li away to kill Xiaohua. For an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, this was very dangerous. Otherwise, Taoist Jingxi would have been frightened when Xiaohua took out the demonic tool just now. If Xiaohua had risked sacrificing half of his magic power and used the spiritual fire, with the might of the spiritual fire and Xiaohua's fire control technique, he would definitely be able to kill the nascent soul cultivator in one blow. How could Taoist Jingxi, who had lost his nascent soul, still dare to chase after Xiaohua? Unfortunately, the opportunity was lost, and it couldn't come back. Xiaohua being able to escape from a nascent soul cultivator so calmly was already a legend. How could he possibly think of killing a nascent soul cultivator? Not only did Taoist Jingxi's assassination attempt fail, but he also lost the One Qi divine furnace. What made Taoist Jingxi angry the most was that he still hadn't shrunk the distance between him and Xiaohua. In fact, he had pulled the distance even further and was about to approach the limit of 100 li of spiritual sense. In the following 2 days, Taoist Jingxi no longer had any distractions. He only urged his magic power and took medicinal pills, wholeheartedly chasing after Xiaohua. He wanted to get close and then use his methods to kill him. Soon, Taoist Jingxi was only about 20 li away from Xiaohua. Taoist Jingxi's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He had been holding back for a long time. He slightly slowed down his flying speed and secretly formed hand seals, brewing a great spell. When he flew a little closer, he would use his thunderous methods. But right at this moment, the figure of Xiaohua, who was flying within a stretch of dark green pine trees, suddenly vanished. Ah? Taoist Jingxi was stunned. His spiritual sense swept, but there was no trace of him. Moreover, because Xiaohua's whole body was surrounded by a layer of earth-attribute spiritual energy, Taoist Jingxi's spiritual sense didn't mark him. He couldn't rely on his spiritual sense mark to find Xiaohua. Why does this guy have so many strange spells? Taoist Jingxi was helpless. He had no choice but to disperse the spell in his hand and use the secret technique. Fortunately, the secret technique was still effective. The cunning Xiaohua was actually within the range of Taoist Jingxi's spiritual sense, but he had already changed direction and fled towards the north. Damn it! Taoist Jingxi roared and chased in that direction. Because Taoist Jingxi still had to rely on the secret technique to find Xiaohua's position, his flying speed inevitably slowed down. And Xiaohua, who was using the wood escape, was also pleasantly surprised. He also saw that the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer. He knew from his Buddhist sense that Taoist Jingxi was brewing magic power, so he took the risk and gave it a try. He also didn't know whether or not he had a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense mark on his body, but since Taoist Jingxi's speed had slowed down, that meant he had no choice but to find his trace. This wood escape was effective. Of course, Xiaohua's wood escape was still a bit slower than the thunder escape. However, it had the advantage of not leaving any trace. Taoist Jingxi's spiritual sense couldn't see him, so he could calmly escape, especially when he was running all over the place. As a result, the distance between Xiaohua and Taoist Jingxi increased again. A few days later, Xiaohua flew out from the other end of the forest. He swept with his Buddhist sense and was very satisfied. At this time, the distance between him and Taoist Jingxi was just right for him to escape into the mountains. But at this time, Xiaohua's brows slightly wrinkled. His Buddhist sense saw that there was a lot of barren land at the edge of the nearby mountain forest, and there was some sparse rice planted on it. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and his figure flew up again. With a wave of his hand, fine rice seeds continuously flew out from the space and landed on the ground below him. These seeds couldn't all land in suitable rice fields. Some fell on rocks, some fell on trees, some fell in the water, and even more fell in the moist soil. Huh? This guy actually appeared. Sensing Xiaohua's appearance through his spiritual sense, Daoist Jingxi was happy at first, but then he was astonished. He didn't understand what Xiaohua was doing. He thought he was laying down some magic array. However, those tiny things Xiaohua scattered didn't have a trace of magic power. Moreover, they were all over the ground. Even if he was laying down a magic array, he couldn't be so wasteful, right? When those farmers on the barren land discovered these fine seeds, they thought they were bestowed by the heavens and fell to the ground to kowtow. Only then did Daoist Jingxi suddenly realize, damn it, isn't this the immortal rice seeds I obtained when I searched that farmer's soul? What is this Xiaohua doing? At this time, he's still doing these meaningless things? This is humiliating me. Daoist Jingxi suddenly came to a realization, and his anger unconsciously soared to the sky. But Daoist Jingxi was really at his wit's end at this time. He chased for nearly 2 months, not daring to be distracted. He just wanted to catch up and then attack, but this Xiaohua's strange methods always pulled the distance apart at the most dangerous time. Although Daoist Jingxi flew a bit faster than Xiaohua, he couldn't stop himself from using Xiaohua's magic power. This won't do, I have to find a helper. Daoist Jingxi suddenly had this thought, but it was immediately stifled. Yes, a nascent soul cultivator couldn't kill a foundation establishment cultivator, but he still needed to find a helper? If this helper was a core formation cultivator, he feared it wouldn't work. He had to be a nascent soul cultivator, but the favor of another nascent soul cultivator wasn't easy to accept. 2 nascent soul cultivators intercepting a foundation establishment cultivator. If this spread out, it would make others laugh their heads off. I must take back the flying magic tool. Daoist Jingxi clapped his hands, and 1,000 miles sound-transmitting talisman was sent out. He needed to take advantage of the fact that Xiaohua was still in Meng country to get the flying magic tool. If he left Meng country, even if someone delivered the magic tool, he feared he wouldn't be able to receive it. Chapter 2177. This old ghost is looking for a helper. Xiaohua was shocked. He instantly thought of the cultivator who sealed his Naiwan palace. Damn it, I'll risk it all. Before that person comes, I'll run as far as I can. The pitiful Xiaohua still didn't know the origin of Daoist Jingru. His figure was still flying within Meng country. While planting rice seeds, he also urged his flying technique. Soon, more than half a year had passed, and Xiaohua was running around in Meng country. The earth crystal Yao milk in his body was gradually refined, and the yellow color on his body gradually faded away. Xiaohua knew that this nascent soul cultivator's social network was definitely wider than his. He must know a lot of cultivators. Moreover, the other party had already sent out a sound-transmitting talisman and was looking for people to find him. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't dare to go to places with many cultivators and only looked for remote and dangerous places to escape. Even when Xiaohua passed by Mo Zhao Black Forest, he thought of the secret area inside. However, the secret area was a natural restriction, and he couldn't control the time when it was opened. If he rashly went in, he might be caught like a turtle in a jar and end up like the corpse he encountered at that time. Moreover, Mo Zhao was everywhere in Mo Zhao Black Forest, and there were many dangers. Xiaohua didn't have absolute confidence that he could escape from the joint attack of Mo Zhao and the nascent soul cultivator. Today was a day of continuous rain. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by a faint brilliance, blocking all the rain outside of the brilliance. In the distance, Daoist Jingru had just used a secret technique to find the direction of Xiaohua. He was within 100 miles. After sweeping with his divine sense, he was suddenly shocked and secretly said, "Isn't this Xiaohua a foundation establishment cultivator?" The yellow heaven and earth spiritual qi outside his body has gradually faded away. But now he still has a protective brilliance? Isn't this a magical ability that only gold core cultivators have? Could it be that this guy is hiding his cultivation? Just as he was thinking, Daoist Jingru raised his eyebrows and became happy. His figure flew towards Xiaohua's right without hesitation. At this time, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense to find traces of Daoist Jingru. Suddenly, almost parallel to Xiaohua's right hand, there was a flying magic tool flickering with brilliance approaching at an extremely fast speed. I understand. Xiaohua immediately understood. This nascent soul cultivator wasn't looking for any helpers. Instead, he asked someone to bring his own flying magic tool. Damn it, if I had known earlier. I wouldn't have strolled around Meng country. Why not just charge straight into the Mo Zhao dark forest? It's also better than being attacked from both sides. While thinking, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out another drop of earth crystal Yao milk. Without hesitation, he slapped it on his own arm. Instantly, a thick layer of earthen yellow spirit energy of the heavens and the earth surged out from the surface of Xiaohua's body. At the same time, Xiaohua's meridians, body, and Phoenix Dharma body madly absorbed the earth element spirit energy once more. Xiaohua's comprehension of the celestial body bestowment technique was also very good now, and he was operating it to the limit. As Daoist Jingyu approached the flying magic tool, he sent out a sound-transmitting talisman. Once the flying magic tool received the sound-transmitting talisman, it immediately changed direction. Together with Daoist Jingyu, it flew towards Xiaohua in a pincer attack. How could Xiaohua let them succeed? He immediately changed his direction and flew towards the direction of the country of Xi. After flying for another half a day, the flying magic tool's speed was actually only similar to Daoist Jingyu's. It was not much faster, so how could it catch up with Xiaohua? Therefore, Daoist Jingyu had no choice but to get on the flying magic tool. On the flying magic tool was his disciple, Hu Guanju. Reporting to Master, disciple has brought the flying swallow. Hu Guanju had an indescribable expression on his face. He took out a storage pouch and said respectfully, "This is the medicinal pill that Master wants." In addition, disciple followed Master's sound transmission and came here by myself. I didn't tell anyone. Good. Daoist Jingyu didn't say much to him. He sat cross-legged on the flying swallow, stretched out his hand, and placed it on a bulge. Immediately, Daoist Jingyu's divine sense increased by 20%, and the flying speed also increased by 20%. You can go now. Daoist Jingyu saw Xiaohua with his divine sense. His heart relaxed, and he indifferently ordered Hu Guanju. Yes, disciple understands. Hu Guanju unexpectedly acted as if he didn't see anything. Without saying anything, he turned around and jumped off the flying swallow, heading in the direction of the Changbai sect. Humph, this old man wants to see. Daoist Jingyu coldly snorted. You've been flying for nearly a year, and you still haven't used up all your medicinal pills? Besides, this old man has a flying magic tool, and my speed is already much faster than yours. Moreover, my divine sense has also expanded. How can I not catch up with you? Oh, Xiaohua's body surface. How can there be so much spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Daoist Jingyu calmed his heart and looked. He was immediately surprised. What is this? It seems to be earth crystal Yao milk? How can Xiaohua have such a strange thing? Previously, Xiaohua was urging the earth crystal Yao milk in his body to turn black, so Daoist Jingyu didn't notice it. Now that Xiaohua was using the earth crystal Yao milk, Daoist Jingyu was belatedly aware of the abnormality. But at this moment, a strange thing happened again. Xiaohua, who was in front of him, saw Daoist Jingyu's speed increase. He stretched out his hand, and a little ink-like thing was in his hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. What strange thing is this? At this time, Daoist Jingyu was already somewhat used to it. He only wanted to know what kind of effect this thing could bring to Xiaohua. Whoosh, with a sound, the earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiaohua's body seemed to have been ignited, and all of it began to roll. Xiaohua's body seemed to have been pierced by needles into millions of small dots, and a tiny vortex was set off. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth spiraled in. Does this guy want to fight to the death? Daoist Jingyu narrowed his eyes. He clearly understood in his heart that forcibly pouring in spiritual energy of heaven and earth was a great taboo for cultivators. Although it could increase one's magic power for a short period of time, the damage to one's physical body, meridians, and even one's Dao heart was too great. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would drink poison to quench their thirst. However, Xiaohua once again made Daoist Jingyu's eyeballs fall out. The thing that Daoist Jingyu was most worried about happened again. Xiaohua's flying speed unexpectedly increased again. There's no mistake, right? Daoist Jingyu almost jumped up on the flying swallow. He's as fast as an early nascent soul cultivator. This guy actually wants to surpass a nascent soul cultivator? Immediately, Daoist Jingyu clenched his teeth and took out a medicinal pill from a new storage pouch. He threw it into his mouth and said fiercely, "Good. Since you want to play with this old man will play with you. Even if this old man can't catch up to you, I'll still force you to a dead end and make your cultivation unable to increase in this lifetime. I'll make you unable to fly, and when you stop, your meridians will burst, and your physical body will collapse and die. Alas, Taoist Jingyu himself probably hadn't thought of this at this time. What he was thinking now was not to personally kill Xiaohua, but to take a step back and force Xiaohua to take a medicinal pill and die. Chapter 2178. Unfortunately, Taoist Jing Ru, a nascent soul cultivator, had such a simple idea, and in the end, it wasn't realized. 2 years later, when Xiaohua bypassed Meng country, circled into Huan country, and finally rushed into Shi country. When he arrived in the vicinity of Imperial Thunder Sect, Taoist Jing Ru still couldn't catch up. In the end, Xiaohua's bright thunder escape was forced to practice to the extreme, but he couldn't break through to the thunder eclipse stage. Because of this, Taoist Jing Ru was no longer able to steadily catch up with Xiaohua. Occasionally, he had to rely on secret techniques to find Xiaohua's whereabouts. In fact, Xiaohua couldn't be blamed for teasing Taoist Jing Ru, who was a nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua had already been flying in a mess, so how could he know which direction was Imperial Thunder Sect? He could go from Meng country to Huan country, discover the wrong direction in time, and didn't rush into the sword cultivator's territory. Instead, he returned to Shi country in time, which made Taoist Jing Ru laugh his head off. Besides, our family's Xiaohua is sowing seeds, and good deeds must be done along the way. Along the way, who knows how many rice seeds have been sowed, and who knows how many commoners have benefited from this. Seeing the familiar mountain range, which was the place where Xiaohua experienced the lightning tribulation for the first time with Sun Shu and the others, Xiaohua's heart settled. He had already used the last drop of earth crystal Yao milk, and there was still a lot of unrefined spiritual energy left in his meridians. Moreover, there were still many grains of earth crystal Yao milk left in his meridians. Although the massive amount of spiritual energy had been refined, raising his realm to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. However, just as Taoist Jing Ru thought, if he flew for a while longer, even if Taoist Jing Ru didn't kill Xiaohua, Xiaohua's body and meridians would absolutely not be able to withstand the spiritual energy that couldn't be refined, and he would explode to death as Taoist Jing Ru predicted. Of course, now that he was already in Imperial Thunder Sect's territory, Xiaohua could naturally calm down, properly adjust his meridians, and stabilize his realm. Using a few years of effort to raise his cultivation level from the middle stage of foundation establishment to the peak stage was like forcing an infant boy to climb up a cliff. If he was not careful, he would be doomed eternally. Xiaohua suddenly stopped. His face flashed with an earthy yellow color. It was obvious that the spiritual aura in his body was surging. Xiaohua hurriedly operated his cultivation method to suppress it. He laughed loudly and fully operated his cultivation method. He transmitted his voice, senior nascent soul with deep feelings. Thank you for escorting me all the way back to the Imperial Thunder Sect from the Gui Sea. You even gave me a cauldron for refining weapons. This Xiao will never forget this kind of righteousness. Right now, this Xiao has already returned to the entrance of my Imperial Thunder Sect. This Xiao sincerely invites Senior to come to my Imperial Thunder Sect for a chat. This little one has delicious spirit wine to offer. I also want to have a drink with Senior and discuss with Senior about the wind, frost, snow, and rain along the way. Then we should talk about life, love. Oh, wrong, those are for female cultivators. With a senior of such noble character and unquestionable integrity, we should talk about how to give away our magical treasures to others without making them feel grateful to us. This is a very difficult thing to do. And in addition, if possible, I ask Senior to bestow me a name. This junior will definitely engrave it in my heart. In the future, if I see Senior's disciple or Senior's disciple, this junior will definitely give them a peach and repay them with a plum. Since Senior is unwilling to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect with this Xiao, then this Xiao has no other choice. Xiaohua simply didn't care whether Taoist Jing Si could hear him or not. He continued, this Xiao has no way to repay Senior's kindness. This low-grade spirit stone will be this Xiao's reward. I also ask Senior to not dislike it. As the saying goes, a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away is light, but the feelings are more important. Senior's gift to this junior is not just 1,000 miles. This little one's spirit stone is also much more valuable than a goose feather. And don't say, this junior has never given anyone a spirit stone before. Senior is the first. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept over. He had already seen Taoist Jingxi several dozen miles away. His nose was crooked from anger. He waved his hand, and the low-grade spirit stone flew over. Soon after, he no longer cared about what was behind him and flew towards the Imperial Thunder sect like a wisp of smoke. Puff! Taoist Jingxi spat out a mouthful of blood on the flying swallow. At this time, Xiaohua's magic power was truly profound. Taoist Jingxi was also on top of the magic tool, so he had already heard these words. He had exhausted all the spirit pills in his storage pouch and exhausted all the magic power in his body. But unexpectedly, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Xiaohua's head. How could he not be angry? His heart was originally filled with anger. Being lured by Xiaohua like this, he immediately vomited blood. However, not to mention that he couldn't catch up to Xiaohua now. Even if he could, the Imperial Thunder sect's territory was in front of him. If he rashly entered, not only would the matter of him chasing Xiaohua be exposed, he would also provoke some trouble by coming to the Imperial Thunder sect for no reason. He had no choice but to stop. At the same time Taoist Jingxi stopped, he immediately urged his primordial spirit to sense his life source magic treasure. Unfortunately, it was the same as the countless times he had sensed it in the past 2 years. That one gasification divine furnace seemed to not exist. There wasn't any movement. This brat is bullying me too much. Not only did he take this old man's magic treasure, he even used words to despise this old man. Taoist Jingxi shouted loudly. He stood up and hatefully stamped his foot. Soon after, his eyes flashed with a trace of severity. Humph, don't look at how you're somewhat well off now. You know your own situation. Previously, your face had a faint yellow brilliance. Wasn't that because too much spiritual energy had been deposited in your body? Even if you returned to the Imperial Thunder sect and asked Taoist Thunder Meng to take action and stabilize your realm, what about yourself? Your cultivation, can you still take another step forward? In the end, other people's stable realms aren't your own. Ha ha ha, Taoist Jingxi spat out a mouthful of congested blood. He also felt a lot more carefree. He laughed a few times, patted the flying swallow, turned around, and left. As for Xiaohua, who had executed the bright thunder escape art to the extreme, his heart was also perturbed. After all, this lightning escape art was something that even Reverend Lei Tan did not cultivate. How could his execution of this art not attract attention? But under Taoist Jingxi's coercion, he still prioritized preserving his life. When Xiaohua saw that Taoist Jingxi had unexpectedly stopped in midair, his heart was overjoyed. He immediately reduced his flying speed and changed to an ordinary flying technique. He slowly moved forward. Of course, he was moving. Just a moment ago, he was still a rabbit, but now he was a tortoise. Xiaohua didn't hear Taoist Jingxi's words. Currently, Taoist Jingxi's magic power consumption was enormous. He was unwilling to spend energy in this aspect. After all, he still had to return to Meng with his tail between his legs. Damn it, I finally got rid of this guy. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. He felt uncomfortable all over. Not only was his physical body sore, there was also a dull pain in his meridians and even extreme mental exhaustion. Xiaohua's physical body had been tempered by the lightning tribulation. Xiaohua's meridians were operated by the dragon transformation art, and Xiaohua also cultivated secret techniques, such as the celestial body bestowment technique. Although Xiaohua had too many yes, he had used up 2 drops of earth crystal Yao milk within 2 years. This half drop of earth crystal Yao milk could temper the physical body of a late gold core stage cultivator, allowing them to rely on this physical body to step into the nascent soul stage. Xiaohua had actually used 3 times as much. He was a foundation establishment cultivator. And even if his cultivation was comparable to the middle gold core stage, he still couldn't bear it. I was chased for thousands of miles and forced for 2 years, but in the end, I still don't know who this guy is. After escaping from death, Xiaohua was still somewhat gnashing his teeth. In his heart, he understood that in the end, his flying technique had already surpassed the nascent soul cultivator's magic tool. He could have escaped earlier, but he also wanted to see if he could find a flaw in the other party's technique. He wanted to see if he could find out the other party's background, so that he could know the origin of his enemy. From there, he could find out why he came to the Dawn Rain continent from the 10,000 demon realm. Forget it. Since I know the appearance of the person who came, there are only so many nascent soul stage cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent. I can always find out who the person who sealed me is. Xiaohua thought hatefully, but if that enemy is too powerful, I don't know if my Imperial Thunder sect can come out for me. His divine sense swept across the road that he had flown before, and a trace of homesickness suddenly appeared in the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. It was as if he was a wanderer returning home, and when he came close, he felt a kind of attachment, a kind of security, a kind of peace, and a kind of expectation. This was a feeling that Xiaohua had never felt before. Maybe I'm old? Xiaohua touched his nose and secretly laughed. It's said that only the old will be nostalgic. In the past, I didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Imperial Thunder sect, but now I actually think so much. It's good to have a sect. Not only do you have cultivation methods and pills, even if someone is chasing you, you have a harbor to hide in, and a place to escape to. So many disciples of cultivation families and rogue cultivators want to join a cultivation sect. This is probably a more important reason. Oh right, I don't know if Xue is back yet. Xiaohua was a little emotional, and immediately thought of Xue. He hurriedly clapped his hands, took out 1,000 miles sound-transmitting talisman, and threw it in the air with his magic power. Haha, great! Seeing that the red-yellow talisman didn't fly elsewhere, but directly flew to the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua was overjoyed, knowing that Xue had returned safely. Xiaohua flew to the Sky Thunder Peak while waiting for Xiaohua's response, or Xue's warm welcome. However, before Xiaohua could see Xue, he saw a group of qi refining disciples flying over. How come there are disciples traveling again? Xiaohua thought to himself, but then he changed his mind and laughed inwardly. Of course, I've been gone for nearly 10 years. Isn't today the Foundation Establishment experiential learning for qi refining disciples? Greetings, Martial Uncle. When the several disciples in front saw Xiaohua, they didn't care whether Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and hurriedly bowed to pay their respects. You all are going to Foundation Establishment experiential learning. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, Martial Uncle knows. We juniors are going to look for an opportunity to Foundation Establishment. The quick-witted disciples hurriedly replied, I don't know if Martial Uncle has any instructions. Please give us some pointers. Chapter 2179. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, saying, Everyone has their own fate. Others can't use it as a reference. However, if you wholeheartedly follow the Tao, treat others with compassion, and cultivate with sincerity, the heavens will certainly take care of you. Yes, we understand. The several disciples were confused, and some even showed disdain on their faces. Xiaohua understood that he was still concealing his cultivation level to the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and his appearance was so young. In other people's eyes, wasn't he just lucky enough to enter the Foundation Establishment realm? Admittedly, this was what Xiaohua really said, but in other people's ears, most of them were perfunctory, and a few were showing off, right? Xiaohua didn't say much. He flew up and smiled at the disciples who came out to gain experience. There were so many aura-refining disciples who went out to gain experience, and many of them came back. But what about those who entered the Foundation Establishment realm? How many could there be? Among the oncoming qi-refining disciples, Xiaohua actually saw a few familiar faces. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember them clearly. However, when he saw these disciples evade him and fly away, Xiaohua already understood that they should be fellow disciples who had joined the Imperial Thunder sect with him, or he had met them when he went out to gain experience in the past. Alas, Xiaohua sighed. He knew what they were thinking, so he pretended he didn't see them and flew directly to Sky Thunder Peak. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at Sky Thunder Peak, it was even more lively. He saw a thunder boat stopped in midair, and a gold core cultivator stood at the bow of the boat with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance. Under the thunder boat, there were dozens of disciples and a few masters of different cultivation levels clustered around. Feather Immortal Assembly? Xiaohua smiled. Another Feather Immortal Assembly. I wonder who will win this year. Hongsha Fairy, you. How are you doing in the Huanhua sect? For no reason, Xiaohua's heart was suddenly drowned by longing. That longing was even vaster and more boundless than the water of the Guihe Sea. Xiaohua? You. You've also entered the Foundation establishment realm? A very shocked voice came from not far away. Xiaohua's longing was interrupted by this sudden voice, and he raised his eyebrows absent-mindedly. He saw a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator flying over with a 12th-layer aura refining disciple. This voice came from that middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Haha, enemies are really destined to meet. This young master had just returned to the Imperial Thunder sect and ran into this guy. When Xiaohua saw that cultivator, he couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart. This cultivator was none other than Zhen Weisheng of Swallow Thunder Ridge. Greetings, senior brother Zhen. Xiaohua wasn't polite either. He cupped his hands and called Zhen Weisheng senior martial brother, saying, "Little brother hasn't done anything outrageous, so why can't I build my foundation? Is it strange for senior brother Zhen to see me build my foundation? Oh, right, where's my junior martial brother Yen? What about junior brother now? Or martial nephew?" The astonishment on Zhen Weisheng's face disappeared as he said coldly, "Even in my thunder manipulation sect, it's extremely rare to reach foundation establishment in a few decades. You have nothing to be proud of. Let this old man tell you this as your senior brother. Modesty makes one improve, while pride makes one fall behind." Pfft. Xiaohua almost fell from the sky. He smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior brother Zhen's pointers. My master told little brother several decades ago that senior brother doesn't need to worry. However, it seems that martial nephew Yen hasn't built his foundation yet, so senior brother should say these words to encourage him. Oh, right, this is also senior brother's disciple, right? Are you going to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly?" Zhen Weisheng's face was gloomy when Xiaohua mentioned Yan Xiefeng again. Yan Xiefeng was quite famous in the Feather Immortal Assembly back then. After returning, he excitedly confronted Xiaohua, wanting to destroy Myriad Thunder Valley's face, who knew that he would be beaten up like a punching bag by Xiaohua. This probably left an inner demon in his heart. It had been 10 years, but he still didn't show any signs of building his foundation. This also left a regret in Zhen Weisheng's heart. Xiaohua poked his sore spot again and again, so how could he not be ashamed and angry? Junior Xiuqing greets martial uncle. The 12th layer Qi refinement disciple didn't know the grudge between Xiaohua and Swallow Thunder Ridge. When Xiaohua mentioned him, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. This is Myriad Thunder Valley's Xiaohua, also your Thunder Manipulation Palace's martial uncle." Zhen Weisheng pointed his hand and said he also participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly back then with the cultivation of the 11th layer Qi refinement. Ah, Xiaohua, martial uncle Xiao? Xiuqing had obviously heard of Xiaohua's name, and her face immediately showed astonishment. It's that Xiaohua," Zhen Weisheng said disdainfully. "When he participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly back then, he made my Thunder Manipulation sect lose face. A female cultivator from the Washing Flowers sect betrayed us on the spot. However, don't learn from him. He couldn't build his foundation for dozens of years, and in the end, who knows what kind of opportunity he encountered to reach this step. If you can't build your foundation for dozens of years, you'll make me lose face. I'll slap you to death." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiuqing naturally didn't dare to say more. She smiled embarrassedly at Xiaohua and bowed to Zhen Weisheng. "Let's go." Zhen Weisheng didn't pay attention to Xiaohua anymore. He waved his hand and said, "He's already on the thunder boat. Don't waste time here." After saying that, Zhen Weisheng ignored Xiaohua and flew away first. Xiuqing cupped her hands towards Xiaohua again and activated the yellow talisman. Hee, this disciple called Xiuqing looks pretty good. Don't learn bad things from Zhen Weisheng. Xiaohua smiled and said in his heart, "I don't want to kill any more disciples of the Thunder Manipulation sect." Then Xiaohua looked at the disciples on and off the thunder boat. He didn't see anyone he was familiar with, so he didn't care. He stood up and flew towards the Myriad Thunder Valley. But what he didn't know was that when he flew far away, the middle gold core stage cultivator, standing on the thunder boat, looked at Xiaohua's back and frowned. Xiaohua, this guy is still alive? He actually built his foundation? This is really troublesome. This favor. I have to find a way to return it." Flying close to the Myriad Thunder Valley, bursts of silent thunder rushed into Xiaohua's ears. Just when Xiaohua wanted to use the secret technique to avoid thunder, he felt the spiritual aura in his meridians and even in his body suddenly jump, as if it was somewhat out of control. However, before he could use the mental cultivation method in his shock, the spiritual aura flowed extremely slowly, as if it was about to be refined. Ayo! Xiaohua suddenly woke up, and he was overjoyed. The reason why the spiritual aura was deposited was because the mental cultivation method wasn't good enough. But when the mental cultivation method was used again, new spiritual aura would enter, and this spiritual aura couldn't be refined. Over time, it would be deposited. When the mental cultivation method was used again to refine the spiritual aura, this spiritual aura would have already entered the depths of the meridians or the minor branches of the body. The mental cultivation method was already powerless. Of course, Xiaohua didn't have the opportunity to refine the spiritual aura in detail, but his thoughts were the same as Taoist Jingru's. He didn't have much confidence in his heart, but when he saw the effect of the silent thunder, Xiaohua thought of the feeling in his body when he shattered that huge meteor in the huge stone formation. Chapter 2180. Could it be that this silent thunder is also useful for the heavenly infusion technique or the bone tempering technique? Xiaohua guessed, but then Xiaohua frowned. He was about to reach the Myriad Thunder Valley, but Shue's communication talisman hadn't arrived. He didn't know why. Although he knew that Shui was safe and sound, Xiaohua still wanted to see her with his own eyes. Which fellow Taoist came to my Myriad Thunder Valley? While Xiaohua was thinking, a Foundation Establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over from afar, and a voice familiar to Xiaohua was heard. Hihi, Cui Hongshan? Xiaohua stopped in midair with a faintly discernible smile on his face. So it's you? Cui Hongshan's divine sense swept over Xiaohua, and he immediately recognized him. His tone carried a trace of astonishment, and a trace of surprise that almost couldn't be felt. Pleasant surprise. You were actually able to escape from the hands of Taoist Jingru? Cui Hongshan's second sentence made Xiaohua even more astonished. Taoist Jingru? Xiaohua was stunned. But then his mind turned quickly, and he immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. Shui, you are really my wife. Who is Taoist Jingru? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Strange. Cui Hongshan flew closer, looked up and down at Xiaohua, and said indifferently, Shui rushed back to the Imperial Thunder Sect 2 years ago, and first came to my Myriad Thunder Valley, saying that you were being chased by a nascent soul cultivator, and wanted us to save you. But you also know that Master is only at the late stage of Foundation establishment. How could he dare to provoke a nascent soul cultivator? So, he took Shui to the Thunder Palace to see Taoist Lei Meng. When Shui described the appearance of the nascent soul cultivator, Taoist Lei Meng knew that it was Changbai Sect's Taoist Jingru. So, we naturally knew that this was the trouble you caused at the Feather Immortal Assembly. Cui Hongshan said coldly, since you know how your body is, don't provoke some people you can't afford to provoke. Otherwise, not only will you lose your life, you will also provoke others to suffer. From his tone, it was obviously an elder reprimanding a junior. There's no need for fellow Taoist Cui to worry. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said indifferently. He didn't say another word. I naturally won't worry about it. Everything will be decided by Master. Cui Hongshan didn't say much. He clapped his hands, took out the messaging talisman, and said a few words. Then he raised his hand and sent it out. He then said, I'm patrolling the Myriad Thunder Valley today, so I won't take you back. Master is in the cave residence today. Got it. Xiaohua didn't wait for Cui Hongshan to finish speaking. With a flick of his sleeves, he grew taller than Cui Hongshan by half a figure. Then he swept past Cui Hongshan and flew towards the Immortal's cave in the Myriad Thunder Valley. However, before he could fly for half an hour, a communication talisman flew back and landed in the hands of Cui Hongshan, whose face was slightly pale. Cui Hongshan took the communication talisman and looked at it. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Then he flew up and followed Xiaohua to the Immortal's cave. Before he could fly to the Immortal's cave, the Immortal's divine sense swept over. However, it only swept over Xiaohua's body for a moment before withdrawing. It didn't stay for too long. Meanwhile, Zhu Minghui's figure was already standing outside the Immortal's cave. When Xiaohua saw his master's wife, his nose turned sour for no reason. An inexplicable sadness welled up in his heart. Xiaohua landed early without leaving a trace. He quickly ran in front of Zhu Minghui and bowed. Disciple really can't bear the burden of troubling Master's nascent soul. You child. Although Zhu Minghui had already seen Xiaohua, She still looked him up and down for a long time. Then, she stretched out her hand and touched Xiaohua's hair. She said lovingly, "It's really hard for you to become a disciple of your master." Although this sentence didn't have much explanation, it was really better than a million sentences. Xiaohua's previous unhappiness because of Cui Hongshan immediately disappeared. "I don't dare. It's all because disciple is too naughty and has caused trouble for master." He bowed again and said very sincerely, It's not naughty at all." At this time, Cui Hongshan also stepped forward to greet Zhuo Minghui. When Zhuo Minghui saw Cui Hongshan's appearance, she obviously already knew that he had suffered in front of Xiaohua. She smiled and said, "Your eldest senior brother is too slow. Hongshan is also a man of the rules. If it weren't for a naughty disciple like you, master's wife would be really boring." Disciple understands. Disciple will do his best to learn from eldest senior brother. Xiaohua said hurriedly. Hearing that Xiaohua still didn't mention Cui Hongshan, Zhu Minghui smiled bitterly. However, she stretched out her hand and pulled Xiaohua. "Let's go, let's enter the Immortal's Cave first. These past 2 years, your master has been worried about you. However, you also know that Taoist Jing Ru is a nascent soul cultivator. Even Taoist Lei Meng isn't willing to easily offend him. The news that Xue brought back was without any evidence. You also didn't have any verbal message or evidence to take back to the sect. Therefore, master's wife, hasn't disciple returned safely? Don't mention the past." Xiaohua stopped Zhuo Minghui from continuing and said with a smile, "Everything is a misunderstanding. Disciple will carefully report to master when I see him." "Good." Zhuo Minghui beamed with joy. Everything was fake. As long as Xiaohua returned safely, that was what she cared about the most. Xiaohua was pulled into the Immortal's Cave by Zhuo Minghui. However, he saw that everything in the Immortal's Cave was the same as before. Even the helpless expression on his face was the same as before. He still hated iron for not becoming steel. Disciple greets master. Xiaohua faintly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "What? You finally built your foundation?" She said faintly and helplessly. "When your eldest senior brother came back, he said that you've already built your foundation. It's already been 10 years. How come you're still at the early stage of foundation establishment? Your cultivation and realm also haven't improved? Look at Xue. Although she went out with you and even built her foundation later than you, look at her cultivation. It's practically similar to your senior brother Chui's. How did you cultivate? Did you cultivate a dog's body? You're really embarrassing me." Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He just knew that Wu would say this. It was also because he knew that Wu would say this that Xiaohua specially maintained his newly built foundation cultivation. In the end, he wanted to see if Wu would say this. "Sweat, isn't this a bit of reverse psychology?" Cough, cough. Zhu Minghui seized the opportunity to cough twice, interrupting Wu's words. She glanced at the embarrassed Xiaohua and rebuked. "Husband, you can't say that. Although Xiaohua's cultivation hasn't improved, that's because his foundation is weak. However, didn't you hear what Xiangyang said? Xiangyang and Qing Lian were both saved by him. Moreover, that thing was also obtained by Xiaohua. Old man, you also benefited a lot from it. In these 2 years, you've also racked your brains to find someone to help you. Now that you're here, you're blaming the child? What nonsense are you saying?" Wu glared at Zhuo Minghui in annoyance and said, "This kind of disciple that makes me lose face. I can't wait for him to not return." Those were all words that Xiangyang made up and specially placed on Xiaohua. He just built his foundation. How could he save 2 people? You even believe these words? Zhuo Minghui covered her mouth and laughed. "Since that's the case, last year when my Imperial Thunder sect was recruiting disciples again, why didn't you go?" "That's because Myriad Thunder Valley was busy with official business. I didn't have time." Wu curled his lips even more. "If I were to look again, I definitely wouldn't find another disciple like this guy." Zhu Minghui didn't say anything more to Wu. She glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, sit down and wait for a moment. Today is the day that Lear returns to the valley. Your eldest senior brother has already gone to pick him up and will be back soon." "Yes, disciple understands." When Xiaohua heard Xiang Zhili mentioned, he immediately thought of the baby that was born 10 years ago. He couldn't help but smile and wanted to take a seat. However, at this time, Zhu Minghui was sitting on Wu Hai's left, while Cui Hongshan sat on the right, which happened to be the second chair. Xiaohua naturally couldn't sit on top of him, but he also didn't want to sit below him. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Zhuo Minghui's side and picked up the last chair to sit on. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Wu Hai was somewhat angry and scolded. This little bastard. Husband. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, Xiaohua hasn't seen me for a long time, so he wants to be intimate with me. Look at you. Humph, Wu Hai snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. After a moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cave, and a sweet voice sounded, Martial ancestor, martial ancestor. I'm back, I'm back. Following a series of chaotic noises, a young boy dressed like a piece of jade bounced into the cave dwelling. When he heard the boy's voice, Wu Hai's gloomy face, which was like rain, immediately cleared up after the rain. It was really like the saying, the sky is clear and bright. If it wasn't for his status, he would have stood up long ago. The boy ran in very habitually, and his eyes had already swept across the entire cave. His gaze immediately landed on Xiaohua, a stranger. However, this unfamiliarity only lasted for a moment. Then a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Of course, the boy only looked at Xiaohua before immediately retracting his gaze. He walked in front of Wu Hai and respectfully bowed. Lier greets martial ancestor. I haven't seen martial ancestor for more than a month. I wonder if martial ancestor is well? Haha. I'm well. Wu Hai said with a smile. I wonder if Lieber has made any progress in this month? Good boy, this is Xiang Jili? Xiaohua knew that this was Xiang Jili, but when he saw that this boy, who was almost 10 years old, actually had the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refining, he was still shocked in his heart. Damn it, there's really no way to compare. Back then, I didn't know how much effort I spent to cultivate to the 7th layer. This guy is just 10 years old, and he's already at the 7th layer. Lier is very obedient. He can already refine yellow talismans. As Xiang Jili spoke, he patted his hand and took out a fireball talisman from the small storage pouch at his waist. Under the urging of magic power, a large fireball was born, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in. It was actually a high-grade fireball talisman. Chapter 2181. Haha, very good, very good. With a helpless flick of her sleeve, she covered the fireball and laughed. With a disciple like Xiang Jili in my 10,000 Thunder Valley, who would dare to look down on my 10,000 Thunder Valley? Leap greets martial grandmother. Xiang Jili obediently bowed to Zhuo Minghui. Get up. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, Where are your parents? Father and mother returned to the cave first. Xiang Jili answered with a smile. Boy listened to their discussion and prepared for the second. Martial Uncle Chui's dual cultivation ceremony in 3 years, and then came over immediately. Hee, you're really the eldest martial brother. Zhuo Minghui glanced at Cui Hongshan, her words seeming to have a double meaning, dual cultivation ceremony? Xiaohua suddenly understood and thought of Dui Qiming, who he saw before he went out to train. Sweat, this guy hasn't dual cultivated yet? How many years has it been? Xiaohua suddenly realized. This guy already reported to Master that he wants to dual cultivate. Doesn't that mean this young Master has to postpone it? Damn it, this guy still wants to block this young Master's happiness even now. When Cui Hongshan heard this, his face turned slightly red. Leap greets martial uncle. Xiang Jili walked in front of Cui Hongshan and bowed. Good, Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, My good Lier, I haven't seen you for a month, and your cultivation has improved greatly. Foundation establishment is just around the corner. You flatter me. I don't dare to compare myself to martial uncle. Xiang Jili said very modestly. When Xiang Jili stood up, Zhuo Minghui was about to tell him about Xiaohua, but who would have thought that Xiang Jili would run in front of Xiaohua? He didn't need to be introduced at all, and even exceeded everyone's expectations. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Leap greets martial uncle. Ah? Not only was Xiaohua stunned, but he also opened his mouth in shock and even raised his hand in a daze. A trace of understanding flashed through Zhuo Minghui's eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned up into a smile. Cui Hongshan, on the other hand, was frowning slightly. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He knew very well that Xiang Jili had been born with a heavenly lightning constitution and was the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Myriad Thunder Valley. He had doted on him since he was young and had given him countless benefits, but he had never seen Xiang Jili treat him like this. And what about Xiaohua? This seemed to be Xiang Jili's first time seeing it. Before anyone could introduce him, Xiang Zhili had already identified Xiaohua. Needless to say, behind his back, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian had said this countless times in front of Xiang Zhili, and even more so, they had warned him countless times. Xiaohua, is he really worth bowing to? Cui Hongshan couldn't help but secretly ask. Sure enough, before Cui Hongshan could think of anything, Xiang Zhili opened his mouth and said, Uncle, you don't need to be surprised. When the boy was young, my father had already told the boy that the lives of my father, mother, and boy were all saved by Uncle. If not for Uncle's strength, there would be no boy in this world. My father had already told Uncle's appearance clearly and said that Uncle's appearance wouldn't change even after 10,000 years. He had repeatedly told the boy that as long as he saw Uncle, he must kowtow 9 times. As he spoke, Xiang Zhili slammed his forehead on the ground of the cave abode with a loud bang. Xiaohua panicked and raised his hand slightly to stop Xiang Zhili. He looked at Xiang Zhili in embarrassment. And, since it's the heart of a child, don't block it. Xiang Zhili originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhu Minghui glare at him, he went with the flow and said, Oh, okay. Xiaohua said helplessly. However, after Xiang Zhili finished kowtowing 9 times, he stood up and said, Moreover, my father also said that the boy should acknowledge Uncle as his adoptive father. Since Uncle wants the boy to kowtow then, in the future, the boy will call Uncle as his adoptive father. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was very clear in his heart that this definitely wasn't his honest senior brother's idea. Perhaps it was Yan Qinglian, or even Xiang Zhili's own idea. If it was any other disciple who used such a cunning method, Xiaohua would definitely look down on it and wouldn't even hesitate to reject it. However, this was a child of his own myriad Thunder Valley. No matter how he looked at it, this child was intelligent. Xiaohua didn't have any thoughts of rejecting it. In fact, he was even happy for his senior brother. Just as Xiaohua was hesitating, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian walked in. Before they even took a few steps, their eyes immediately lit up and they shouted, Little junior brother, you? When did you come back? Shue said that you would definitely come back. I was worried to death. I didn't think that you really came back. Xiang Yang also didn't care about Xiang Zhili and bowed. He took a few steps forward and hugged Xiaohua in his arms. He patted Xiaohua's thin shoulders with all his strength. Xiaohua's heart was also warm. He knew that if it wasn't for Xiang Yang being too surprised to see him, he definitely wouldn't have not greeted Xiang Yang first. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Little brother also just came back. Xiaohua also patted Xiang Yang's back and said in a low voice. Good, it's good that you're back, Xiang Yang said. He turned around and looked at Xiang Zhili and scolded. What did father teach you? Now that your uncle is in front of you, hurry up and kowtow. Looking at Xiang Yang's helpless face, Xiaohua was speechless. Xiang Zhili stuck out his tongue and said respectfully, I'll let father know. Boy has already paid his respects to uncle. Moreover, uncle has already agreed to be boy's adoptive father. What? Adoptive father? Xiang Yang was stunned. Yes, uncle is too polite. Didn't father say that adoptive father is closer? Xiang Zhili blinked his eyes at Xiang Yang and said very innocently, Boy was thinking that adoptive father worked so hard to save boy's family. Boy will wait until boy's cultivation is successful in the future, and he will properly protect father, mother, and adoptive father. You little brat, what are you trying to do with your foster father? Xiang Yang glared at Xiang Zhili in exasperation. All right, Xiaohua smiled. Since Xiang Yang had already put this adoptive father in his mouth, what else could he say? He clapped his hands as if to take out something, but then he hesitated and said with a smile, Since the child has already kowtowed, I can't let the child kowtow for nothing. Little brother will accept this adoptive father. Although Yan Qinglian didn't step forward, her eyes were filled with anticipation. When she heard Xiaohua's words, her eyes flashed with a strange light. She hurriedly bowed and said, Your adoptive father has already nodded. Hurry up and pay your respects. Boy greets adoptive father. This time, Xiang Zhili didn't kowtow. Instead, he bowed respectfully, just like a little adult. Get up. Xiaohua only reached out to help him up and said, You can't kowtow for nothing, but adoptive father doesn't have anything good to give you. Wait a moment, let adoptive father think carefully, and see what good things I can give you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. calm to vote for it. Chapter 2182. Hee, I don't need anything. As long as I can call you adoptive father, I'll be able to stay by your side and receive your guidance. Xiang Zhili acted like an adult and hurriedly waved his hand with a smile. Martial uncle and martial ancestor have already given boy many good things. Boy can't even use them. That's right. Xiang Yang immediately stood in front of Xiang Zhili and smiled. The child is still young. Let's talk about it later. Don't. Xiaohua wouldn't let that happen. He grabbed Xiang Zhili, and with a flash of light, a defensive artifact appeared on his body. Ignoring Xiang Yang, he handed it to Xiang Zhili and said, "You've already called me adoptive father. If I don't give you anything, people will say I'm stingy." As he spoke, he didn't forget to glance at Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan's expression was very unsightly. Was there even a need to say it? Was he trying to compete with him? He could only give Xiang Zhili some small trinkets. As for artifacts, he didn't even have ordinary artifacts, let alone defensive artifacts. How could he give it to others? Helplessly, he could only give Xiang Zhili some magic tools. However, when he saw that Xiaohua had actually given his own magic tool to Xiang Zhili, he felt happy in his heart. He felt that Xiaohua had finally understood some things, and he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Although Xiang Zhili's eyes flashed with surprise, he still waved his hand and said, "Adoptive father, this is your defensive artifact." "Boy, how can I accept it? You still have to travel the Xiaoyu continent." "Take it." Xiaohua glared at him and pretended to be angry. "If you don't take it, I won't let you call me adoptive father." "All right, Lier, take it." Xiang Yang said helplessly to Xiang Zhili. "Your adoptive father's artifact isn't a defensive artifact. It's an artifact. You have to cultivate properly and strive to be able to use this artifact as soon as possible. Your adoptive father gave you this artifact to urge you to cultivate." TCH, seeing Xiang Yang constantly implicating cultivation, Xiaohua was speechless. He didn't want to urge Xiang Zhili to cultivate. He really didn't have anything suitable to give Xiang Zhili. Everything in his space was shocking and couldn't be casually exposed. A defensive artifact. This is extremely rare. Xiang Zhili was also a disciple of a famous teacher, so he knew how precious defensive treasures were. He took it with great fondness. Looking at Xiang Zhili's joy, he felt helpless but also happy. In front of Xiaohua, an extremely rare smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said, "All right, Lier, acknowledging Xiaohua as his adoptive father is a good thing. My 10,000 Thunder Valley hasn't had any happy events for a long time. First, the date of Hongshan's dual cultivation is about to be set. Now that Xiaohua has returned, we should take advantage of this opportunity to liven things up. Xiang Yang, discuss a date with Qing Lian and hold a ceremony to let Lier acknowledge Xiaohua as his adoptive father. Also, let your master's close disciples come and pay their respects." "Yes, I understand." Xiang Yang was naturally happy. That day, he had wanted Xiang Zhili to acknowledge Xiaohua as his master, but he hadn't expected to be rejected by Xiaohua so quickly. This foster father was naturally closer to Xiang Zhili than a master. Although Xiaohua wouldn't teach Xiang Zhili anything, he could at least protect Xiang Zhili. No one knew Xiaohua's strength better than Xiang Yang. Of course, this strength was already equivalent to Xiaohua's early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Master's wife, let's liven things up ourselves. Why do we need to find other people?" Xiaohua didn't like liveliness and said with a smile, "There's no need to mention other people. Qimeng, Xue, Sun Shu, and the others are also coming." Zhu Minghui very abruptly mentioned Sun Shu. "And fine." Xiaohua nodded, but soon after he said, "When I returned to the mountain, I sent a summoning talisman to Xue, but I haven't received a reply. I'm afraid she's in closed-door cultivation again." That's for sure." Xiang Yang said with a smile, "Your family Xue is amazing." As soon as she reached foundation establishment, her magic power was profound, even surpassing Sun Shu. Martial Uncle Sun thinks highly of her and taught her many secret techniques. As he said this, he clapped his hands, took out a jade slip, and handed it over. He said, "This is what Xue asked me to pass on when she went into closed-door cultivation for the first time after she returned. She thought you'd be back soon, but she didn't expect it to drag on for so long." "That's right, little junior brother, you." Yan Qinglian's eyes turned, and she said in a low voice, that Master Jingxi is really shameless. As a nascent soul senior, he actually made things difficult for you. Let's talk after we sit down. Xiangyang glanced at Xiaohua and said in a low voice. Soon after, he turned his head to greet Cui Hongshan and sat down. However, after he sat down, he discovered that Xiaohua was actually sitting across from him. A trace of a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Yan Qinglian also sensed it. She smiled and instructed Xiang Zhili, Lier, you're now a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator. Go sit below your martial uncle. Don't always accompany your mother. It makes people think you're not growing up. Yes, boy understands. Xiang Zhili didn't understand. He stuck out his small chest, and as if he really had grown up, he valiantly sat next to Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua, what's going on with Master Jingxi? Xiangyang waited for Xiang Zhili to sit down before asking, why did you take so long to return to the mountain? Xiaohua had already thought about it. He smiled and said, it's nothing. Not long after I parted ways with Xue in the Heavenly Sea, I was captured by Master Jingxi. However, he didn't tell me who he was. He took me. Soon after, Xiaohua fabricated the story of him being captured by Master Jingxi and then being punished. Of course, Xiaohua didn't know any of these details. After all, he was imprisoned by Master Jingxi. Oh, you're saying, Master Jingxi, who has always been extremely protective of his own, actually let you go after a slight punishment? Xiangyang didn't quite believe it. After he knew it was Master Jingxi who made a move and then inquired about that guy's character, he had long regarded Xiaohua as extremely dangerous, so much so that he was already dead. However, whether Xiangyang believed it or not wasn't important. What was important was that Xiaohua also said innocently, yes, I also don't know why. Before I returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I simply didn't know who Master Jingxi was. I also didn't know what this nascent soul cultivator was doing. What could Xiangyang say? Could it be that he blamed Master Jingxi for not killing Xiaohua? When I saw Xiaohua, I mentioned Master Jingxi's name to him. It seems he also didn't know. Cui Hongshan also said, I'm afraid Xiaohua really didn't know that person was Master Jingxi. Perhaps because Xiaohua's cultivation was too shallow, Master Jingxi was really embarrassed to make a move. Zhuo Minghui also frowned and said, even us late-stage foundation establishment cultivators or golden core cultivators are embarrassed to make a move against an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He, a nascent soul senior, was also afraid of being talked about and losing face. I can only think like that. Xiangyang helplessly glared at Xiaohua and said, I didn't expect that your low cultivation could also become the reason for your survival. You still have to thank Master Jingxi for being lenient and not easily taking your life. Master, Xiangyang said with a smile, since he didn't let junior brother know his identity, he naturally just took it out on him to vent his anger. If we were to make it clear, wouldn't we make him lose face? This matter, let's just leave it as it is. We'll be happy secretly. That's all we can do. Xiangyang helplessly said, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given up. At this point, he helplessly stopped talking and ordered, since Xiaohua has already built his foundation, he must leave his life spirit tablet in my Zhenlei Palace. Xiangyang, tomorrow, accompany him to Zhenlei Palace. After leaving his life spirit tablet, take the tablet to Zhenlei Palace and get a spirit-seeking mouse. Find a place near my Myriad Thunder Valley and open a residence for Xiaohua. Yes, disciple understands. Xiangyang cupped his hands and agreed. Then the people of Myriad Thunder Valley casually talked about some interesting things. Xiaohua picked some unimportant things and told them about his experience with Xue. Everyone listened and nodded. Xiang Zhili's eyes became even brighter. Then Xiaohua asked about Xiang Zhili. It turned out that Xiang Zhili didn't acknowledge anyone as his master. That year, when Xiang Zhili tested his physique in the Imperial Thunder Sect, it caused a sensation. This little guy was the direct product of a lightning beast's inner core. How could any disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect compare to him? Even Master Lei Meng took a liking to him. Unfortunately, Xiang Zhili was too young and didn't have any cultivation. As a nascent soul cultivator, Master Lei Meng didn't have the patience to teach him. Therefore, he sent him to Zhenlei Palace and let him listen to the lectures with the other disciples. Master Lei Meng ordered that as long as Xiang Zhili was willing to learn and could learn, he must learn. After he built his foundation, Master Lei Meng might personally teach him. Acknowledging a nascent soul cultivator as a master was the wish of all Foundation establishment disciples, not to mention Qi refining disciples. Although Xiang Zhili didn't really acknowledge a master, he couldn't build his foundation with his current cultivation. All the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect with lightning physique couldn't build their foundation. Therefore, there was no difference between acknowledging Xiang Zhili as a master and not acknowledging a master. Therefore, Xiang Zhili usually cultivated in Zhenlei Palace. Every month or so, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian would bring him back. Now, Xiang Zhili was the treasure of Myriad Thunder Valley. Not only did he give face to Wu Hai, Xiang Zhili's aptitude also made Wu Hai dumbfounded. After facing Xiang Yang and Xiao Hua for a long time, Wu Hai finally saw the excellence of his third-generation disciple. He had long held Xiang Zhili in his hands. Although Wu Hai doted on him, Xiang Zhili was extremely intelligent. Under Xiang Yang's care, he was naughty and methodical. Take today's meeting with Xiao Hua, for example. If it were any other child, after paying respects to Wu Hai and Zhuo Minghui, they would have directly paid their respects to Xiao Hua. But he had to respectfully pay his respects to Cui Hongshan before kowtowing to Xiao Hua. As for acknowledging Xiao Hua as his adoptive father, that was his own idea. There was no other reason but because Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, husband and wife, were talking to each other, and their tone was full of admiration for Xiao Hua. This little guy had his own thoughts. Chapter 2183. How else could it be said? Some people's luck was innate, and others couldn't even ask for it. It couldn't be helped. This was the legendary, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Zhong Haoran and the others had probably received Xiao Hua's test, and in the future, they would be able to part the dark clouds and see the bright moon. But Xiang Zhili only had to kowtow a few times, and the road ahead had already reached the heavens. Hee, this child. Xiao Hua looked at Xiang Zhili with a smile. Where was the dissatisfaction of being schemed against? At this time, Xiao Hua had already left the cave and was sitting in Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's cave. It's all because of my poor upbringing. Yan Qinglian hurriedly smiled apologetically. She knew that Xiao Hua was still a little petty, especially from Cui Hongshan today. Not at all. Xiao Hua waved his hand. They are all my juniors. If I don't help him, who else can I help? However, the gift for the child is a bit too little. I really feel bad about it. Haha, you still feel bad about it? Xiang Yang laughed. Little junior brother, what else do you want to give him? He's still too young. It's really inappropriate to give him too much. Xiao Hua scratched his head, and his heart moved again. He nodded and said, that magic treasure is nothing. As for the rest, I already have some ideas. However, this matter is a bit tricky. However, I'll take a look. I'll definitely make senior brother satisfied. Then he looked at Xiang Zhili and said, Lier, you go back and rest first. Foster father has something to say to your parents. Xiao Hua's words were a bit inappropriate. After all, this was Xiang Yang's cave. However, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't show any dissatisfaction. Xiang Zhili was even more happy. Knowing that Xiao Hua didn't blame him for his decision today, he immediately stood up and bowed. Yes, this boy originally wanted to accompany foster father. However, this boy must obey foster father's orders. Then, Xiang Zhili saluted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and slowly left. Hee, senior brother. Xiao Hua looked at Xiang Zhili's back and said with a smile, Lier really missed you. His future cultivation will definitely be extraordinary. Haha, Xiang Yang smiled modestly and shook his head. I didn't know what master was thinking before. I always felt that he blamed me for nothing. But now that I have my own child, I know that it seems that I have to compete with others in everything. Although there was no need to compare, and it was fine to let the child cultivate on his own, but seeing that other people could cultivate it, his own child couldn't. It was clearly a simple technique, but he couldn't understand it. How could he not be angry? When Lier was young, I also taught him a lesson. What's there to talk about having an extraordinary cultivation? It's all fake. Yan Qinglian echoed. As a matter of fact, we will be satisfied as long as our children can live the life that they want. Training and achievements are more like coercion for our children than expectations. Haha, Xiao Hua scratched his head. This little brother really doesn't know. Haha, Xiang Yang laughed and patted his shoulder. You'll find out sooner or later. Isn't that so? Yan Qinglian also pursed her lips and smiled. It can't be too little, right? Fine. Xiaohua's face reddened as he begged for mercy. Senior brother and eldest sister-in-law. Please don't joke about this little brother. This little brother let Li Ber go because of two things. Oh. Xiangyang glanced at Yan Qinglian. Both of them were somewhat serious, knowing that Xiaohua had something important to say. Sure enough, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a rainbow epiphyllum and handed it over. He said with a smile, "This little brother's experience really has some gains. As for what this thing is used for, this little brother won't go into detail. Although Li has Reverend Lei Meng watching over him, there's no need to worry too much about him developing his divine sense when he builds his foundation. However, it's better to prepare early than to beg others. This thing looks extremely old. This little brother was too embarrassed to take it out just now. I was also afraid that Li would become lazy if he knew too much." Ah? Rainbow epiphyllum? Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian's jaws were about to hit the ground. This thing was a divine item that could develop divine sense. It had always been something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Xiangyang had already started looking for it when Xiang Zhili was at the 6th layer of qi refining, but he hadn't received any news. Especially now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had changed greatly, this kind of divine item was even rarer. Xiangyang was almost worried. Now that it had suddenly appeared in front of him, how could he not be shocked? I'm afraid it has to be several thousand years old. Yan Qinglian asked tentatively. How would this little brother know? Xiaohua was the best at pretending to be confused. He stuffed the thing into Xiangyang's hands and smiled. Either way, this little brother has no use for it. I don't care how old it is. AI, this kind of divine item. Xiangyang took it inside. Forget it, this elder brother won't say anything else. I can only accept it. That's right, don't be long-winded. This little brother's is senior brother's. Xiaohua smiled as he looked at Xiangyang accepting it. He then asked, the second thing this little brother wants to ask is, do you still have the lightning beast's inner core? You didn't give it all to Thunder Palace, right? Sure. When Xiangyang heard this, his face immediately turned cold. He formed a seal with his hands and set up a silencing restriction. He then said, this elder brother has used half of the lightning beast's inner core. And it can't be said to be half. It's only about 30%. As for the rest, this elder brother took it back to Myriad Thunder Valley and asked Master to make a decision. Master was clever and handed over Martial Uncle Zhenye's things. However, he left the lightning beast's inner core behind. However, Master, he didn't seem to have used it. He said that he would only use it at the last crucial moment. As for the rest, I'm afraid he gave it to junior brother Cui. When he finished speaking, Xiangyang's face turned somewhat ugly. Junior brother Xiao, what do you want the lightning beast's inner core for? Could it be that you've already used it up? Yan Qinglian hurriedly asked. Oh, that little brother naturally didn't use it up. Xiaohua muttered. However, this little brother wants to use the male lightning beast's inner core now. I'll have to trouble senior brother. Junior brother Xiao. Xiangyang coughed and said, this lightning beast's inner core should belong to junior brother. Even if I don't take it, it's only right. However, junior brother Cui is a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley. That lightning beast's inner core. I heard from him that he was going to give it to Dui Qimeng as a betrothal gift. If you take it, what will he do? How much did he take? Xiaohua asked coldly. The remaining 70%. Master kept 30%. I'm afraid he gave 40% to him. Xiangyang hesitated and said, can Master's 30% be used up? Xiaohua asked again. Xiangyang hesitated again. He glanced at Yan Qinglian and said, Master said that the lightning beast's inner core is no small matter. Even if I want to repair my Dao foundation, I only need 20%. As for the remaining 10%, it's all given to Li. I'm afraid he only needs 10%. So it's like this. Xiaohua nodded. He muttered a few words to Xiangyang through voice transmission. After listening to Xiaohua's explanation, Xiangyang smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother Xiao, why do you have to do this? Master giving it to him is another matter. However, that thing is mine. I have a use for it now. I'll have to trouble senior brother this time. Xiaohua said with a slightly cold tone. All right. Xiangyang nodded helplessly. He got up and left. Since Xiaohua took out the rainbow epiphyllum for Xiang Zhili, he had no choice but to help Xiaohua with this matter. Senior sister-in-law? Don't stay idle. Xiaohua also transmitted his voice to Yan Qinglian. Ah, you actually have ideas about master? Yan Qinglian was shocked when she heard this. Xiaohua smiled and said, Master only needs 10%. Who does he want to leave the rest for? You only need to do as I say. Master will definitely give it to you. All right. Yan Qinglian was helpless. She also got up and said, This concubine will try. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were both sent away by Xiaohua. Xiaohua sat alone on the jade chair in the hall with his eyes closed. No one knew what he was doing. At this time, a small head popped out from the side. It secretly looked at him, and then hid again. After a while, Xiang Zhili walked over with a jade plate in his hand. On the plate, there was a jade pot and a few jade cups. When Xiang Zhili walked to Xiaohua's side, he carefully put the jade plate on the table. He picked up the jade pot and poured the spirit wine into the jade cups. He didn't make any sound. Then he put the cups down and sat beside Xiaohua. He actually used his small hands to support his cheeks and looked at Xiaohua curiously. What are you doing? Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and asked curiously, Foster father, are you thirsty? This is the spirit wine that mother treasures. Try it. Xiang Zhili was shocked. He quickly jumped down from the chair and said respectfully, You want me to drink wine? Xiaohua said with a smile. Hee. Xiang Zhili said with a smile. Inviting foster father to drink wine is naturally one thing. However, the boy is still curious. Father and mother often say that foster father's cultivation is so high that they can't catch up. But foster father's cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. It seems that compared to father and mother, you are far worse. Even Martial Uncle Chui can't catch up. Foster father, are you really that powerful? Hee. Xiaohua smiled. He reached out and picked up the small wine cup. He took a sip and said, How do you know that my cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment? Naturally, it's a sensing technique. Xiang Zhili asked curiously, If the boy has spiritual pressure, he can also use it to test it. Hee. Since there's a technique to sense other people's cultivation, there's naturally a technique to prevent others from sensing your own cultivation. Xiaohua said with a smile, moreover, that spiritual pressure may not be reliable. There's such a technique? Xiang Zhili's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, Then wouldn't the boy be able to make others think that the boy is only at the second stage of qi refining? If they use ordinary techniques to attack the boy can defeat them with his true cultivation at the 7th stage of qi refining? Xiaohua was speechless. Isn't this child too smart? That's right, foster father. Father said that in the future, foster father will teach me a great divine ability. Is this that great divine ability? Senior, can you teach the boy now? Xiang Zhili's face was filled with longing. Looking at Xiang Zhili's small face, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Taoist Jing Ru's sinister face. Thus, Xiaohua sighed and said, What kind of great technique is that? Xiaohua laughed hoarsely. He patted his forehead and spat out a ray of green-red light from his mouth. That ray of green-red light circled the entire cave. Even someone like Xiang Zhili, who was at the 7th stage of qi refining, couldn't see any clues. When the ray of green-red light landed in Xiaohua's hand, it was the execution dream that had successfully conceived the sword. That secret technique can't even compare to the flying sword technique. It simply can't be considered a great technique. Xiaohua said with a smile, Do you also want to learn the flying sword technique? Yes. Xiang Zhili's eyes were filled with longing. His small head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. And if you want to learn it, you have to establish a solid foundation for your qi refining. First, you have to master the basic mental cultivation method. Moreover, the flying sword technique isn't a great technique. If you want to learn it, foster father can naturally teach it to you. Also, regarding the matter of the great divine ability, you must not tell anyone about it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. You're tuning in to the Bli Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.